RimWorld. So for those who missed where we left off, the Won't Stay Dead permadeath, or the permanent death pall colony is dead. Phil works? Okay. I'll try to remember that. By all means, correct me. So the permanent death pall colony died. I had fun with the permanent death pall colony, but there were a lot of issues we ran into it. The two big ones were it has like this fog effect. So I had to like go into the capture and everything and turn up the brightness, the gamma for all of you by like 20% because you couldn't see anything. And then the other thing we'd run into is the soundtrack for RimWorld would just play there's like in RimWorld there's like this is things are fine, this is tense, and this is like there's an environmental effect. There's like a couple different cues for different tracks to play. So like when you get into a fight, tense is the music that goes on, and you know then you're dealing with that. Please stop cleaning among the corpses. In fact, Storge, do not allow. Haul the ibex instead. But so what would happen is you would get stuck in that event kind of thing, and it would also be stuck in anomaly only tracks. So out of all the wonderful music RimWorld has, we would hear 2 tracks and loop forever. And so all we could do to get around that was to turn off RimWorld's music and play either our own playlist or to, you know, play the other stuff. So it's just, it was good to move on to that. I'm hoping there'll be some mods to address that stuff. In the meantime, this run isn't as involved as the permanent death pall, because I didn't really have a plan. I had discussed the idea of making a run. This would be a YouTube run, not a Twitch run, because it'd be so slow. I discussed the idea of having a run where the entire concept is we would start with like the anomaly beginning, and then just you have to build everything out of bioferrite, except for the things that they don't let you build out of bioferrite. So you'd literally build your base out of like the entity bits. But like I said, it would be a very slow run. So instead, just going, I don't know what we're gonna do. Let's just figure something out. So the plan with this run is to just get as many entities as we possibly can, and just basically push the limit of what we can handle, having as many entities captured as possible. Which, of course, one of the first entities we got, so we've gotten a ghoul and a revenant so far. The ghoul broke out and died during the breakout. And then we got a revenant. We did manage to have the revenant, like, to be clear with the revenant, we arrived as a spine, so we immediately shackled it. And we did have it break out once and managed to recapture it. It actually went, like, the recapture actually went pretty smooth, all things considered. They roll all day today. You were doing flips. You're feeling so good. Well, I'm glad your back is feeling better. It's never a good time to be in pain. Terrifying hallucinations on Darth Strider. Yeah, so we're working on converting Darth Strider's ideology. The ideology their character has is just, it's about as not aligned with what's happening in our colony as possible. So poor Darth Strider in this colony is just cycling through the meltdowns, one after the other after the other. You ready for the second game to come out? You mean RimWorld 2? I honestly doubt there's going to ever be a RimWorld 2. RimWorld is definitely one of those games that they're, I think they're just going to keep updating until they decide they're done with it. I think it'd be more likely that Tynan, the mastermind behind RimWorld, I think it's far more likely that Tynan would, you know, get tired of, burnt out on, or whatever you want to use for your terminology, would basically go, you know, okay, I'm happy with where RimWorld is, I want to move on. And I think it'd be more likely that Tynan would do a completely different game after RimWorld. Like, it could be like another colony game, but I don't imagine Tynan making a sequel to RimWorld. I also honestly think it would be better for, like, don't. I do hate when the auto save causes you to, like, set things you don't mean to. Forced weather for pay. You're gonna give me foggy rain for 14 days. Foggy rain is pretty bad, but advanced components are pretty good, so I'm gonna just take it. But yeah, I would see potentially Tynan go the route of making just something completely different. Go haul those back so they don't rot. But especially with recent stuff, I even more would say it's probably better that I think the move for a lot of indie games is to continuing to update your existing game rather than, you know, introduce the next game, the next game, the next game. Because if we look at some of the games that have been like the big wild standout successes, the Terrarias, the Minecrafts, the RimWorlds, you know, Stardew Valley, these kind of games. If they do a sequel, it usually should be its own kind of thing that stands up by itself. You know, I wonder with the atmospheric heater, I never did build that the last one. I'm wondering if we could turn that on during winter and just keep growing during winter and just kind of turn it on and off as needed. Because that feels like that would be the way it would work. D&D night, you'll keep an eye on chat. No problem, Luxray, you have fun with D&D. But, versus we look at some of the big games that have done sequels that really just bombed. Like, we have City Skylines 2 came out, and it did well in sales. But, it has been quite the pariah of a game so far as the reception has not been good. We have Kerbal Space Program 2. Same deal. It was not well received. And then for those who didn't see, the developers over top of Kerbal Space Program 2, there was layoffs at the company that is over top of it, including that team. Alright, so it's all melee group. Alright, so let's get everyone in position as fast as we can. Poor Darth is, like, right on the edge. Growth moment with you. Okay, we can get that. Kind. Between jealous and kind, the answer is kind. No other thing to say about it. If my choices are jealous and kind, you're getting kind. Yeah, so they're gonna split up a little and start banging on the walls. Luckily, those are pretty sturdy walls. Don't hit the door. Don't hit the door. That's perfect. I need y'all to get in position, because what I could probably do is pop the door open, get some shots off, and then drop back. There's no reason for you to be here. Okay. Oh, right. The ghoul died last time. I forgot about that. So we're going to crack the door. Oh, you're already moving. This is probably not good. Oh, wait. We have a flare. Alright, so now's when things get bad. Can you... Okay, so we did manage to still block the door. That was the important thing, is I just didn't want the door to open up. That's another one down. You try and get into melee. Good, we did continue blocking the door. I only probably have to down one more, maybe two. This one in the back has got a pretty hit. Hit pretty hard. Please. Well, we're... Oh, you're faster than them. Well... New colony time! Neanderthals are just so tanky. And the problem is you can't doctor, so the others are just gonna bleed out. Is anyone? I mean, you might actually survive. And they're both dead. Yeah, so it would be Darth alone. Well, Neanderthals, always the bane. Yeah, and that was bad. That's me not making a proper fighting position, and just walling it off. Yeah, that was us getting punished. I did like what we had going there. What did we started with the anomaly start. Let's just go ahead and just do a mulligan. Just redo exactly what we did there a moment ago. We could do that. And all that good stuff. That's fine. That feels bad after we had, like, a very smooth fighting of the Revenant last time. Where, like, it managed to knock only 2 people and we just took it out with mostly low-tech weapons. I mean, we did about what we could do. So part of the thing that was working against us is because I did that forced weather, we had foggy rain, which has an extremely awful accuracy penalty. So it's just kind of one of those things that having a Neanderthal raid with that. I do like the idea of doing the Menagerie one where we're just gonna get a ridiculous number of entities. Oh yeah, we're not doing tropical rainforest and dealing with... Like, honestly, the big thing with tropical rainforest these days, I just don't want to deal with the disease being so much. The number of colonists I've lost from disease if I don't have a bunch of glitter on standby. But yeah, I like the idea of doing pretty much just what we were doing there. Do like some, for those who weren't here for where we started the last one, we were doing this style of map. What is that called? Crater. We were doing a crater map. Which is part of the geological formations. I'm trying to remember how we can look for those. Yeah, here we go, crater. But we were looking for one of those that, where the idea is I'm required to build my base, this'll be fine. Then required to build my base inside this area, but then we store all of the entities in the outer area. So I like that idea. It's something interesting. We're going to do guilty again because I like the way it forces me to make things I don't want to. So essential for charity. Getting rid of the clothing requirements for the different titles because they're annoying. And apparently we venerate deer on this one. Okay. Alright, so let's try and get a couple of decent people to begin with. So you could be a researcher. We'll hold you for a moment. Stop giving me a whole bunch of terrible people. Too smart, we can look on with that. I don't know why I seem to always get... This is an interesting combination. This one doesn't really matter too much. I probably want to get them just any type... Yeah, brawler, that'll work. That'll work, just brawler. Any type of thing that's not terrible. Like, I would have taken tough or brawler or any of those. So what do we even have in the colony? We have research and nothing else. So we definitely don't want that makeup. So quick sleeper, I think this one goes. We have tough. Still doesn't give me a lot of the stuff I need. We're looking for, hopefully, so we got crafting, construction, plants, and shooting. And you can't research, so that's fine. So that helps out a little bit. Meanwhile... Yeah, you just bring crafting, let's swap you out with something not quite as awful. Kind, too smart, chemical interest. It's a shame that everyone wants to be industrious, too kind, and too smart is amazing. They have high social. Sadly, they have a passion in melee. So we'd be missing cooking and medical, which is dangerous. There's always the thing when you don't have very many people, you end up being a little bit more picky. Well, industrious, kind, and too smart. That one's definitely staying. I really like fast walker. I might just have to live with this. Like, not having the medical will be bad, and not having the cooking will be a little bit rough, but with just 3 pawns, isn't too smart a bad trait? It is mixed. So too smart means you learn extra fast, 75% increased learning speed, but they also have a faster break. So it's kind of like neurotic, where it's both good and bad. So we're gonna be likely dealing with more breaks, but we'll get skilled pawns faster. Alright. So let's go ahead and do this one. So we are doing Crater. Are you gonna really drop all my stuff in the water? Come on, game, that's just mean. Okay, so let's take a look at our pawns. So you're going to be melee. You don't get anything special happen on with you. Shooting 4. So that's our best shot. That's our second. So you're gonna get the shotgun for now. You go ahead and grab that turret pack, and you grab this turret pack. We're going to allow everything. And then what the first thing we have to do is drag all that crap out of the water. So that kind of sucks. So we'll go ahead and tell them to move this over here. And we'll go schedules, recreation, work. And when no one's good at being doctoring, everyone's a doctor. Okay, so you're gonna handle and cook. And we'll have you hunt. Oh, actually, you're a researcher. You know what? That's just the way it's gonna be, I guess. You're gonna mine. You're gonna construction and grow stuff. These just make what time you can. Here, we're gonna make those 3. And for right now, everyone's priority 1 in hauling until we get that crap out of the water. Because until we get that out of the water, it's gonna rot extra fast. Okay, so we do actually have a patch of...
What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, that's interesting. So we got 2 geothermals right there. Okay, while we're waiting for them to haul stuff, I didn't look at the grow time on this. Year-round. Okay. So, if we look at this, I have a couple options. I could build my base right up here, and there's lots of pros and cons with that. I would get all of this rich soil, which is good, and 2 geothermals right next to me. And then all of this would be mostly secure back here from that stuff. But, let's see, what a bad start. I mean, the pocket itself is awesome, but landing in the shallow water is meh. Yeah, and that's the reason I'm just having them haul everything right now. I honestly do think man, it's gonna be, like, so a problem with building up here, just so if you're wondering why I'm hesitant, is if I build right up here, the raids spawn right there, it means I get 0 time to respond. And if you build close enough, they'll decide they're looking for a place to, when, like, everything becomes a raid immediately, because even the people who are going to wait, they'll want to wait down here or something like that, and they'll fight through you to try and get into position to where they want to wait to attack you. But that is a lot of rich soil and 2 geothermals. I feel like I really want to do that. It's probably a mistake. I mean, it's very much a mistake but also greed. Just pure, unadulterated greed says I want that spot. And I know I'm hauling this to a place that's going to have to be hauled from later. That's fine. Right now, it just needs to be out of the water. Then we can worry about the next thing. That also means I'll start building the area... Oh, there's a third geothermal right there. Yeah, I definitely want to be over here. I'd have more power than I know what to do with ever. It's interesting that you're going to chop that, despite there being way more to haul still. Okay. So with that, though, I'm going to need to set up a perimeter defense of some kind ASAP. So for right now, we're just going to do that. I'll put a door here. Needless to say, we're not going to use that tree, because I'm putting a geothermal right there, which will mean it won't work anymore. Because I believe if you build anything inside this circle, the tree stops functioning. Whereas you build in this circle, it gets a penalty. The penalty's not that big a deal. It's inconvenient, but it's not a huge problem. Could you please keep hauling? Where are you going? Oh, you're going that way around. Oh, furniture, sleeping spots for right now. Okay, we've almost got a... There's a lot of 3 in the gap. Oh yeah, no, you'll usually have somewhere near 4 or 5 geothermals on a map when you make it. That's pretty typical. Go ahead and grab that knife, you might as well. Okay, so now that we've got that out of the water, I'm gonna delete this zone. Because I don't actually want it down there. That was just get it out of there for now. We will move the stockpile over here by this tree. And then the dumping stockpile over on the other side by this tree. And then let's go over here real fast. We can choose... Okay, so I can't support weight there, and this is where the growing stuff is. So we're going to start building our base up here. Alright, so Max is our researcher. So Max is going to trigger the monolith stuff to start. And we'll get that going here. So it is going to take us a little bit to get a bunch of stuff going. We're going to need to... Oh, 1 second. We need to deprioritize hauling again. Alright, so we're just going to trigger the anomaly thing. That's fine. All that's saying is basically... Hey, it's a spooky thing. Are you sure you want to poke it? And the answer is yes. I would really like to poke the spooky thing. The ominous, dark ripple of awful is certainly in our best interest. Okay. So day 1, we sleep in the rain because I had to drag all that crap out of the water. Alright, so with that, they're going to start building this. So we've got you will prioritize mining. So honestly, let's keep you right now assigned the way you are and not start digging the holes or anything like that. And the only reason for that is let's go here and say low priority, corpses, human-like. Okay, so I already have unnatural set. That's fine. But, You can also go to a research anomaly. Entity containment will be our first one, because that's what we're going to be leaning into. And then for first normal research, you got all the geothermal we could possibly want. So we're going to need to deal with this. Animals on the tile. So the Timberwolf will probably want to get rid of as soon as we enclose the space. This Timberwolf is absolutely going to try and hunt us. But worry about that after we get some basic setup sorted. First, I want to get the room in there. We'll put some beds down in here. We'll get our research bench and our kitchen set up. I also want to wait till we get our plants grown. But I want to keep Urist here set to Hull so that they slowly bring all the stuff back up to us. I appreciate that you're reading the book just out there. I understand everywhere is out there, so there's not a good spot. But yeah, so Urist will slowly bring all the stuff back. That's fine. And then we've got our construction person here, who is unfortunately, just like last time, our construction and our growing person are the same person, which is just what it is. So it does mean I'm going to have to trade back and forth between doing construction and all that. We'll also put construction as 4 for right now on them, and mining as 4 for all of them. That means occasionally we'll get a little bit of help with the other things. Okay. Those books are already half gone because they were sitting in the water. Do I bump someone up in construction temporarily? Yeah. Sightseer revealed. This fight is long done before Stone arrives. Okay. So need people to get patched up. How bad is the injuries? Just some scratches. Why are you cutting the oak tree? Treat the patient. You're all set to priority 1 on doctoring, so you should always prioritize that. Sleeping in the rain, free shower. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to make time for the construction. It's always one of the worst things is at the beginning of the game going, okay, you need to construct, but you need to farm, but you need to do this with just 2-3 people. It can always be a rough go of it. Probably gonna get an infection because of how long it's taking to tend them. Yeah, having it all get dumped over here when I wasn't going to build here. I probably should have just paused and decided where I was building first. Where'd you go? Okay, you're still there. Storage. Nothing rotten. And no human-like, please. Yeah, so they're doing their best to get everything moved. Just gonna take time. Honestly, for right now... Oh, never mind, you're fully healed already. Yeah, you're gonna heal in a second. It's gonna be like, let's not bed rest, you're wasting time. We gotta get that initial building setup done. And I'm not doing any of the mining to make room for containment yet. I need to get the first building or 2 set up. Okay. Visitor has stuff to trade. And you are our social pawn. Okay, so you were a book with intellectual, carpet making, melee, void provocation book. I'm gonna go ahead and sell that book because it causes that. We already know passive coolers, so we could sell that book as well. They don't help us. And at the moment, I don't really have hardly any money to do anything else. So let's just go ahead and take the money and stick with that. So basically, the book that already had, gave me research I already had, got rid of it. And for a lot of the anomaly stuff, it's really thing. Did we die? Yeah, it was a Neanderthal raid. We had Darth try to hold it down against, like, 5 or 6 Neanderthals while the others were shooting, and we got close to making it. We only needed to down 1 more to get them to run. But it was foggy rain, so... Yeah, same kind of run. It was foggy rain, though, so we just weren't scoring nearly enough hits, and eventually we got overrun. So this time I'm going to actually make a proper defensive position. Because the last one was just like, it's a door. It's good enough. So I'll actually make a place where we can bottleneck them a little bit better, have more cover, yada yada yada. And we got a gift of a little teeny tiny bit of gold. Neat. Alright, so you've got that going. And then we can go ahead and plant some potatoes. As you're running a mod that removes a level cap for skills, and one of your pawns in the last raid had 45 shooting and a minigun and trigger happy, he soloed all of us. Oh yeah, no, that's I'm curious how some of those even work with the scaling, because the way it scales damage and all that. I imagine there's a lot of stuff that breaks. Let's see, do you lose the research bonus if you keep books that have been read? So when you're reading a book that already has the skill, like the thing learned, I believe you just get recreation from it. Because the idea with the book, like if I'm reading a book that gives me passive coolers, it only applies to passive coolers. So reading it doesn't help me with any other things other than passive coolers. Oh good, it took the long way around, which might give my ghoul enough time to get into position. Oh yeah. Yeah, that'll still apply. But I'm not super worried about that research bonus. We'll get plenty. Alright, just had to deal with the moderation thing. Very conflicted on what game you should start playing. Frostpunk, The War Is Mine, or Pacific Drive. I mean, all 3 of those are excellent games. Very different games from each other. Like, if you're looking to sit down and have a fun time, I'd say Pacific Drive is the easiest one to deliver that. Frostpunk certainly has its vibe. The War Is Mine is a good game. Also, it's one of those games that you kind of need a minute to process, cause it wrecks you pretty bad. It has a habit of going, hey, did you want to have the feels? Did you want to feel guilt in your actions? We can deliver. Do you desire regret? We could deliver that too. Alright, when they wake up, we're going to... Well, we'll wait, but we'll get those beds set up. I'm going to try and get that first room set up, and that's when I'm going to start mining to set up the entity containment rooms. And then I'm going to have to split my focus between actually constructing the base and growing stuff and entity containment. I need to get the research bench going. Unfortunately, once I do that, I've got one less pawn working on everything else. But I do need to get that moving early on. Because that is one of the things that can get you in trouble, is if you're just building a base and getting no research done, you can put yourself in a pretty rough spot. We'll put a wall torch there so you get the light bonus. Alright, so it looks like we're going to be here for a while, so we need to come up with a faction name and a colony name. So we are in a crater. We are a faction who feels guilty about things, and our idea is to contain as many horrific horror monsters as possible in there and just have a menagerie of everything. And I'm just going to keep growing it until eventually it becomes unsustainable and we die from it. So we need to go with that. The last one we called Mystery Inc. because reasons. And this is always the hardest part of the entire run, is literally just naming things. Naming things is hard. Let's see, the very last one says, I know it really hurts work speed, but you always put butchering stuff outside at first, just to lower the poisoning and not have the mood penalty from blood everywhere. Yeah, I usually don't run into too much with that, because usually I have like the production room I set up with some sleeping spots in it. Honestly, it's usually storing the stuff in there that kills their mood more than anything else, because it's like -3 beauty for every item laying on the ground, and we felt the whole thing. Let's see, for the settlement, I'm pretty straightforward one. Containment Bay 0. I could definitely get behind something related to containment. I don't know if Containment Bay 0 is a reference to anything. But yeah, she goes something related to guilty for the faction. That's what I'm thinking. Like something related to feeling guilty and then keeping all sorts of horrible monsters. We can go with the play on we feel guilty about the fact that we have opened the demonic portal into the void and everything, and it's all our fault. So we feel a need to contain that of which we have released upon the world. Arkham Asylum. Skeleton Closet. Okay. I see where we're going with that. I feel like that's more the settlement name than the faction. Just, oh god, what have we done? Light is green, trap is clean. I don't know. Oh, light is green, crap is clean. Ghostbusters. It took me a moment to catch the references. Like, why do I know that? We did it. It's all our fault. Just faction name. Responsibility. Collectors. I can go with that. Collectors, it doesn't play into the guild thing, but I mean, we're doing it. We're gonna go with that. Containment Bay 0 Collectors. Boom. We're doing it because otherwise we'll be literally here for half an hour trying to come up with a name. You think I'm joking? I'm really not. Very, very really, that happens. So next one, we'll get the strawberries down. Psychic Soothe, thank you. We will never see the game name again. Nah, like the only time you see it is when you get like quests. It's like such and such wants to go to collectors or whatever. That's that actually ends up being one of the funny ones. It'll come up with a clever name, you'll forget about it, and then like 2-3 streams later, I'll be reading one of the dialogues. It's like, oh right, we named ourselves that, didn't we? Or that happens on games like Coral Island and Stardew Valley, because almost no one says the name of your farm hardly ever. So you give your farm name something like, you know, Cursed Farms or something like that, and then a bunch of time will go by, and then it's just really exciting. It's like, wait a second, I forgot we named ourselves this. So let's go ahead and just chuck a bookshelf here so you can get the books out of there. I'm also gonna do something I normally don't do. I'm gonna go ahead and put some shelves right here in this room, right from the get-go. And the reason I'm doing this is just to try and get the stuff off the ground here. Because it's already pretty badly damaged because our pods dropped in the big lake in the middle of the map, which resulted in a bunch of our stuff getting rotted. Normally when you're planting stuff and building stuff, we were just trying to run the stuff out of the water as fast as it can. Let's see, well, there are trials in Final Fantasy 16? No, 14. Whose names are Containment Bay, which should be Sephiroth. Ah, I see. Collectors, who are they? Oh yeah, that's us. Oh yeah, no, that happens. Hey Allison, how's it going? Alright. Well, and with that, one less well, never mind, they botched it. I was gonna say, with the completion of the research bench, that's one less pawn that's gonna be helping do anything but farming. Cool. Actually not a bad position for those. Oh yeah, and zone. Not home zone. Those mental zoops. But that line took it to brains. Gotcha. But for those who don't know, Allison Adventures, an absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays lots of Project Zomboid, also been playing some Portal and Portal 2 recently, according to Twitch. So if you're looking for any of that, that is all there. One thing I am doing is storage. Do not put raw materials on there. Like, they're running the only materials that don't rot to the shelves. Ghoul starvation. Look. Go punch a rat. That rat? That's your rat. Have a good time. Butcher all creatures. Including entities. So we have our first raid showing up. Fur with a knife. Who is a psychopath who's actually got some respectable melee. Otherwise not a whole lot going with them. How badly did that rat scratch you up? It just basically didn't. Alright, so before we get into our first fight, let's get naming people. So who gets to be our ghoul? So Loon TK, you get to be our ghoul. So congratulations. Who's ultimately going to be our mining person? That'll be Randall Thor. Who is an industrious, kind, and too smart. Can you dig it? And then we have our next person who is going to be our researcher slash crafter. And we had the thing where it did it twice, so this one will be Eonek. Luckily, both times I've accidentally done that, which it's me bumping the button and having it scooped back as I'm bumping it, so it registers me pushing it twice. And thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. So you're going to go ahead and be our researcher slash crafter. And then for our plant slash construction person with fast walker, that'll be Sniper Spice. Excellent. And we've got our people named. We've got a raid popping in here, so pop the door. You go ahead and hit the door. You two just actually ignore the entire thing. Was that attacks immediately or prepare? Attacks immediately. So they're gonna go up and poke a wall. We're gonna run up here. Well, fitting for a character whose name is Sniper Spice. Just immediately started the fight, and it was just shot to the heart, and they're to blame. They definitely gave Love a bad name. Alright, so we're going to go Area 1 is going to be the outside perimeter. And then we're going to go to our zones. Manage areas. Invert. Rename. Secure. Okay, close. And then you are required to stay in the secure zone. Ghoul. And the reason I do that is otherwise I end up with a ghoul just standing out here the whole time. And it ends badly. Is the way it ends. Okay. So trying to think of how I want to do this, because I want them to hunt occasionally. It's probably fine. The big thing I'm gonna run into is this Timberwolf is gonna have to die. It's run out of things it can eat down here in this area. So when I run down here to pick up more stuff, we're gonna get attacked. Honestly, people are in good shape. Let's kill it now. Because that Timberwolf is absolutely going to hunt us. So it needs to get out of here in the short term. Wait till everyone's grouped up before we go for it. Okay, so you're the only one with the gun. Alright, solid shot for the first one. Blew out the kidney and did a decent torso hit. Solid shot again. So its movement speed is heavily penalized, so let's just take advantage of that. We'll just run away. Missed that shot. There we go. Alright, so with that, I don't have to worry about any animals hunting me. We can start clearing the stuff out from inside here. I like the idea of keeping the alpaca. Let's go ahead and get the alpaca. They can be a source of wool and meat over a while. After a while, so we'll definitely get those going. I'll add a couple animal sleeping spots for if we get any of them. And 50% of the treasure at the bottom of this crater can be yours if you help them dig it. The ghoul probably could have beaten it one-on-one. That's pretty consistently. Yeah, no, more than likely the ghoul could have beat him one-on-one. But I have seen more than one person get unlucky and just they go to fight the ghoul, like they go to fight with the ghoul, and just the ghoul rolls really badly on its attacks and gets whittled down. So it's better to just not take your chances, because RNG will absolutely betray you in this game. We'll make this heal root. We'll make this cotton. What am I going to put here? So I've got each of the food. It wouldn't be the end of the world. You know what, we're just gonna tell them to go over the top on the heal route. It's not necessary, but whatever. And I'm gonna go down here, and I'll make this die. And to leave it at that for right now. Hey, Alana Rama, how's it going? For those who don't know, Lanorama, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, and an excellent person to go. Did you know that RNG is counted in trees? What? I don't know what that means. But yeah, so definitely check out Lanorama. Plays a variety of games on Twitch. Does play a lot of RimWorld. Oh, you're playing Lasara Summit Kingdom recently? Yeah, no, I played the demo of that forever ago. It was pretty slick. I never got back to it though. Okay, so Randall Thor, we still have set to do our hauling because he just got medicine and components and everything rotting out here. So we're trying to keep that up. Yeah, like trees 6, 9. Thank you. Meanwhile, we're gonna go ahead and tell you to just deconstruct anything you see down here. And remove any floors you see down here.
I have achieved the state of future FUD.
Alright, Darkshard, thank you so much for the 100 biddies, and future food is pretty good. Not as good as present food, but better than past food. Alright, so we're just trying to get our initial room set up and everything. It's such a shame that of all the things they built. Alright, can I get you to build that last piece of wall, please? Just so it's an enclosed space. There we go. You're stuffed on sushi? Buddy is in town for business, and we did some... I don't know that word. Sushi? So good? Yeah, sushi is one of those things. I like the idea of sushi. I just don't enjoy it. Like, I've had sashimi, and I really enjoy sashimi, and I've tried sushi, like, 20, 30 times, because I like everything in it. I've had sticky rice, I've had seaweed, I've had, you know, the fish. Like, sashimi is the raw fish and everything. And I've yet to find sushi I'm like, I like this. There's some sushi I'm like, I can tolerate this, but it's just not my jam. It is one that perplexes me, because I can't point at why I don't like it. It's just one of those, like, I mean, at this point, it's probably because I've forced myself to try it so many times that my brain is heavily coded that it's something I just don't like. There's no suitable pen? I mean, I guess I could put a pen marker. Did it make the space so large? Oh, the door's held open. Hey, go pop the door. Good. Alright, fine, I'll manually move you out of the door again. There we go. Now I don't have to worry about them trying to walk away. The seaweed wrapper is the thing that makes it stand out. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing that I've had seaweed before, and don't get me wrong, seaweed's not my favorite. But there's plenty of things I eat with seaweed that's like, yeah, it's fine, as long as it's not like way over the top. But yeah, that's just one of those things. Like it was the thing that every opportunity I got to, like when you're on like a cruise and they have like free sushi there, I'd almost always try and be like, yep, still don't like it. There's no way I can make that work. You take the smoke leaf, I'm not going to use it. That would be a really early win, like, be literally 8 days into a run, and then just get, effectively, an assault rifle. Be like, alright, I'll start off with a pretty good one. Yeah, no, it is. I don't think even selling the meds I could push it over the edge, though. That's the catch. Let me double check, because I do agree, selling the meds. So it's 600. If I hit that, I've got to make that. If I sold all the meds, oh, the other way. And like, if I sold the components, I could make it happen. I'm not sure I want to sell literally all of my medication. And all the meds... Oh, the gold. So sell all the meds and the tiny bit of gold to get... That's not necessarily the worst. Like, don't get me wrong, giving up that much medicine is really not great. But getting a Hellcat assault rifle right at the beginning of the game, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm probably gonna regret it, but I'm gonna do it. Who is our best shot? You're getting a gun. What's your go-to power? Sorry, it's a dumb question. Geothermal, if it's positioned in a way I can get to using it. Go ahead and grab that. But yeah, no, geothermal is my preference more than anything else. If I can't do geothermal, a lot of times I will go for wind, with battery supporting it. Most of the time I'm gonna go for geothermal. Because, the ones like chem fuel and wood, you lose so much time just dragging fuel into them, and then the moment you have your hauling person gets hurt or whatever, suddenly your power goes out. But, both, wind turbines and solar can be good. The reason I like wind turbines more than solar is there are certain events that'll make the world dark for a while, and then your power starts to fail. Versus the wind, you know, it does go up and down, but as far as I'm aware, I don't think there's an event that straight up turns off the wind for an extended period of time. Whereas stuff like the, there's events where they will block the sun on your tile. Yeah, trading your defense for offense, basically. Let's see. There's this restaurant, The Sandwiches, most of you probably know, called Subway. They now got a rival that their theme is all One Piece. Even their products are named after characters. Oh yeah, we had, I don't know if it's still around. So, no need for batteries with geo? Yeah, there's no need for batteries with geothermal, unless you're, like, really riding the fence. So, like, if for example, I've got, let's just pretend I have the one geothermal here. And I think it produces, like, 3,500 watts or whatever it is. And I'm at, like, when certain things are running and get to like 3,600 or whatever, it'd be worth having a couple of batteries if it's like going back and forth. But at that point, you'd want to expand your power grid more. But yeah, you don't typically need that. All right, so we can go ahead and take this person. And you're my social person. The schedule. You just stay inside the perimeter. And honestly, I don't even have to worry about the animal chasing you. I can just ignore it. That's fine. Hey, you want a snack? Go get your snack. Snack time for the ghoul. Ghoul wants the nums. There you go. You know it's fresh when it fights back. You're not wrong. So we're missing steel for that. Alright, so pretty soon, I'm gonna need to start committing people to getting other stuff done. Ancient mech. Not going to worry about it. You. Get in your shuttle and get out of here. Okay. So we're getting our food, but right now it's staying raw because I haven't taken the time to mine any steel. Wait, I shouldn't have to mine steel. There should be plenty of steel left. Yeah, we got tons of steel. Who is our highest construction person? You. Go build the stove. Alright. So we can start getting some actual food in here. Just 1 second. Construction. Just make that a priority for a minute. Enclose the space. Get those shelves built. And now deprioritize construction. Okay. So we've got all that set up, so that'll help. Meanwhile, as Randall Thor is immediately trying to go in and make that happen. We just don't want the raw materials there. Okay. So you play with the Rim Atomic mods, even though you have a reactor providing power constantly. Other solar flares that could shut down your reactor by scramming it. If you don't have batteries, you're basically screwed because neither the control console nor the reactor itself have power. That's an interesting thing. What's the growing season? You wasn't tuned in for that part. So the growing season on this one happens to be year-round. It wasn't a deliberate decision. I literally just clicked on the map in Temperate Forest and then said, show me the nearest crater. And this is where we end up. That's fine. The thread of this one is going to be primarily other stuff. Oh, we got silver there. The thread is going to be self-inflicted on this one mostly. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and start having our mining person mine.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Because what we're going to do is contain as many entities as they possibly can until we can no longer manage it and we die from it. That's the plan. But I'll need to go and get the containment. Oh yeah, no catch up with the Discord messages and all that? Yeah. And also, congratulations on also qualifying for the Plus program. That was a lot of content creators in the circle, in like the circles around us. A lot of them have all qualified for the Plus program at the same time, which I figured was going to be the case. Is that we'd have a whole bunch who would qualify. I do wonder if we're going to see/hear, you know, over the next couple of days, a bunch of the ones who got, you know, 2 months knocked out and fell short on the 3rd month or whatever. I worry we'll see people who that'll be that thing that you know, it's a big enough demotivator that we see a lot of that go away. I need to actually set you to cook. You don't cook if I don't tell you to. But yeah, like a lot of people qualified. I haven't heard of anyone I know in my circles who got to that last inch and then didn't quite cross the finish line. But there's going to be some people. Alright, so we've got that room built. So let's go ahead and get the next one. For those who also didn't catch, one of the rules I gave myself for this run, and it's the same idea we did for the last run, is that, here, we're going to make our rec room up here. Oh, I can build... Alright, I can build in that just fine. Oh, okay, I have 2 extra tiles there. But, the base itself, we have decided must be outside of the cave walls. So far as, like, where my people eat and sleep and all that. That the mountain is intended for entity containment only. So, kind of doing the thing where, you know, you have a perfectly normal base with, like, a little hidden secret thing there. Another streamer you watched got the first 2 months and then missed the 3rd by a single point. Yeah, that's the one I worry about. Right, exactly. So mapping satellites are none the wiser. We gotta keep our secrets. But yeah, that's the one I worry, because the level of demotivation that would hit you with to get like right up to the finish line and then fall short on that. I think that's a thing that could take someone who's struggling a little bit trying to stay motivated, and that would be the last straw kind of thing. It would be very difficult. Ghoul starvation. What else can you eat down here? Hey, there's a go rat. That rat. It's basically a chicken nugget. Yeah, it's taking a week off stream right now. Yeah, no, I can only imagine. Alright, so I'm gonna have you prioritize hunting as well, which is gonna be an interesting take. That way we hunt regularly to bring in some food. So I'm gonna have to juggle that. So you just took care. Oh, wait, 1 second. Storage. Low priority. Okay, so you didn't put the alpaca over there. Where did the alpaca get to? Did you already butcher it? Don't know. But yeah, so you have to go back and forth on the hunting. Eventually, we're going to get the alpaca bred up. And then when we get enough alpaca, then that should become a consistent food source where, you know, we're getting more alpaca and then processing them. Let's see, so just have the one entry for invaders? Yeah. Yeah, this is geological formations. They have all sorts of exotic maps, so if we go out here, I can click on this and say, like, here's a list of all the ones. So we can have, for example, cliffs, which means there's going to be a wall on one side. We can do cliff corner. Did I choose the wrong one? Cliff corner? Yeah, so you have, like, 2 walls. You can do rift, which is just a narrow tunnel through the middle of the map. Then you got crater, which is the style I've got there. And there's a whole bunch of them. So you got like a plateau, so it's a rock area in the middle of the desert. One of the ones I found really fun was, I believe it was Atoll. That one, this is actually really easy, like a really nice atoll. You have Archipelago. Yeah, we had a bunch of these though, but it was entirely sand, like 100% sand. Oh yeah, the map you found, this one was really neat. Yeah, no, geological formations is really, really fun. It gives you a bunch of like really exotic maps. One of the other fun ones is I like the plateau in the desert. Or sorry, it's Swamp Hill. Swamp Hill is one of my favorite. So you have literally all of this is swamp, like marsh, 100% marsh the entire way out. You can't build on, and you got this little chunk of rock in the middle. And then like this one's actually okay. It's got a bit of rich soil around it. And it's fun because, one, there's nothing to build on hardly. But also, the swamp does work to your advantage of everything trying to walk in from the map. You have Ice Oasis. So, like, a little patch of, you know, niceness in the middle of, like, sea ice and all that. There's lots of fun ones. Coastal Island. One of the ones is I've wanted to make, tried to make a Scary happen, which is a little rocky island. So you notice almost none of this is growable space. You got like a little patch there, a little strip over here. It's all stone otherwise. Some of those ones can be really fascinating. Can you be one of the alpacas? Sure. You'll be alpaca 1. Trying to remember where I even rename you. There you are, it's under training. Excellent. Have I looked at Shadows of the Doubt? Yeah, so Shadow of the Doubt was like, it was the voxel like detective game. I played that in stream, I believe, twice. It was neat. It's kind of hard to stream because, like, if people aren't there right at the beginning, it's a little tricky. But it is a fun game. I had a good time with it when I did play. Ghoul starvation again. So I'll need to set you to hunt again. Just go out there, take care of it before the ghoul gets angry. Alright, I'm bringing you a snack, ghoul. There you go, buddy. Helm's Deep remakes are hard to deal with without insect infestations. Well, no, you're gonna get insect infestations. I honestly, for the most part, find insect infestations to not be like of the random events you deal with in RimWorld. I do find insect infestations to be one of the easier ones to handle. Personally. Like, for me, I've probably lost more runs to Neanderthals and mechs than anything else. Imps will catch you off guard more than once. That has definitely gotten me before, where the imps scatter you with fire, and then everything goes sideways because everyone's not fighting and instead running around. But, I still, to this date, don't think I have lost a run to an infest. Like, take the back. There was one run I lost to an infestation, and that's because I had stuff going on and chose to ignore it and forgot about it until it was like, oh, I have messed up. That's about the only way you get yourself in real trouble with the infestation, is if you straight up ignore it. That'll get you in a lot of trouble real quick. Oh, I didn't build any of the recreation stuff. My bad. One moment. I'll deal with that in a second. Okay, so we got a raid of one person with a knife. They're okay with the knife. Their probably attacks immediately. No, they are going to prepare before they attack. Okay, so they're a waster, and they're jealous. They do have construction. I don't think I want to deal with that, though. I think I'm not interested in keeping the waster, so we're gonna take their clothes, and we're gonna send them packing. If I had a room... Do I have a room? You know what? We're gonna do one thing, though. We're gonna set that to prisoners. You capture them. And we're just gonna catch and release. That way we get the mood bonus for it. And all that. But yeah, right now I don't have a means of making the stuff for them and all that. So they would just be difficult to deal with. It gives us a little bit of medical practice. No, yeah, those clothes are all pretty awful. Yeah, so get this room built. Then the next rooms I'll start doing is I'm gonna start getting some places for our people to sleep. Oh, I should also check, do we have uranium? Okay, so there's a spot of uranium down there, so queue that up to mine. We queue up the steel to mine. Queue up the components to mine. Queue up that steel. Mad Boomalope, I'll deal with that in a moment. Queue that up. There's silver back here, so I'll queue this up. We've got that already queued up. And there's 2 areas of steel outside, but I'm not going to worry about that. So Mad Boomalope down here. So let's grab everyone. And rally them here real fast. Please hit it. Nicely done. Let's see if we can't. Grab the Boomalope. So we get a little extra meat from that. Then we just let the world burn. Kill the single Pila throw. Don't have a Pila. Meanwhile, I can get rid of the prisoner bed for the moment. And just continue to work on stuff here. But what we'll do next is we'll make a couple of bedrooms for people. Then we'll start making a proper storage room. So we're not like piling everything in here. With that, we'll start moving stuff out and making this into a... Alright, 3 desperate refugees. Cool. We are a guilty ideology, so if I were to say no, then our people get all angry about it. They do have a kid with them, so they cannot betray us. And the kid is required to stay inside the secure area. Alright, so you are actually... I mean, there's no good doctors here. Handling is fine. I want to keep our cook working, even though they're bad at it. You're not going to hunt. You can mine for a while. I'll put you at 4 for this. 4 for putting the plants down. And 4 for construct. So they could chip in where they could chip in. That'll help a little bit. In the meantime, we don't really have a place for them to have proper beds. So they can just fit in there. So get all this built, and I'm going to ever play FTL? Sorry if you asked before. Yeah, no, I played FTL. I played a whole bunch before I started streaming, really had a good time with it. I did try streaming it, but the problem I ran into with streaming FTL is the dialogue gets very repetitive very quickly in the game. And so when you're playing it on your own, that's not that big a deal because you could just be like, oh, it's this event and just skip, not just ignore the dialogue. Okay, so we got entity containment researched. Good. Bioferrite harvesting will be next. And Enoch has had a breakthrough while studying the monolith. He believes the monolith is a conduit for psychic energy connecting to some distant location. However, he is unsure where it connects to. Enoch is convinced by studying more anomalous entities, he can figure a way to close the conduit or learn to harness its power. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. But yeah, so it's just the dialogue gets very repetitive when you stream it. So you get into that weird spot of, do you read the dialogue each time when it's the same dialogue? Because you have people coming and going at any time during your stream. If you just skip the dialogue, it tends to make for far worse an experience. But hearing the person, talk about running into a rebel scout for like the 18th time very quickly gets tiresome as well. So it's not like a comment that's negative about the game in general. It can be just a little tricky to stream because of that. It's a great game, to be clear. But I have tried to stream, and that was my personal experience. It's a little tough to stream just because of, there's a certain thing when you read the same dialogue for the 1000th time that you're like, you know what, I don't feel like reading this. All right. So we've got a whole bunch of people mining the various resources in the area, getting that moving. We have people queued up Yeah, the construction is at the same priority as the mining. They're just not getting it done. What are you working on? Well, you're a child, so you're not working anything. Oh, hauling is a higher priority. You know what? That's fine. Keep on hauling and cleaning. That's a-okay by me. Alright, meanwhile, let's get a ritual spot put down here. No one's gone to sleep yet, so let's go and get you your title. So we have a moral guide to do conversions. You know, more FTL is excellent for those who haven't played it. It is one of those games that it's a roguelite game in the sense that each time you start a round, you start from basically nothing. It's roguelite because as you do rounds, you have different starting options that you unlock. But the goal is you're trying to I'm not ready for the ghoul yet. I don't have my containment doors or anything built, so we are just gonna have to kill the ghoul. As much as I'd love to put in containment, we're just not there yet. Okay. Like, we're working on the containment room, we just don't have it ready. But yeah, so it's, basically you're trying to just reach the far end and then win the fight at the end. And so it is those ones where you have decisions where you have, like, different paths that become an option each time, that you have to choose those. What you find and what encounters you run into are randomized. So it has a lot of replay value, and it also allows for a bunch of different strategies, so it can be a pretty good time. Alright, so the first thing I'm going to do is adult males, we're going to limit you to 2. This is the new run today? Yeah, we picked up where we left off with the run we were doing yesterday, and got a really rough Neanderthal raid. Did us in. Food bidge because hideous environment, that's fair. Okay. Oh, let's also do what we did the last time here as well. I'm going to put the wooden shelf in here, and I'm going to set it to carry food. That way, we always make sure we have food on a shelf. So it counts towards storage, so we don't run that thing where you make 1 billion food because they don't count as being stored. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So you don't run to that thing where, like, you know, it just doesn't count kind of thing. What I'm gonna try doing is I'm gonna deliberately snooze the ads because Tomb should be home and not super long, so that the ads run while I have to take my break. Knock it back 10 minutes and see, you know, reevaluate then. Alright. Okay, that's just marble. Oh, what type of stone do I have on my tile? Oh man, we moved this over. They always forget the easy way to backtrack to where you are on the map. Where is... So we have on our map, marble and slate. They're going to prepare. So once again, we have one person by themselves. This time they're tough, but they also... Why are you all angry? Ah, you're an ideology that doesn't like carrying these weapons. Say no more. You have a tox pack going? Smoke pack. Well, we'll definitely want to keep that. I do want them to get downed, because if we get downed, we could steal their flak vest. Versus if we kill them, then they'll lose their flak vest. or it'll be tainted. All right, you get to the front. I need you to die already, please. You could take some hits. Perfect. So you finish what you're doing. The others get out of here. Grab that. So you can go here and strip them immediately. Alright, so once again I'm going to do this, which is I'm going to make that into a prison. We're going to patch them up and probably send them on their way. We'll get a better look at what they've got that they're offering. Unwaveringly loyal, so yeah, we're going to patch them up and send them on our way. So the good news is we got a smoke pack, and we also, more importantly, got that flak vest. The other clothes here are also really nice, so that's all promising. But getting a flak vest this early will be a nice way to hopefully prevent us from losing too many people needlessly. Unwavering prisoner. That's fine by me. Patch him up and ship him out. That's fine. Randall Thor's doing their best to patch you up. Let's move this over there. That way I can enclose this area in a fence so that we don't have to worry about all that getting eaten and all that. That was a lot of minor injuries. Just trying to haul the clothing, because that clothing's pretty good. Don't do that. Alright. I wish you'd take this outside, small child. There you go. Go burn some bushes. Perfect. You can do all the burning you want out there. No burning inside the house. Still patching him up. That poor pigman got absolutely shredded. How much fire do you want, small kid? There you go. Alright, so exhaustion on Randall Thor, because Randall Thor spent the entire night patching up the billions of injuries that Snuff got attacking us. Alright, pretty soon that should burn that spot out, and then I won't have to worry about starting back up again and again. We're just gonna let it burn. Oh, it's raining, so I don't have to worry about it. Cool. Yeah, those have to be destroyed to get rid of them. No worry about that happening anytime soon. And those just got mined out. That's basically what I have most of the refugees doing to help, is just dealing with, like, mining and constructing as able. It'd be good. Of these refugees, would we want to keep anyone? Kind, fast walker, slow learner? Absolutely, because worst case, you just become the person to carry stuff. Slow learner, body martyr, slowpoke, not as excited about that one. And great memory, pyromaniac as a child. And... oh, no, it has go use addiction. So Lupa and Zyge, or however you pronounce it, I'd take them. Noah's a tough one. Okay, so you can get tree sowing and artistic. And you would send 5 or 6 wild squirrels at me. Done and done, no question about it. All right. Manhunter pack. Okay, so grab all of you, run you up here. Set the door to be held open. You move to this spot. Get everyone in position real fast. I misclicked stuff, but that's okay. I wasn't punished for it. And now we just get rid of all the squirrels. Because honestly, the ghoul could probably solo the whole set of them. But, you know, it's a way to get a little bit of shooting practice in. Is that all of them? That it is. So unset you and haul that body out of the door. And let the door close. Alright, be quick about that. That Lynx will probably hunt us soon if we're out there more than we need to be. That is one nice thing about boxing the outside, well, outside, is it does mean I don't have to worry about dangerous animals for the most part, because they just won't be inside this area. So it is nice that we can kind of box off this entire part of the map. Now, the downside is we'll get drop pod raid and mech clusters and all that in here eventually. And also stuff like the anomaly stuff, we'll get the various stuff popping in. I'm actually curious if I build my stuff packed in tight enough. If we'll run into the issue where, like, it displaces my buildings or something to make it happen. Heat stroke. Oh, it is 103 outside. That is fair that we're getting heat stroke. Let's pop in here. Drop a passive cooler here real fast. To offset that a little bit. Void Curiosity. So Sniper Spice has begun to fixate on the Void and wishes to investigate farther using the Void Provocation Ritual. Use the Void Provocation Ritual to discover and capture entities. Captured entities are studied and to complete anomaly research projects or connected to Bioferrite Harvester to generate Bioferrite. Research Void Provocation, then place a Psychic Ritual spot to perform the ritual. Okay, so what's going to happen here in just a minute is we're right about to hit an ad break, and I need to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, make some dinner happen, all that. So since the ad break's going to happen anyways, it's a good time for me to do that. But thank you again for so much for tuning in, and I will be back here in just a couple minutes to pick up where we left off here. And thank you again for tuning in. So I'll be back in just a few. Refuel your car. Switch, throw the switch to change. I want to put you away. That's probably fine. And so the door appears to be just open. It's called an outpost. So let's try opening the door and peeking in and see how it goes. Oh, I hate it. Never mind. That's no. Let's be coal crabs. You're mechanical crabs. We can be friends. All right, we'll reload that. Yeah, not enough mana. Oh no, not this again. Okay. Acid is super dangerous. Ow. I should have learned my lesson. Yeah, this has happened before. We'll see if I can actually get the cheesy strat off again. Which is when he comes here, I'm going to kick this statue at him. It might be wedged, though. Got him. Screw you, Steve. Getting all mad at me, digging holes and stuff. You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. Killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. Oh, would you look at that? No. She does not put up with people who kill her guards. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. I'll disarm it by doing that. All right. You're not better than anything I have. No. Okay, wait. What? Well, not entirely sure what happened, but you know, okay. Yep. Really? Wait. Can I? Nah, I probably went too far. You momented too early. Oh, was there a moment? That would be it. You got a clip? Yep. That would be the one. So everyone is here. We just beat our all-time record, which our old record was 111,220 zombies. So we have exceeded it by 1. And we had done that in 1 year, 2 months, 8 days. So we beat that quota, like that record was about 2 in-game weeks. And there was the gifty subs. Let me go ahead and get those actually called out. So Gusty OP, Father Lemon, Sneaky, let's see, Sneak EDTS, Dar Scorpius, and Charlester. You all have yourself advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you so much, Pretty Big Ooh, for gifting those emotes a channel. Thank you. Something has happened in our world. Something is really bad in our world. Oh no. What has happened here? So I'm gonna hit escape. Where are you? Clear all raw resources. Yes. And it's all better like nothing ever happened. There. There is our winner. Hey buddy, I need a volunteer. Do you volunteer as tribute? Okay, do not instinctively stab. Fall over. Alright. So we make our salad. Welcome, buddy. And we have 121,000. Or sorry, 135, 121. So we have beaten our record. Bad place. Okay, so this is not what I want. Oh, this is not good. This whole area is compromised. Don't screw me, game. Okay, are we done with the compromise part? Okay, that was not a good time. Get our next batch of watermelon ready. Oh, jeez. Oh, I thought I actually got away with it. When she got most of the way back up on her feet, I was like, wait a sec, did I literally just get away with this? Zidian's like, yeah. Okay. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! I forgot how much of an impact that all has on your animation speeds and everything. It's like, we'll just grab the jacket, it'll be fine. We'll toss it on. I approve of this disaster. This is a straight up disaster, and I am here for it. You don't get to have a name yet. Let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. No. I'll just... Oh, right. And I am back. Oh, yeah, didn't have way too much fun. Rip, Twitch moments. Never mind. You never cared for them? Yeah, Twitch moments are kinda cool, but it was one of those features I'm like, okay, if you did more with this, it'd be really neat. Like, it's cool to, like, get, like, the little badge saying, hey, you were here for a special moment kind of thing. But, it felt like one of those features that they kind of did the thing to start and then didn't pursue farther, and then was like, oh, well, people aren't using it. It's like, well, yeah, people aren't using them because you gave us a button and then you didn't do anything with it. I got Donkey Duff with the 120 stream streak, getting an extra 450 points, so thank you so much for that. Catching 100, all those. This mark, yes. For those who don't know, Twitch Moments is just fully going away. Like they've already been winding it down, but it's just going away. I feel like it's not only Twitch. There's just a lot of there's a lot of stuff that they start to poke at and then, you know, kind of just don't maintain. And you get it. It's like, okay, is it worth me taking the time to do the maintenance on this? Or like to upgrade, maintain, whatever this? Maybe, maybe not. And so you do like a trial initial version or whatever to see if people really go for it. And then because you didn't add all the features, people don't use it. And so it never takes off in a big way. Kind of defeating the whole point. And that happens with a lot of stuff. Like the stream together kind of stuff that Twitch is pushing real hard, which they're supposedly actually working on all that. They keep wanting to try and promote more and more like group streams and all that, because a lot of their analytics show that those streams do really well from both a monetization as well as like a retaining viewership on the platform side. So Twitch genuinely has a vested interest in those being a thing. So they're trying to do stuff to encourage it. But it seems like they put an idea out there, they get into like its beta phase, and they just kind of let it sit and see what people do with it. And then don't do much to advance it. And then abandon it. That said, they are continuing to invest and grow on that. Yeah, like the moments, exactly. Moments were neat. I liked them. I wanted them to do more with it, and they just never did. And that's basically my comment, is that there's a lot of times that people try, you know, it's a strategy people use with like producing products, which is you create your minimal viable product, and then you just kind of go from there and see how it goes. We could create something real quick to max out that badge. Well, that's what I was going to say, is it kind of was one of those things that became a meme that there were people who just want people to have the badge so they'd have these, like, the moment everything. Like, oh, we cracked a good joke. Let's do a moment. And so the badge became pretty meaningless. Versus, like, the moments I did was when I tied my record in Product Zomboid to set a moment. And then there was, like, I had set the, like, we did the world record run when I actually got to, like, the character died world record. I did a moment for that. There's like one or two other times I did moments for like stuff that felt like they were meaningful accomplishments in the channel. Yeah, you have two moments, your personal best death and your birthday, that's all that was phased out. Yeah, it still technically exists, but yeah, they're getting rid of it. It's one of those things, like, I'm kind of bummed that it's going away, because it felt like one of those things that they could do a lot with it to make it interesting, and they just didn't. That's how I feel about featured clips as well, is that's one of those things I'm like, okay, that, to me, I think featured clip is a great idea for functionality, but they need to do more around it. Like, I want them to do more for surfacing the featured clips. I want there to be more means of encouraging clipping on the platform, so far as like actually reminding people to clip stuff. I do know there's lots and lots and lots of tools out there that are now using artificial intelligence to try and recognize moments that are, you know, clip-worthy or whatever you want to talk about. Yada yada yada. And I do feel like they need to work on all that. They'll have food poisoning, which is really hurting us getting people in position. Okay, so I just needed to get the donkey sorted. So we can hopefully... Please don't cloud watch next to the links. That way the ghoul can eat. You could actually make money for them. It depends how they play. That is not really what I had in mind. That's on me. You need to get out there and help immediately. You try to get in position in time. I think you'd be too late one way or the other. Score another hit. Score another hit. Please, please, please. Oh, you did the stupid thing where you're like, I'm in danger. And then... Alright, come on. Ghoul, get in there. Yeah, still queued up to be hunted was what got me in trouble there. Yeah, so you got scratched up good. Because I set it to hunt, because if I didn't, it would have gone allow after it died. You still can't delete clips you created. Looks like the only channel owners and editors can do that now, which is crazy to you. Yeah, I haven't run into that while you're vomiting, so don't do that. Why is everyone... Oh, everyone's hot. And then we don't have this room done yet because of lack of construction and all that. That's fine. We're going to get ahead on the mining, and then we can go from there. Let's see, you're responding to the other person. I also don't feel like monetizing it would work out well. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the thing. The idea that you can't delete clips feels weird. Like, I know it's a thing that if I, as the creator, feature a clip, it's supposed to stick around even if you try and delete it. Like, that is supposed to be a thing. But also, what? How is this not getting cleaned with 2 of you set to clean that? Oh, I mean, it's because, like, 3 of our people have food poisoning. But yeah, like that's like one of the things they need to do with clips is if you hit the clip button and do nothing else, it shouldn't keep the clip. Like you should hit the clip button and have to hit OK or save. I am fine with it being that you can programmatically create clips. So like have a thing where I could hit a button on my like Steam Deck and all that to do it. But that kind of thing should only be for like channel owner, editor, maybe moderator. But everyone outside of those individuals should need to do like an extra, yes, I want that clip to save. Because the number of junk clips I get, because people use that as an instant replay, is super annoying. And I get it, they want the instant replay, it's like, you know what, let's let them, like, make that a separate feature. Make that a feature that's like replay where it, you know, jumps back 5 minutes or 1 minute or whatever time. You think it's to save server storage? Before there are basically 2 copies of every clip, the one owned by the channel and another owned by the clip owner? Yeah, because like you can already scrub back and go and look at what happened a couple minutes ago in the stream, if I'm not mistaken. But they do need to open it up because people are using the clip as an instant replay, and that like it has side effects is the way I would refer to it. So they need to deal with that. Because the thing after stream, you look at your clip thing and you got like, you'll have like 6 or 8 clips of however many clips you got for the stream, and you'll look at them, there'll be like 1 or 2 clips that are like, oh, you know, one will be you were talking about something that a person wanted to review later. And unfortunately with how much the clips base on everything and people are using the random clip stuff, if I have a random clip that's just me, you know, going, hey, in Project Zomboid, yeah, you want to avoid doing this because that, I'm going to delete the clip because, unfortunately, for the marketing side of clips, which is what I as a creator want them for, those clips going on replay on random channels makes for really bad first impressions of your channel. It's just not interesting. So I end up doing cleanup of those. And then you've got a ton of clips that are like literally someone hit clip by accident or whatever. And so it's a clip of basically nothing. And you're just like, all right, well, that's a thing. And it just seems like you're absolutely cursed when people have those like random play clip things. They almost always choose that kind of stuff. You can go ahead and grab the mining book, the cooking book. I'm not going to use the tox generator in the first place. Go ahead and take these worn out clothes. And I think we'll probably keep the money. Did I get a second book? Yeah, we did. It's over here. You like the idea of hit yes? Because there's lots of people who clip by accident as well. Yeah, and that's all it's saying is you push the clip button, it brings up the window that shows like, okay, you're trying to clip, you know, set the range or whatever. And I would make it so you have to hit the confirm before it becomes a clip. That's all I would ask. Let's see, number one priority of them should be making it so a clip isn't created until you press publish. Right. Now, I'm down with it for if you're an editor, the broadcaster, maybe not a moderator, that you can bypass that, but only if you're in those roles. Just so as a broadcaster, when a clippable moment happens, because you can't always count on your communities to clip for you, I have had a button to push to like clip a moment and then go back and usually what I ultimately do is I would go to that moment, find the actual range I want to clip, do it correctly, and then delete my old clip. I should use markers instead, but markers don't show up as easily I'd like them for going through their UI to do the clipping. So to me, that's like, clipping is great functionality. It has a lot of use. It's great for helping build up channel visibility and all those kind of things, but it needs a little bit of a feature polish. So that's kind of a thing. The biggest thing is just the fact that you push clip and you don't get anywhere. Why is my cook not cooking? Okay, you are cooking meals. I was like, why are these bodies being butchered here and not getting anywhere? Cool. That's what I was making sure. I just didn't want those bodies to rot and then the ghoul to get all mad because it's hungry. And we just genuinely don't have... Like, we just genuinely have let the bodies rot, so the ghoul's food is going. Let's see, you had to do that many times, go back to the VOD and creating another clip because I was too late for the beginning of the clip and it didn't make sense anymore? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it happens. Absolutely, it's an entirely normal problem. But yeah, that is one of those things I try and keep on top of. Just there are a lot of channels that when they shout you out, it shows a random clip. And there's definitely people who discourage that or also encourage that. It's one of those things as I as a creator have no control over. And usually those tools aren't smart enough to only play like featured clips or anything like that either. So it's just one of those things you kind of accept that you're going to need to handle in some way. I'm gonna put the both of you on 2 for cleaning because it's not getting done. You want to go up here, zone, clear that home zone for now. Berserk because unsightly environment. Well, are you a good melee person? You're decent. So the ghoul's not as likely to kill this person, but very likely to win the fight. So you're gonna let the ghoul beat up Noah. Excellent. That went perfect. Yeah, it's not too bad. Make it backfire when you play someone's clip and it's very inappropriate for your channel. Oh yeah, that absolutely is the thing too. Where you've got your chill channel and then you've got a clip plays and it's just someone screaming or something like that. That's the reasons why I don't do it. And plus, you've seen plenty of times where it's just like the clip they present is that. Not said, I'm not gonna go anyone challenge like don't do that. Like that's a bad idea. Everyone has to make their choice, and there are pros and cons. Like there are people who do genuinely appreciate that because it is a way of promoting other channels. But yeah, it'd be one thing if like pretty universally on the platform people were good about clip management, but honestly, I can probably count on one or two hands the number of creators I'm aware of on the platform who actually do a good job of keeping up with cleaning up clips. Like, I do my best to keep up with the clips myself. Just going back and cleaning them up regularly. But, it is very time-consuming. But it's worth doing as a creator. Because, like I said, you got the people who... You're throwing a fit because you're tired. Okay. You could just go to bed. I mean, basically the big problem we have right now is food poisoning. We don't have a good cook, so a lot of people got food poisoning. And then, you know, food poisoning causes them to be hungry and in pain, so it leads to lots of breaks. Refugees are leaving. Good. Get out. Quest completed. Cool. Alright, well, someone's gonna have to jump up in priority to clean. That'll... You're never gonna do it. That'll have to do. It's good to stay on top of deleting clips, because digging through clips and watching every single one to see if they should be deleted later is painful. Yeah. Well, that's, even if you stay on top of it, you'll have people who, like, I'll have my day off and someone will go back and watch the VOD, and whether they intentionally or accidentally clip, you know, you'll get these clips on your day off, and then you'll go to your next stream and say, okay, show me the clips from the last 24 hours, and you'll realize you got that clip between those two streams. And it can be easy to miss stuff there. I honestly wouldn't even have a problem. Like, this would need to be a setting. I wouldn't have a problem if it was a thing that, like, you could have it where it would show, like, effectively not a notification, like, it'd be a notification, but, like, you could have, like, a kind of a pending with your clips, be like, here is the pending of the clips you've approved or not. It's not that you couldn't find the clips with that, but, just that you'd have, like, hey, here's the clips you haven't yet said yes, no to. And then if you said yes, the clip, like, it would just be, you know, you just know it's there, and then no would be a way of effectively getting rid of it. Alright, so we can make carpet now, because we had a book on carpet. Go ahead and delete that bed. And this bed. Meanwhile, they basically mined out everything but the uranium, and then there's some compact machinery over there. And then I haven't bothered expanding that because of what we got going on here. Let's have you pop up here, make the containment room. Skill too low. Yeah, so we've got those set up for once we have someone available to actually construct it. Oh, you can't construct it. What construction level do you need to build that? 7. Well, at least you're close. Alright, well that's not my favorite. Yes, this is the same problem we ran into last time, is our construction person is our growing person. And that just ends up being such a bottleneck. Bioferrite harvesting. Okay. We'll do bioferrite shaping next. Meanwhile, Randall Thor is getting the uranium done. And then once they get that in the compact machinery, then basically they'll have caught up everything. And then we're just not going to worry about any mining for a while and let them just work on other projects. I probably didn't need to have them do all that mining. It was just get all the valuable resources out there. In fact, let's hold on that compact machinery for right now. Since that way, this could just sit on the ground out here and I can grab it whenever I need it. Because we really need to get these rooms set up. That's half of why we're having all our mood breaks. Is just the environments are a mess, people are getting food poisoning and making them worse. I thought I set you to be higher so far as cleaning. Yeah, so it'll be up to Randall Thor to do it. They'll finish mining that uranium, and then they'll start cleaning everything. In the meantime, let's actually have them clean the barracks. Because the one thing you see the most forgot that biofuel generator required construction level 4. It'd be too funny if his pawn would be at like level 3 and 99%. Well, at least with something like that, you can go smooth a wall. Just a random wall, go smooth a wall, and then suddenly you're good. We're not quite halfway to 7. So we're just gonna have to live with that. Because I definitely want those good walls there. Let's also make sure, I bet you, do you have a home zone down here? We do. That's probably eating up time. I also don't care about a home zone here. Or here. That can stay a home zone. The containment area, that could be a home zone. Oh yeah, all those hemogen packs out there. Okay. Manhunter pack. A boom rats. Not my problem. A mega sloth is self-tamed. Don't you just stay out there. I will slaughter you for your food later. Right now, I don't want to deal with all the boom rats. Okay. He just let him build a bed and get to that 4. Yeah, no, downside is I don't think I have anyone remotely high enough handling to keep the, yeah, 6 is not enough to... Why did time slow down? What do you know that I don't know? Okay, I mean, no one got injured. That was weird and random. Okay, so with this, Randall Thor should work on cleaning and then hauling after that. And then if there's nothing else to do, they'll construct. Oh, you're gonna open that door. Noah, buddy, pal, friend, listen. Listen, you don't want to do this, Noah. I can't really stop you. You don't want to follow through with this. You are going to force a situation that I don't really want to deal with. I'm just going to hope that your go juice addiction that is slowing you to the speed of molasses will be enough that the boom rats will be sorted long before you get there. Good invert. Okay, so when I click clip, you can see publish button. That is relevant, or is that? Yeah, so it is irrelevant. Basically, once you if you make any adjustments to the clip, it will it'll publish whatever you adjust it to. But if you just hit clip and then close the window, it does still make the clip. All right, get everyone in position. Noah's gonna open the door. Noah's gonna do the thing. Get you in position. Anyone else behind it? You're gonna... There you go. Cool. And rescue them. And then animals. Sorry, Mega Sloth, but I can't keep you tamed. I don't have enough of that. But yeah, so it is one of those things that when you click clip, even if you do nothing else, you just close the window, a clip is made. That's the thing most of us are complaining about. Is you should have to either like go in and then hit publish, or like I would even be okay that when you clip something that you could, as a content creator, say you have to put a title on it. I would be okay with that too. I feel like that should be an option, not a requirement. But the thing is, like, you want people to clip stuff, but the fact that you just hit clip and it just sticks has so many side effects that it's just, I wish it worked differently. Okay. Yeah, that'd be a terrible result. Because that's the only big thing I want, is I want it so if someone just pocket bumps clip or hits clip and then changes their mind, that there's not a clip I have to clean up after the fact. And the worst thing is, most time when I bring that up and I was like, you know, you kind of ask your audience, like, hey, please, when you, like, don't just hit clip for, you know, the, instant replay. It, you know, it causes problems. And a bunch of people, as a joke, start hitting clip to make a bunch of junk clips that then you have to clean up. Which kind of sucks. Alright. Noah's been in your colony for so long. Yep, the refugee who never gets to leave. To be fair, they're dealing with go juice addiction, and it's just causing them so much problems. Go juice addiction is one of the worst addictions in the game for just making a pawn completely unusable until they recover. You know, as disable clips for your channel, then enable them later. Oh, I wouldn't want to do that. Like, that's the thing. Clips are actually important and valuable to your channel. It's just the fact that clips are generated when you click the button, even when you don't confirm, commit, or whatever. That's the problem. Can I just make you bang on that for me? Go hit the car. You're now gonna add into the group. What is your issue? The issue is mostly you don't have positives. Because no one is getting this built. Cool. Anything else I need you to break? I mean, that's just what I can do with the ghoul for right now, is just send the ghoul around. The stuff you can't deconstruct is have the ghoul smash it all. Yeah, I'll worry about it later. That's gonna take you too long and then you'll stay drafted, I'll forget about it. Yeah, how you mostly deal with addictions and withdrawals, either imprisoning them until they're off to keep them sedated. The issue is it was a refugee, so if I imprison them over it, now I've effectively imprisoned a refugee wrongly, and as a guilty party, that would cause me to start having problems with everyone having mood breaks because it'd be seen as, you know, basically being an awful person or whatever. So meanwhile, what I'm going to also queue up is let's cut across here and put in a fence. Couple tile of bridges to do the same thing. And a spot up there. So the idea is straightforward. I'm just basically taking this area, this will be our farm, and the alpaca just run wild back here so they're not eating my crops. Because there's more than enough down here for them to eat where they don't need to be eating my crops. The deserter, we're not doing that. I don't want to deal with the royalty either way, as friend or foe. The good news is we are getting our research done. So while it does feel like, you know, the base building has ground to a halt, the research is getting done. So we are getting towards geothermal and all that. It's just a matter of I don't have enough pawns to keep stuff going right now. Once Randall isn't at a break, though, also, because we stopped mining anything else down here, Randall should be able to start filling in the gaps in our skill set. It's just early game when you're short on pawns. No matter what you do, something gets left out. Please, Noah, get the heck off my map before your malnutrition knocks you down. There's a lot of dangerous animals out there. The other good news, we're starting to get to the point we're going to start processing alpaca. The ever slow, never leaving Noah. I'm expecting them to go down from starvation, like right by the edge. I have to drag them back and patch them back up. Monolith study progress. Enoch has made progress studying the monolith. The structure connects normal space to the void, a dimension hidden in the substructure of space-time. Some powerful mind in the void is leaking influence into reality. Enoch wants to study the monolith farther and learn more. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Cool. Okay, Noah is finally out of here and is no longer my problem. Oh yeah, no, you're all good. It's fine. Like, that's the reason I have the message. If we ever get to the point that so many people are applying or whatever to join that it gets spammy, I'll figure out how to do what some of the other creators in my circles have started doing, which is like, it'll queue up and it will like do the message every like 10-20 seconds so far as like when someone's queued up. So if we have 5-10 people all queue up at the same time, it'll wait like 10 seconds. It'll be like, here's the 10 people who joined the queue. And all that. I debated also having it whisper people when they were already in the queue. But I found there's like, because you can disable whispers and there's all sorts of side effects you can run with that. Alright, so Randall Thor is cleaning and hauling now. So it's at least something getting done. which I do kind of want them to work on that, but I also want them to get construction done. It's fine. What we're gonna do is for Randall Thor, let's go ahead and deprioritize those for now. So you actually get construction going. We've gone way too long to not have more buildings made. Okay. Yeah, so we'll fence this in so that the alpacas stay out of here. We will continue to let the number of alpaca grow. They'll become our source both of wealth and well, for wealth, meat, and for material for clothing. So that's the reason why I like alpaca. They can also caravan, which is good too. That's one of the reasons why I like alpaca very specifically, is they are one of the more versatile animals in the game versus there are animals better at kind of all of those individual things, but not many who can do a bunch of them. Like Muffalo are also pretty solid. For the Muffalo wool, you can also get meat from them, and they can also caravan. But I've personally found I like the alpaca more. I'm sure someone would be able to sit there and be like, yeah, but if you actually do the math, the Muffalo is clearly superior to the alpaca. And it's like, that's probably true, but also I don't care. I genuinely don't care. It's also those things that I find the alpaca on more tile types than the Muffalo. Oh man, we're finally gonna get table chat. It's all finally coming together. Ghoul starvation. Oh, not the boom rat. I was deliberately trying to delay hunting again because there's just a lot of dangerous animals I could accidentally hit. And my luck is I'd absolutely bullseye the rhino, and that would be that. Please don't shoot past the rhino. Okay, and just like that, we have hunted those animals. The ghoul gets some snacks. Our cook gets to cook a little bit. Time for some D&D. Oh, berries rot away in storage. My brain was reading that as berries cause food poisoning. I'm like, but why? We have cooked meals. All right. Once they build that piece of wooden fence, then this becomes one giant pen I don't have to think about in the short term. Oh hey, you're actually deconstructing things? Oh, am I out of wood? That actually caught me by surprise. I guess I am out of wood. Yeah, go ahead and just cut down the trees in this area. That should be plenty for right now. Except that one, I guess. And the alpaca population continues to grow. Transport pod crash. Okay. You're gonna be hard to save. You're a fast learner who's got almost no capabilities, with the exception of plants. I don't know if I could successfully save you in time, but I'm gonna try. Oh, right. You're going to be considered a prisoner. I need to make a dedicated prison room already. Try and be fast about it. Are you going to bed? No, you're tending. Okay, that's fine. I was like, don't go to bed right now. So, the issue is, if I let this be a prison, now we can't use it for using the table either. I could use them. I mean, fast learners, so they can't violent. Oh, they're pacifists. Never mind, they can get out. Yeah, I was sitting there. I didn't realize they're pacifists. It's like, you know, okay, they're terrible at combat. And they got a lot of things they couldn't do, like caring and social. And I'm like, but I can work around that. But yeah, like being a pacifist as well. It's like, ugh. That's a little bit of a hard sell. I'd rather just take the standings. That is a real terrible tend. Could you stop? I need you to not get all these infections so I can get you out of here so I can get the standings bonus. Alright, we are also growing way too much food for what we need. I'm avoiding the temptation to start queuing up the next buildings because I need the current ones to get done. But I think the next building is we're going to start making our first bedrooms. Guarding you. Okay, so you're willing to give me a colonist who is an annoying voice bloodlust person who is capable of plants. You're not making much friends. I'll go for the goodwill. Oh, you're another prisoner? I should have read. It's fine. See, here's the deal. Your prisoner here is genuinely a better person than you're offering me in return. Like, that prisoner there is solid. Like, I'm kind of tempted to just steal them. Because they can do animals, cooking, and mining. They have Recluse, Brawler, and Optimist. The Recluse won't be the best for them. But Brawler, Optimist, I can live with that. I don't really need more melee when I have ghouls and all that. But still, having someone who can mine, cook, and animals lets me split up responsibilities. We'll see how I'm feeling as it goes along. Oh man, you're gonna be here for 19 days too. I might literally try and recruit that out from under them and just take the Empire standing hit. You're probably gonna die. I would like you to be able to get up, please, if you don't mind. I just need you to be good enough health to get up, so I can take you over the edge of the map and have you leave. Because I'm pretty sure you're gonna die to that infection, and I can't help you. Yep, they're dying to that infection. Well, that's a bummer for you. Alright, a bunch of the alpaca now have, sickness. Let's actually change these beds to medical. Yes, this one's unfortunately super dead. There's no way for me to save them. I've already got them queued up for release. They crash potted on here and patching up their injuries. They got infections and died. We have no real good doctors, so it's not super surprising. It honestly looks like they're catching up, but those first 2 bad 10s were all it took. Hey, geothermal, finally. Alright, so geothermal locked in. Let's go ahead and get our next stuff sorted out. I'm not going to go over here to the precision rifling right away like you did the last time. Let's plan for the next thing. Let's go ahead and get sterile materials going so we can get a hospital early. But in the meantime, power, geothermal, plunk that down. Let's actually just delete this heal root field because I've got the other one up here. And then I'm not going to bother walling this off until we have stone getting cut. Yep, that's fine. Up. The ghoul is like, I got myself a snack. There. The ghoul got rid of that leg infection. Don't worry about it. Leg no longer infected. Actually, we could close that door. Furniture. Visitors have items to trade. What's your deal? Awful barracks. Innocent prisoner died. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Okay. So we're still learning tree sewing. We learned carpet making, so go ahead and take that book from us. I'm not worried about the jetpack. The medicine would be good. Ghoul doctor, best doctor. Exactly. The ghoul knows what needs to be done to treat the patient. Alright, meanwhile, I need to be able to... Can one of you guarantee a rest? There we go. Because what I want to do is I want to move them from there up here so that this is no longer prison. So we can keep that moving forward. We're just going to shove them in this back room here for right now. Ate without table, disturbed sleep, comfortable, yada yada. Alright. So that'll be good, so we can keep moving this way. I could potentially, in the meantime, reinstall these beds over here for a minute. Put more production stuff in here in the short term. Until we can get the next room built. We'll see when that happens. Major break risk on Randall Thor because innocent prisoner died. A daze is fine, I can live with that. Meanwhile, let's shrink the rice field a bit. Because rice is fairly laborious. And we're gonna go ahead and switch that over to corn. Because corn is very low amount of labor for what you grow. It takes the longest to grow, but it gets that. But so you got some opponent with incurable brain injuries. Give them the death refusal, kill them. Let the ghoul eat that. Well, so you can't tell the ghoul what part to eat. So you would need to probably remove their legs, their arms, and then eat them. You'd be better off just killing them, remove the skull, and then that'll solve it. So it's one of those things that, like, unfortunately, because you can't target and prioritize with consumption, you'd need to do an operation to deal with it. There's lots of ways you can do that stuff where you can kill a person, use mech resurrection serum or whatever, to bring them back from the dead, and it solves their problems. I mean, nowadays, it's almost worth it to just do your research up until you get the biosculpting pod, and then just do that to fix their brain injuries, because that'll fix most of them. Randall Thor keeps going to sleep for just a second, and then getting back up, and then going back to sleep again. There we go. It's just like weirdly glitching out kind of thing. And one issue is I am growing way more than I need to. That's probably fine, though. Keep nibbling to the head's gone? Yeah, but you also have to preserve the body. Yeah, my point is more, you would have to have a pawn who has the death refusal already on them, and you'd have to do, like, have the ghoul there, and you'd have to wait to do that. Like, certainly that is an option, but realistically, in most scenarios, you're gonna have many better choices, like, many better selections to deal with it. Like, just generally, if you're at that phase of the game, that you're getting the death refusal, you're probably over here in the biosculpting, bioregeneration as an option. It would honestly probably take you less time than letting the ghoul just nibble on them day after day after day after day. And of course, with the way the luck would work, you get down to the head, and then the ghoul would finish eating them all in one sitting. And you'd be like, come on, man. Sad wander, because innocent prisoner died. I missed what that one was. View quest. So we've got someone with paralytic abasia. They could get us a book that teaches us pemmican and gets us jade. They can give us things that give us construction and mining skill. In this particular case, I could use either, but it's gonna be 23 days, so I'm gonna actually take the goodwill. Because food is not presenting much of a problem. So very genuinely, I'm perfectly content just sitting there and doing that. Trying to think of the other things. Like, we're holding a prisoner that, like, they're a prisoner or whatever, that they're part of a suspicious thing, and we're just facilitating. We've rescued people. Like, I haven't been organ harvesting anyone, I haven't been cannibalizing anyone, I haven't been doing slavery. Like, very genuinely, we're not doing much that one could argue is negative. Like, don't get me wrong, there's stuff you do that's kind of awful in the game. But, like, in this particular run, I can't think of much I've done that I would argue is bad, negative, or awful. Because, like, context, we don't know what's going on with this prisoner. They may be a murderer or something. We have no context of what they've done. And the innocent prisoner died. We tried to save them, actually. It was they got infection from their wounds. So we bandaged them up, and we queued them up to release, and it's just they got infected, and they died from their infections. So, like, I actually arguably was doing the best I could for the prisoner in that moment, because I could have just let them bleed out in the dirt. It's like, don't get me wrong, it's still RimWorld. You know, stuff happens. But, like, I can't think of anything that, for me, I normally do in runs that's worse than slavery and cannibalism. Because they generally don't organ harvest either, which would be the other really awful one. Like, don't get me wrong, when we were doing the ritual run where we were like, we were playing one of the awful things, yeah, we were stealing people's age and all that, yeah, that's terrible. On the moral compass, like, what's worse between that and, like, eating people? I would say it's worse, I'd say it's worse to eat people than to steal age from them, but that could certainly be a discussion point where I could see people going either way. Oh, come on. Yeah, so, I'm gonna need you to go outside and get ourselves a snack. Yeah, no, just out of curiosity, what would you say are things I'm doing that you would feel are worse? Eating a person, they're already dead, but literally taking from the years of their life someone else to deem them more important. Well, that's the thing. I did that with the ritual run because we were doing that. I mean, the ritual run, we did all sorts of awful things, but that's literally, like, I'm not playing the ritualist ideology because of that very reason, that it kind of forces your hand to do awful stuff. Like, that's what they're around doing. You look at the ritual options, and very few of the ritual options would you look at and be like, that's neutral, at least. Okay, so we got tox grenades and a pistol and 2 clubs. Is you with the pistol any good? You are good with it. You with the clubs any good? You're okay. But yeah, so that's one of those things that, like, yeah, for the ritual run, like, it's not that I never do awful things in RimWorld. It's just, by and large, that's definitely more the exception than the rule. Oh yeah, no, but that's, to be clear, JD, there's like no, to me, there's no point in having a discussion which one's worse, because I feel like that one ends up being way more subjective than objective. And back inside. That's one down. Now, as far as the ghoul eating people, I mean, it's basically a zombie, so that also gets confusing. But it's not that I'm hunting down, killing people for the purposes of feeding the ghoul. I'm being attacked by people, and then once they're already dead, it's like, okay, well, the ghoul's gonna do what the ghoul's gonna do. It'll literally do it if you don't stop it. Come on, actually hit him. There you go, two good shots. Where are you? Are you shooting at Randall Thor? Alright, so we hit you as well. Alright, duck back through here again. Because honestly, we've got 2 of them that, Oh no, it's just the one. I hit the one the second time. Of course you'd shoot over this group. Oh, Randall Thor got tagged twice. Got a permanent injury to their eye. Let's just get you back out of here. Of course, you stepped out from cover, you took a hit. So with that, go ahead and do this. Do not allow them to go through the door, please. Because the one here is gonna go down in a minute from that. I can probably get you caught up in the middle of stuff here. We definitely didn't come out of, like, I mean, we came out ahead where we knocked one of them down and didn't get punished for it. Yes, this one's done. Geo's done. What's your melee skill? Alright. Permanent eye injury. Let's see, if you... I say, if you want your remains to be properly handled, then maybe don't attack people with a pet abomination. Yeah. I mean, but it's also those things that don't go out of the way. Mostly we take the bodies and we just dump them at the tree that eats meat. And that's not, like, that's... There's hard to have, like, a moral equivalent because it's just not a thing we have in the real world. Yeah, so you're beginning your attack. That's fine. Like I said, you're getting ready to fall down regardless. Oh, yeah. You separate on your own up there. Perfect. Allow the door. Hey, go get him, boy. Go get yourself a snack. He's already hurt. And the rest of you, get up here and help if you can. Surprised you haven't fallen down yet. Come on. The rest of you, I should have already had him in position. Excellent. I'm not worried about actually finishing them off either. It's good enough. Oh, the ghoul's hungry. Yeah, so like the ghoul on its own will just hunt people. You go get yourself a gun. Oh, it's a bio-coated revolver. Come on, it's a revolver. Bio-coating? Really? Royal Tribute Collector. Did they have any gear we wanted? No. Meanwhile, production. I need wood, that's right. That's why these things aren't getting done. You need a suitable weapon, which is unfortunate because that's not going to happen. And you're fully healed. You're still doing our research for us, that's fine. I need to cut down some trees. So pretty soon we'll probably be able to get an extra person, and when that happens we can start getting a lot of this sorted out. I didn't check. Do we even have any romantic possibilities here at the colony at all? No. Ah, it's because the entire colony is nothing but men. I understand. Okay, so did cut down some trees and all that. Let's get these bodies hauled, so that way if the ghoul needs to eat, that's available, as well as just dealing with that in general. Okay, everyone's fully healed, so that's good as well. Biocode's a wooden stick. It feels like that. It's like, ah, I've got a wooden equa. Biocoded. You're like, what? What? Look, man, it's my personal equa. Just because it's a pointy piece of wood with maybe some stone on it doesn't mean it's not, you know, not important to me. Alright. I think in the future, I'm going to go out of my way to avoid ever allowing my growing person to be the same person as my construction person. I have been bitten by that too many times, having not great results. We're definitely not doing the thing where we launch ourselves off using the royalty. Because I know I could, like, massively cut back what's being grown, but we really aren't doing that amazing on food either. Is it my growing person? No, my growing person is not my handler. That's fine. Spits on rock, now the rock is bio-coated. Feels that way sometimes. Alright, well while that's going on, I'm gonna eat a little bit of my food that I got over here. Because I'm hungry. And we are just kind of waiting for the game to give us an opportunity for another pawn to help balance things out. Alright, so what do you got this time? Attacks immediately. Melee and Molotofs. Okay. So ideally, I want to get that one into melee as soon as possible. Are any of you really dangerous? You both suck at melee. You're really good at melee and you're nimble. Fortunately, you're not using a melee weapon. I really need you to pick up the pace. Alright. So get over there, Randall Thor. You two get in position here. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah! Please, please, please. Get there, Loon. Okay. Let's back you off for a moment, because you really aren't suited for this. Alright, scoot you up. Alright. And again, there's no survivors, so there's no one to capture. Okay, so just some bruises. That's what I was hoping. Oh, you actually did get a hole in that wall. You know, could you please not stand literally in that hole in the wall? You're missing wood. What did we... Oh, I guess we only bit one segment of wall. I'm just surprised. Really? That little bit of wood is just gone already? Okay. Alright. Go patch the hole in the wall. Before we get too far, I need to secure that door. Please, please stop botching it. That's 4 botches in a row. Come on, man. Wildlife. So you can get those. Let's see, I'm in a state of perpetual boredom because you can't decide what you want to play. There's like 6 games you really want to start. I mean, honestly, when you get to that, the point is kind of one of those situations where you don't even worry about what you want to play more or anything like that. You just start one. Like it's not even about which game you want to play or whatever at that point. You just start one, you force yourself to play it for like an hour or two, and that's usually enough that you can get into it, or ultimately it means you you're not really that into it. You get the idea. Yeah, or roll a dice, or however you want to go. But yeah, that's definitely one of those ones you just kind of like, you leave it to random chance, you just start one, and then once you get absorbed into it, it's not a problem anymore. And Sniper Spice is our farming person, so I actually have them hunting right now. They're gaining some combat skill. We'll unset the others. So that gives us some meat for the ghoul. It lets our cook have stuff to cook with and butcher. You're kind of surprised you wait so long for electricity. That's always their first priorities when you start. Oh, I've got it set really early, but I don't even have my barracks set up. It's the problem I have is split between my farming is my construction person, and I have one person who's doing dedicated research, and that already knocks out all but one of my pawns, who unfortunately sucks at construction and all that stuff. So it's basically one of those kind of things, because I still need someone cleaning and hauling. Now, when you're doing like a solo pawn, you just let his stuff go. But yeah, so it's basically small number of pawns dealing with that. Normally by now in the game I will have acquired another pawn and it becomes not an issue. But yeah, no, electricity isn't that big. Prison break. Oh, actually, you're kind of a dangerous pawn. Alright, we're probably going to accidentally kill this pawn, but they are actually tough enough. There is a pretty good chance they could win against our ghoul. Give me more wiggle room. Come on, ghoul, get in here. Do you have enough food in reserve to switch to corn yet? No, I'm doing corn as well. We don't have much food in reserve. That's kind of the thing. Because I'm splitting all the attention there, it's just more and more of a problem of just anytime I switch the character to do one thing, something else is not happening. And it's just a normal problem you run into if you have a pawn that is splitting primary responsibilities in your colony. Alright, so we got them all patched up, so we're good there. Like, if my distribution was different, it wouldn't be a big deal. Alright, Dark Scholar. Cool. You are a psychopath who's fast learner, amazing at researcher, and can do construction. Have lots of surgical scars. You know what? That is good enough for me. You're going to be welcomed in the colony, and this will help tremendously because that means I'm going to have a dedicated construction person. Which is what I've needed. Alright. The Dark Scholar slouches in place, lifeless and silent. Only his eyes seem alive, as he can look inside you. He says this is where he belongs and asks to stay for a while. His tone indicates he will not take no for an answer. Yuta claims to be gifted in the dark arts of animating dead flesh. He can turn corpses into hideous flesh beasts. He may be useful to you, but you sense there's something they're hiding. Alright, welcome, friend. Alright, so let's go here and draw who gets to be this person. And this will be Draconic. And we're just going to go ahead and go here. You're not going to worry about that. We will have you help. So you construct. You construct and you research. That's what you do here. Because with that, now we should actually get construction done. That's basically what we've been waiting on, is just for the chance to finally get someone who can fill in the gaps of what we're missing. Please don't immediately botch all your construction. I'm not asking that much. I just need you to not immediately botch all the construction. Roll the dice. Time to start Pacific Drive. Excellent. Really good choice. Because even if they build really... You are building really slowly. What's going on here? Do you have, like, bad manipulation? No. Alright, whatever. Oh, it's a chess table. Yeah, those take forever to build. Oh, you're gonna need a sleeping spot. For right now, it's gonna be a regular sleeping spot. But we're gonna get you a bed and all that. Actually, you can don't put that there. Put furniture, sleeping spot in here for a moment. Production, wooden stone cutter, furniture, chairs. And meanwhile, while they're building that, we'll get someone doing some stone cutting, which will be another thing that'll get lagged. Distress signal. Look, man, I gotta keep my own fires dealt with over here. I don't have time. Because it means I gotta send one of those two, or probably both, which would mean I believe my cook and my farming person would both go, and I just don't have the bandwidth for that right now. Okay. So I finally got the table sorted. Let's go to our growing person. And knock down those priorities a little bit. I think that'll do. We don't need those mining. Okay. So that way they can work on cutting instead of growing necessarily. So they'll cut down trees first as I need it, then they'll go to growing and so on. So we get a little bit more of a balance there. But now we should have a lot more bandwidth to try and get stuff progressing forward, so hopefully this base doesn't stay as stalled out as it's been. We are just having our alpaca population go completely out of control. It's fine. They are going to become a source of food for our ghouls so that I don't have to constantly hunt and haul and do all these things. Cool. Yeah, so when we notice we start running out of wood again, then I'll turn around here and tell them to cut down some more trees, move on with that. But the hope here is we'll get this built right away. And once we get that built, man, you're getting... What book is that you're getting the, Still getting stats out of? Sterile materials. Okay, so after sterile materials, let's get advanced lighting. That can be very useful for biotech. Let's move that so I can actually get around to it without dropping silverware, just like I did. Excellent. Perfect. I'll deal with that later. Sorry about the noise. Yeah. It was just the way I'd left it when I took a bite. It was kind of hanging over the edge of where my hand needed to go, so I went to move it, and I knocked the other silverware off when I did it. Which is a certain irony in the attempting to prevent dropping silverware on the floor was the thing that caused me to drop silverware on the floor. Okay. Yeah, so once these start becoming adults, we should start getting a rotation of alpaca to butcher. Major break risk on you. Are you kidding me? Is your ideology tree hugger? You're gonna be pretty inconsolable around here. I'm gonna be honest with you. You, my friend, are not gonna have a good time. Yeah, so we have basically minus 26. That's just gonna be locked in because of their ideology. What's so bad about dropping silver on the floor? I mean, you now have silver on the floor. And, you know, that's a whole thing. So you gotta pick it up so you don't step on it. And hopefully your floor is clean, because otherwise that can get really gross. Which my floor here is pretty clean, but it's just one of those things. Extra flavor in the next bite? No. What I am going to even do is I'm going to try to do a conversion ritual. Yeah, I got about a 57 chance of positive result. Then I'm gonna go replace the fork. The fork I dropped in the floor. It's not like you got a shortage of silverware. Masterful, excellent. Only a 47% chance, and we instantly change their ideology, so that now they're no longer unhappy. And we also converted the prisoner too. So with that, what I'm gonna go ahead is I'm gonna go ahead and leave it on this, and I'm gonna run downstairs real fast and be right back. Alright. Because there is no point on eating dust or whatever else gets on your floor if you haven't swept it recently. If it's silver, don't worry about it. So, don't get me wrong. What are you doing? Oh, it's just they changed the room layout. Okay, it's like, why are you taking this person out of there? Like, don't get me wrong, silver does have properties that make it so germs want to stay away from it kind of thing, but it's not like having an instrument that's made out of silver. If you expose that silver to something that has germs, it doesn't instantly wipe out all things. Not like in the time frame that you're gonna like, oh, I dropped my fork, and then you shove it in your mouth. Like the silver's not gonna do anything meaningful in that time span. Now it's different if it's like you have a shelf made out of silver and you're coming by the next day, that will have impacts that will get rid of some of the germs. But even that is not one of those things that, like, just because it's silver, germs can't exist on it. It just kind of discourages. It's not worth rolling the dice with getting sick. You hear the whole thing about like what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, And while I can appreciate the sentiment about like you having lived experiences can make you a stronger person and yada yada yada, in the more literal sense, a lot of things that don't kill you do not make you stronger. They actually make you more susceptible to disease and injury and health problems and all that. You know, your body, there's a lot of things that have long-term negative consequences. So it's just not worth rolling the dice, getting yourself sick for no reason. Alright. We still have hunting pretty high up on the list, because the ghoul's getting hungry. So yeah, brought cool fun. Alright, bioferrite shaping. Cool, let's get disruptor flares next. Which we'll need to make room for in here as well. We are out of wood again, so let's go over here. Knock down a handful of trees. Oh, and they're finally getting the geothermal done. Exotic goods trader. Cool. Alright, major break risk on someone. I'll deal with that in a minute. Okay. What do we got going on here? We got Prinzel's blacksmithing. So that give me smithing and the toxifier generator. That's worth us grabbing. Tree sowing we already have. Cooking and shooting. That's a good book. Do I have stuff I can give you worthwhile? I really don't want to give up the bioferrite and the shards. You know what we can do? I can give up a couple of the alpaca. That'll do. Because I still got some more. That's fine. So haul that book. And haul this book. And Enoch has completed study of the monolith. The structure is a conduit that links the void. In the reality, under every point in space-time, the void is inhabited by a vast machine intelligence with terrifying complexity that surges with a nightmarish, inhuman rage. Its influence creates horrors in our world. Awakening the monolith will fully open the conduit. With the channel open, Enoch believes he can reach through and link to permanently close the conduit or find a way to harness its dark power. Cool. Alright. So the geothermal is coming online. Then after that, we'll be able to get other stuff knocked out. Get a bunch more of these trees cut down so I can get those built up. Forlorn refugees. Okay. They do have a child with them. So that does mean that I don't have to worry about them betraying us. So let's go ahead and set all that. You stay in the secure perimeter. We actually have a competent doctor in their group, which is quite the concept. Honestly, I'm down to let you help with the construction and the mining if you'd like. You honestly probably help with the construction there. Don't worry about hunting. Don't worry about hunting. You focus on cleaning, and I think that's good. Meanwhile, we're going to need to put down some more just sleeping spots. We are slowly making progress to getting our base together. Bills, cut any stones forever. And then this shelf, storage, clear, and important meals. All right, so we've got that built finally. So let's go ahead and queue up the next one. It was slate and marble. I am going to be picky again about this. We're going to go ahead and get marble going. We don't have marble yet. They'll get there. We have someone who's crafting, right? Not really. No. The answer is basically no. Okay, so what it is. I would like to get a person crafting. We're not quite there yet. All right. Let's make that a bit longer. Because I'd like to make the rooms out of stone, but without a dedicated crafter, that's going to be a real slow process. Not everybody needs to doctor now. Yeah, but those are refugees. So what's going to ultimately happen is they're going to be here very briefly, and then they're going to leave. So I don't feel like taking the time. Yeah, they're not going to be here for just over a week. So I'm just going to kind of leave it alone. Meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and choose security, slate. We don't have the slate yet, but we are going to queue that up. And do not put a roof over it. We'll want to get things switched over from what they are now, so stop fueling that fire. Stop fueling that fire. Go furniture. Wall lamp. And get those set up. And once those are all sorted out, we'll get those handled. We definitely want to get switched over to stone as fast as we can. I just need a crafter, which ultimately means I basically just need more people. We can go ahead and get power sorted out, so we'll do this. Not that spot. Okay. And we can go here. And then finally, I want to go all the way up here. And what we'll do for now is I have the invisibility detector thing. Let's chuck that right over there in the corner. And wall off that spot so that if stuff attacks, it doesn't go and immediately destroy my detector. Okay. And with that, let's go to furniture, double bed, side tables, put this down, and we will use slate floors for here when you get the chance, as well as furniture, and put a light in the room. Because I'm going to ultimately use the marble for the walls, and we'll deal with that when we get there. The big thing here is going to be there's a delay before we're going to be able to get brick cut because I'll need a spare crafter, which means someone will have to get freed up. Now, I definitely don't want to take our person off of research, and we don't have our grower. Advanced lights have been researched. That's excellent. So with that, let's go ahead and do research on smithing so we can start getting towards machining. Okay, so with the people who try to join, if Riri tries to join, we're taking them. They're the doctor. They're super immune. Just a scar. You are well. Actually, I'm saying who we'll take. If they ask to join, because we are guilty, we'll take a mood penalty if we don't. Anyone who wants to join, we're gonna try and bring him along. Okay, so I've got the lights on in these other rooms. So we no longer need to have the torches doing the work. Alright. And food-wise, we're still just doing okay, not amazing. It is what it is. How much longer till we get rid of you? So you have 7 days on you. 7 days on you. 14 days on you. So basically, we've got a week on 2 of the people we've got here. Sorry, a week on 4 of the people we got here, and then 2 weeks on 1 of the people we got here. So that'll help, because that's basically we got a bunch of people who are consuming food but not able to chip in. That is causing a strain on our stuff. Yeah, so we do have all this block that's been collecting on the map because we haven't deconstructed everything yet. That's fine. Sorry about that. Okay, and you can breach convert. So work on Vaughn, because they seem to be the easiest to convert. Considering that was a 50% conversion, like 50% in one hit. And we're gonna try and convert them all over for the bonuses to our ideology. Randall Thor is upset because awful barracks. That's fine. I'm working on it. We're quite literally trying to build rooms right now. Alright, so set owner. And this is now Randall Thor's room. So they stopped complaining about the awful barracks. Let's go ahead and queue up another set of wood walls. And that'll be another bedroom. Built there. And we can go ahead and get ourselves a light here. And we can run the power conduit into this room. We're also going to go to our furniture lights and out here in this area. Put a light covering this whole area out here. Alright, so little by little we're going to get this all constructed. We are using up all the bricks that we just had laying around on the map. Go over here and just say floors. Clean that up. Alright. And I have to wait to see what slate we've got left with all that. Okay, cool. We got a party. That'll help boost morale for a little bit. So that's good news. I also need to get this floor. I'm trying to avoid just chucking down wood floors, especially since to get more wood I'm gonna have to cut down more trees, which we are due to do again. That's bad, is what that is. Okay, so orders, harvest it if you can. Don't allow sowing, just harvest everything you can right now. Meanwhile, we can go to temperature and say campfire here and there. We got no time. Literally within 2... My god, cold snap. Calm down. Well, that's not good. So we're probably gonna end up hunting dangerous animals here in a moment. Because we were simply not prepared for that. And we're like, we're literally out of food already. So that Mega Sloth is going to be on the menu. To get everyone together, we're hunting a Mega Sloth because we're out of food. Run small. What are you? Oh, I clicked the wrong button. I needed you to keep shooting. Keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running. Come on. Okay, they got a miss. Yeah. Oh, we shot our own person. That is... Okay, move everyone up as fast as you can. Because you just about killed the Mega Sloth yourself. I need you to kill it now. Okay. Loon was getting right about to die there. Alright, so you go hunt that... Oh, you're already hunting it? Good. Cool. So we can get the Mega Sloth out of here real fast, get ourselves some food. We'll wait till Loon TK fully recovers, and then we can put another Mega Sloth on the menu. Extreme break risk on you. Why? You're wielding a knife and it makes you sad. Well, then stop it. Okay. Oh, orders. Chop trees. They're not gonna last long anyways. Because I really need you to build those fires. Are you... That's probably fair. Okay, so you've got some trees being chopped. Go build that fire immediately. Go build this fire immediately. Okay, so that'll help with the freezing to death. Are you gonna be okay in there? Yeah, you seem to be fine. Alright. That did not give us very many meals. Masterwork end table. What is your construction at that you're pulling off Masterworks? You're at construction 9. That's surprising. Okay, so you've already mostly burned through the entire Mega Sloth. We made our meals and have eaten them all. You're still recovering from your injuries. That's a really rough cold snap, not gonna lie. The fact that it instantaneously wiped out all of the plants even before I got a chance to harvest them immediately is pretty rough. I mean, that happens when you get a cold snap going into night where it has a chance to get the cold before everyone has a chance to wake up. When we wake up, we're going to kill the next Mega... Well, actually, we're going to kill that turkey, but we're also going to kill that Mega Sloth there. Because I'm going to need to do a lot to try and maintain all this. There's the turkey. Okay, so we're all harvesting stuff. Okay, so let's get you in position. Alright, so this will actually work out. You hold the door. You're fine, you can get out here. Cool, so you've got that. Eat your food real fast. And we got our Mega Sloth. So that's a bit more food on the old menu. And that'll put us in good shape. Alright, so we've got our next room sorted out. So let's set owner to Ionek for this one. And then queue up the next room. So despite everything else going on, we are making meaningful progress on getting people out of the production room and into their own bedrooms. Now we actually have some refugees, like, fill in the gaps of what we're missing. I know I don't need to run the power cable into each room like I'm doing. The hidden power cables don't get the bzzzt event. Whether that was a deliberate or unintentional decision, you know, people dispute that a lot. But the point is, it doesn't. So I don't have to worry about it. I can just run the cable in there, and that means it's a little bit more able to manage a bunch of different problems you can run into. Anything that we can hunt that shows up on the map, we're going to do it. The only ones I'm a little... If I have to go and hunt the rhinos, I'll give it a shot. Those could be more dangerous than the other ones. But, we'll see. We also have the opportunity to potentially eat some of the alpaca if things get desperate. I'm going to wait till we completely run out of animals to hunt worthwhile before I start doing that. We also have boomalope down here that we could realistically hunt as well. Go haul those components that are in the water. Honestly, the alpaca might start running into starvation problems because the cold snap killed all of the plants. Oh, we'll switch the owner on that one next. That'll go to Sniper Spice. I kind of wasn't expecting them to get through that quite as fast as they did. Let's also queue up cutting down more trees. Psychic Soothe, that'll actually help us. We are pretty much out of meals again. Are you cooking? Okay, so you are cooking. Got 2 more animals we can hunt out here. Alright, we can go to you. And we can reform her ideology because we converted enough people to get them all under the fold. Alright, so let's look at reforming. I don't think I'm going to worry about changing the meme right now, because I could definitely see going transhumanist later. Prolicizer is usually just an easy one to deal with. We're definitely not going to do Tunneler or any of these ones. But instead, for the moment, we could make it so let's go ahead and add on. Oh, I'm gonna do 2 of these. We're gonna make it so we have love is free, and we're gonna say we love insect meat. Because that way we're probably gonna see a lot of infestations before this runs over, and it just gives me another food source. So that'll be good. So to keep that rolling.
Thank you Chaotic Awesomey for subscribing for 24 months. 2 years.
And Chaotic Awesome getting their tier 1 sub for 24 months. 2 heckin' years. That's basically forever if I last checked my notes. But thank you so much for supporting the channel for the last 2 years. That is incredibly generous of you. It really does mean a lot, and I do hope you enjoy your advertising-free viewing as well as access to the email. So thank you so much for all that support. Like it's one thing when people support the channel, but when you have people who've been around for a very long time, like it does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that continued support. Alright, so the other thing I need to do is I totally forgot I need to run power through this room as well. So let's cut power through here. Of course, there's a single tile of mud that I cannot go through.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
It's fine. So, I'm curious, if I build a bridge here, and I haven't done this, if I build a bridge for that one spot, if I'll be able to put the better cable on. Because I don't want to put the regular cable, because that will make it a position that will constantly get the bzzzt event. Alright. Oh, and we got another bed already ready. So this one's going to go to Sniper Spice. And that means, and then this one goes to Draconic, and that means all of my actual colonists have beds in their own bedrooms. They don't have flooring yet. They're not quite that privileged, but they do actually get to have their own bedrooms now. So we are getting there. All right. And we can go ahead and we'll probably put like an ideology room or something here in the middle. Or it could be the storage room. That wouldn't be a bad choice either. Meanwhile, I did forget to put power and a light down here. Did I get this in position? Okay, it is in position. That way, if anything invisible tries to come in the front door, we'll get the alert that we got some going. What are you gonna do with the beds? The single beds? I'll probably make a hospital. I haven't decided where. Realistically, I should put it up here somewhere, because we'll be getting into fights with all our spooky, awful things living back here. And it'll probably get stuff in a fight over here. Once I start actually cutting enough stone, I should get like some kind of kill box or something going over there. Or some defensive position. The last time I just left it like this, and that's what got us killed, was a Neanderthal raid just bullying us at our front door. Had I had like a proper shooting area, I could have knocked a couple of them before they closed in range and probably would have been okay. This cold snap needs to go away. Because not only do I need to keep enough food to survive the cold snap, but there's going to be a span of time after the cold snap before we have... Okay, so cold snap's gone. Is there any berry bushes? We get trace amounts of food from the handful of surviving berry bushes. You've got sewing turned back on. The colony from yesterday died. Neanderthal raid. So they just it was a straight up fight. They were extra tanky. We only need to knock one more to get him to retreat, but unfortunately just... They did the thing where they knocked down our melee line and then just slowly chipped their way through our people one after the other. Get them to start going into the actual beds. The good news is they should be out of here relatively soon. Two more days and we get the handful of people who are still here out of here. Okay, so that's a problem. We got a lynx here. So let's just get out of here real fast and just get ahead of this. Because that lynx is going to end up hunting our people. So I just need to get on top of that and be like, yeah, lynx, you don't get to be alive anymore. Sorry, lynx. It's just the way it is, man. Okay, I was expecting it to hunt us. So the rhinos are still really dangerous, so we're gonna leave those alone for the moment. But there is a really good chance I'm gonna have to take a go at them. Because food is not in a good place. I got some ambrosia here as well. That'll help. The alpaca population continues to grow. Got a raccoon we can make into food. Right, snipers. Well, actually, we have Vaughn here as well. I think it's still too cold for them to grow stuff because of coming out of the cold snap, and that's why we're not getting anything sown, because we do have sowing turned on. We have a raid showing up. They're gonna prepare. So they're all melee. Okay, so it's not a great place for them to be fighting. Let's see what we could do to thin the numbers a little bit before they start pushing in properly, because we don't have much in the way of firearms to go after them with. So my hope is I can poke out this door, fire off some shots, poke back in. Well, actually, we'll hold the door just to make sure people can get out. You know what I can also do? Let's use our turrets on this one. They're all melee, so they're gonna all hug the turrets, so even if things go in a rough way. So you two have the turrets. Let's have you poke out here. You get ready to hold the door. You pop up here. I think it was supposed to be two separate groups, but they got piled on top of each other because of it. Yeah, so we sacrificed our turrets, but I think that was a good use of the turrets. Because honestly, I think trying to hold the door with one melee pawn and that many was asking for trouble. Those little portable turrets are great against melee ones. Because even though, like, oh, come on, another predator. So the problem with the predators is I have to fight them pretty early. Because with nothing else for them to eat out there, it means anyone who walks outside suddenly becomes their food. Okay. And sorted. So that's fine. More food for us. Which is good, because the speed they're going through the food here is really something. Alright, so we're no longer looking at snow. The temperature's starting to get a bit better. I'm hopeful that we'll start actually getting stuff planted now, because that really needs to happen. Butcher the animals. We've got 3 of them here. Just trying to get all it sorted. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so we've got a bunch of meat here real fast. We can get some meals made. Maybe. There's not a whole lot I could do about a lot of this down here. It's not the same colony as last night. We had a really rough Neanderthal raid, wiped us out right at the start of stream. Like, I think we were only like half an hour in the beginning playing the game. It wasn't like a huge group. It was just like 5, but you know, it was like 5-on-5 kind of thing. And they just had better melee and just pushed through the ghouls. So even though I knocked a couple of them while they're going through, then it was having people who weren't as good as melee try and just tie them up while the people who, you know, my best shots stayed back and just did what they could. And just, like, slowly got chipped through. Neanderthals are actually, when it comes to raids, they're actually pretty scary. Please focus on crops that actually give food. Yeah, no, it's the same problem I have right now, is I only have 2 people with ranged weapons. The other one we had more ranged weapons, but it was, like, short bows. So we're already in a better situation range-wise than we were in the other one. We're working on trying to improve it, but the cold snap wiped out all of our food, and we're just kind of really struggling from here. So are you all grouped up? Yeah, you're all grouped up. If they were spread out, I'd be a lot more comfortable with hunting them. We probably need to, because food is getting dire. The good news is you have what? Yeah, less than a day before we have 4 people leave the colony that are temporary people. Which will help ease the food problem a little bit. Because they're really not contributing on the food. They are contributing on the construction. But the food front, we're not in great shape. There's not a berry bush in the entire area with berries on it. Okay, so we are going to have to make our choice. Do we go after the boomalope or do we go after the rhinos? I'm going to go with the boomalope. I'm going to run back into the water. And then the idea of why I'm running into the water to fight them from here is if we get lucky, they'll get into the water when they get knocked. And they won't have to deal with the fire. You destroyed every part of it, but not made it dead. So honestly, with you... Actually, not you. Randall, you go deal with that immediately. He's really not doing much to help with the whole hunting side of things. Smithing is ready. So let's go ahead and go for machining next. Cool, that time it didn't get burned. Awesome. Only one more. I would rather not shoot past Randall Thor if I can help it. Okay, the other two aren't going to be needed. Cool. So you extinguish that one's fires. You haul that. All right, someone's already hauling that corpse. Someone's already hauling that corpse. You haul that corpse. Please don't stand in the fire to eat. Luna's like, I'm hungry. I don't care about fire. I'm gonna stand right here. Go ahead. Oh, you're still on your way. You go ahead and haul that. Where are you? There you are. Okay, then just do your own thing now. Alright, so we got all the boomalope. That actually means the only animals back here are my own. $21, okay. So that's good. So that'll give us food. What is Ionek up to? You're shearing the alpaca. That's one of the things that's cutting into our food time, is as the alpaca population's going up, Ionek is our cook and that. So let's actually take Ionek, we're going to take the handle, we're going to deprioritize that by 1. So that way Ionek prioritize cook first, then handle the animals. Because that, frankly, is the priority. Tantrum, you're going to go smash random furniture and items because you observed a corpse. Alright, refugees are leaving. Why? Oh, wrong person. I was like, why can I not take them to the shuttle? Okay. Alright, so that's going to be 4 people out of here. So that reduces the burden on our food a lot. Okay. How much longer do I have you? It was 7 more days now, right? Yeah, 7 more days till the last person's out of here. And I believe that was also for a bunch of standings. Yeah, so the only animals left on the map are the rhinoceros, so if we do run into a problem where I have to get more food, I'm hunting the rhinos, which have been sticking together, which is my fear, because if they stick together, the issue I run into is I can get them both to aggro me. One rhino aggroing can be dangerous enough, especially when I don't have a lot of firepower to throw at them. That said, if I can get where they're up here, I could potentially shoot from max range. If it aggroes, run in, reposition, and hope for the best. Draconic Dork. No. 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 I wanted you to be here forever. No. Fine. You're like, I don't have anyone in position to arrest him even if I wanted to. Well, that's interesting. I haven't had that result. So that was the mysterious scholar or whatever their title is. So they showed up, they hung around for a while, and then they left. The problem is that was the person I had take over construction. You're killing me, game. At least you stuck around long enough to build the bedrooms for everyone and get that sorted. So all things considered, I'm not upset about that. I would have rather you stayed around, but at least you came in, you got some stuff we desperately needed done, and then you left. And you helped us make some really good progress on research. So I'm not, like, all in all, it was good that you showed up. That said, it would have been really nice if you would have stayed. I'd really like you to prioritize sewing things I can eat. I'll always go back to, I really wish RimWorld would add the opportunity to be able to say, this is priority 1, this is priority 2, this is priority 3. So within stuff like farming, you'd have, okay, grow, do that first, then that, then that. You know, so that way you have both. I still want the priorities we have now, just as an additional functionality. Solar flare, that's fine. So all in all, we have gained 0 colonists this entire time. Please, game. Please. I've actually not, other than like kidnapping people, like kidnapping refugees, I've really not been given any opportunities to recruit people, for the most part. Alright, so we got a bunch of terrible weapons, so it is time for you to go ahead and collect all of those knives and all that junk we've got. Take the tox grenades, take the fire. So that's all good. All of that gave me only $72, but you know what? That's fine. It's junk not filling up my map. Take the go juice. Can I afford a decent weapon from you for 300? I mean, I get a bolt action. That's not nothing. No, I can't get a bolt action. Yeah, I don't care about the tox generator, so take that. I can get the bolt action. Well, actually, can I get all the way to LMG? No. Is there more I can sell? I'm not selling the other books. I want the other books. Let's get the bolt action. And let's get a couple medicine. That's what we can make happen. So with that, Randall, you finally get to have a weapon. Let's talk to you again. So I happen to have this new knife. Well, never mind. We don't actually have it yet. That's fine. Actually, go haul that medicine in. You'll leave it out there forever. Why do you have no power? Why do you have no power? Oh, solar flare, right. Sitter's like, but it should be working. Okay, so now my hope is I could hidden conduit over that. Yes, that's what I was hoping, because I didn't want to have one spot of conduit that would be exposed and targeted and constantly have the power failing in our containment area. Because that would suck. And I want to deal with it. Alright. So I've got some meals sorted. As long as I can keep getting like little rabbits and stuff like this to hunt over here, then we'll be okay. We're also going to sit there. Our alpaca, we're starting to get the point of enough alpaca that we'll start knocking them down. I do have them set to automatically slaughter when there's too many adult males. Eventually, I'll probably do the same with the adult females. I was like, I can only keep this many. I don't really have an idea of how many alpaca I can sustain out here. But the goal there is to basically have the alpaca work as a source of wool, a source for caravanning animals, and a source of meat for the ghoul, so I don't have to like constantly hunt forever. What else do you do, Randall Thor, that you're hunting? Oh yeah, that makes sense. So honestly, that means I could deprioritize hunting on the person with the shotgun. We'll let Randall Thor work on their shooting skill for a while, because they're not good at it. They're really not good at it. Please don't hit the rhino. Okay, so we're actually getting construction done. Let's plan to make a obnoxiously large... Sorry, an obnoxiously large room for our storage. It's gonna be a very tall, narrow storage. A very unusual shaped storage for my runs. But It'll still be a storage room. It's fine. Because of that, then I can get the storage out of this room and into here. And once we get all that moved into here, then that'll free up our production room a little bit more, so you get some more production benches in there. And that'll all kind of slowly help make this all come together. It is a shame we're still building out of wood because I just don't have someone to spare for crafting right now. Because one of them is the researcher who's going to be researching forever, and the other one's my grower. And construction person. So, just kinda SOL. We just get to live with it. And I know normally we'll have done a poll by now about what game we're switching to. I don't really have another game I'm currently thinking about playing right this second. I'll try and come up with some stuff over the day tomorrow, because tomorrow's my day off, so that Friday we get some more options on the table. Okay, so we can have an attack of 4 imp archers. A telescope is a big win. A shooting intellectual book 12 is really strong, because getting shooting 12 from just reading a book is nothing to be upset about. That said, getting a telescope as an extra form of recreation can really help with mood stuff. I feel like I want the telescope. I also feel like we can handle 4 archers, because we don't necessarily need to kill all of the archers for it to matter. Did it say how long? 1.2 days. Let's try and go out there and hunt them tomorrow. And then the next day is when the actual attack will show up. Because we could also potentially get lucky and capture someone. You know what we can do? There. We'll have an actual prison now. A terrible prison, but a prison. Oh, you're hunting? Oh yeah, I guess you planted everything and we're just waiting for it to be available for harvest. That's fine. I'm down for you to continue to train your combat skills. Please don't shoot the rhino. Please stop shooting past the rhino. I beg you. You're gonna give me a heart attack. I wish there was a there was a thing like a checkbox for under hunting being like, don't shoot near danger. You're killing me here. The rhino is just constantly between you and what you're shooting at. And I don't want to have to like literally, you're going out of your way to stress me out. Go over here, you get better accuracy. Look, it's downed. You don't even need to do that, just hunt it. I'm just waiting for them to tag that rhino and then just die. Oh, hey, don't do that. I actually don't know why you rezoned that. It's fine. I don't need them cleaning outside that wall. So we got all those donkeys. That'll be a bunch more food for us for right now. Okay, they got all that built. So that means it's time for furniture. And we can put a standing light on this end and that end. And that'll be our storage room. And we're just about to get our first of our rooms with the actual flooring down. How much longer do we have on the quest arriving? Paid conflict 23 hours ago. So it's gonna arrive soon. It is gonna be just a straight up fight. But I believe between the ghoul and having better weapons than bows, we should probably be fine, because we probably only need to knock 2, maybe 3 of them. And they are impids, which means they don't take as much damage. The big danger is fire. Do we ever... Oh wait, we haven't gotten the tables and all that built. Is it funny you're watching one of your past videos, some supermarket alpha game? Really like to... Oh, supermarket simulator. Is there a supermarket simulator, or it would be, Okay, so they're gonna prepare. That's even better, because that means I could probably initiate on them. So we initiate on them. Those are our 2 main targets. Yeah, it was fun. I really enjoyed Supermarket Simulator. The big issue for me was there was just some parts of the game that you can't quite... you can't quite fully get what you need out of it yet. Like, there's, it's mostly the, when you buy goods and warehousing. For the moment, those don't have a very, like, a reasonable way to scale them. Alright, so for you, go ahead and position you there. Fire for next shots. Get behind cover again. Let them de-aggro and go back in their corner. I didn't want you. Get them back into position. There we go. Because that's the plan for right now. Peek out, fire off some shots. Once they manage to rally to come to the defense. Get back behind cover. Because you can see we've tagged a couple good hits in here. Alright, we've knocked 1. When I knock the second one, they should just straight up attack. Or they're probably going to attack soon, one way or the other. Because it's either if you do enough damage, you knock down enough, either one will trigger the attack to start early. I'm just trying to avoid any injuries I can. Yeah, because Gareth there is moving pretty slow. It'll be nice when we're not terrible shots. Okay, so they are beginning their assault, so we're going to drop back here completely. You're going to block the door. Oh, right. So we're gonna start pushing. That's fine. Cool. And with that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna run our own people up here to get cover. So put you on the corner. You on the... Here. Grab you over there. Put you with the assault... Why won't... Oh, there's like a tiny tree there. We'll put you there. We'll put Randall back here. Actually, put you here. Put you... Why are you being so weird about where you're willing to let me put you? Put you behind the tiny tree. Have you ready to intercept in melee. Nicely done. Okay, so we've got you here. You're beautiful and capable of dumb labor. You're not the best. Let's go ahead and capture this one anyways. Oh, I forgot to set it for... Oh, it's not done yet. Okay, that's fine. So capture them. Pods arrived. We got the Grapo and the telescopes. Thank you for dropping it inside my room before it's quite finished. That's actually kind of an ideal outcome. Alright, so we walked away with that, where the only injury was 1 bruise, which is about the best you can hope for. And we can go ahead and we'll start converting the prisoner. And we have a relic to go get. We can accept that for now. Okay, do we recruit this person? They are beautiful, which is neither here nor there. Like, beautiful actually ends up being a lot of pain points for your people. Incapable of dumb labor, which kinda sucks, because it means they won't haul and all that. They also don't have any of the things I particularly need up here for all their skill set. They don't have medical. They can do research. What? Who has hypothermia and why? Okay. Refuel that fire. I didn't realize it got that cold. My bad, man. I wasn't trying to give you frostbite. Yeah, no, the no dumb labor is a pretty big negative. Yeah, no, the no dumb labor is a pretty big negative. So yeah, you know what? I think you're right. Like, it'd be one thing if there's no dumb labor, but then they had, you know, plants or crafting or something. But I think in this case, it is a catch and release for the mood bonus. Because they do have access to braziers. You think they're more efficient in a way to heat the room pre-electricity campgrounds? Well, I mean, I already had the fire here. I'm not going to keep this. We actually have electricity. I just don't have the construction people. We're just struggling because these are the only 3 pawns who work. And unfortunately, my construction pawn is my growing pawn. So that hurts a lot. Alright. A policewoman named Natty has crashed a transport nearby. If she survives the impact, she'll be wounded. She's not affiliated with any faction, so you can rescue her and hope she joins freely, or capture her for recruitment or slavery purposes. This is a charity incident. If you turn Natty away, the charity believes will be unhappy, which is everyone. And it is Sniper Spice's ex-wife. What do you think about this person, Sniper Spice? You don't like each other. You just really don't like each other. What is this pawn? Slothful. We are going to save... Oh! And she's addicted to Luciferum. We are going to save her, but also... Yeesh. Oh, I didn't... That's my bad. Yeah, it's like, alright, none of these are... Like, Slothful is pretty bad. Slothful is pretty awful. You can work around Slothful. For example, like, Slothful can be good for a, Like, you can just ignore Slothful if you make a hauling pawn, that like they're just a dedicated hauler, because it's work speed, it doesn't matter. But the Luciferum need is pretty rough. Don't join me. You got that? Do not stay, Natty. You are a pawn I will evict. You know what? I take that back. Let's be ridiculous. If she joins us, we will keep her, and she will become a dedicated, you know, hauler. I don't know if we'll be able to, you know, source the Luciferum to keep her alive, but we'll try. All right, so with this, let's grab all the shelf. Actually, grab this shelf, copy your settings, do this. without that shelf up there. Do this, link the shelves, paste the settings, and then meanwhile, deconstruct the shelves in here. Because I want all the stuff moved into this room. Yeah, so good news is we start with the Luciferum thing. What is your ideology, by the way? Oh, your ideology is also terrible. Can't you have anything not awful about you, lady? Here, we're gonna talk to converting you. We're gonna upset you by trying to convert you, just to make you want to be here even less. Okay, and we're waiting to release you. Actually, don't build the shelf there. Okay. Alright, so this is for prisoners in the future. So we don't have to dump them in our containment room when we start getting actual things to contain. Thank you for deciding to leave, Natty. I appreciate that decision. That decision was a very good decision for me. I actually don't care how it was for you, but for me, I appreciate the choice you have made this day. Because I was genuinely starting to worry that you'd stick around and what that would mean. Oh, actually, I don't need to hunt those right now. Let's not hunt those right now. If we end up needing a little bit of meat, we can deal with that. We're almost, like, we're at the point we should be getting alpaca fast enough to keep the ghoul happy. Good. So, the imp has left. And we're just waiting for Natty to recover to get her the heck out of here, too. Wood is getting low, so let's go ahead and chop down some more trees. All right. Honestly, for the time being, I know I'm going to regret this later. First, let's take these 5 shelves, storage, so unlink, link, storage. We will say important, clear, weapons only. So that's our weapon shelf. And we can go to these shelves. Transport pod crash Marky. There's a child named Marky who is crashing a transport pod nearby. Marky is suffering from paralytic aphasia and is unable to walk. Basically, they will join us if we accept them. Psychically sensitive. They're 11 years old. And they don't really have anything negative going on. They don't really have anything good going on for them either. Oh, wait. Don't capture. Accept. Okay. Rescue. So that'll probably work out for us. Because we can work on converting them. And while they're unlikely to give us any meaningful choices for so far as like our ideology stuff and all that, that could be pretty okay for us because, again, it could be a dedicated cleaning hauling pawn that would still free up effort on other people. No. Well, it's too late. I already cut down all the Harbinger trees. Well, oops. Never mind that. It's really easy to accidentally... I kind of wish it would do the same thing as it does with the anima tree, where when you queue it up, it's like, just so you know, you just queued up to cut down the fancy tree. And be like, whoa, hold up, I don't want to do that. I didn't realize I queued them up until they were 99% done cutting down the last one. Yeah, so downside of this is because they're going to be under Paralichnobasia, genuinely, I'm thinking they might actually age up and not have any learning. But again, not the worst. They got psychically sensitivity, which means if we do rituals, they'll be good for that. And honestly, as long as we don't get a negative trait, I'm pretty okay with whatever we get. Like, even there's a handful of negative traits I'd be okay with, too. We can lock that door open now. Well, we are working on getting that shooting up, but Randall Thor is a pretty terrible shot. So it's probably good that we keep them hunting for a little while. Alright, so we need to get some more of these research benches in, so we can go to the anomaly, bioferrite shaper, furniture, chair, get rid of that fire. It's not needed anymore. Get rid of this fire. It's not needed anymore. Is there any other production shelves? We need the tailoring bench. That is way past overdue. Delete the ritual spot, production. And we can go furniture here. Okay. And I'll try and get all that sorted out. I would like you to leave already, because that Luciferum need is just continuing along its way, and I don't want you here when it becomes too much. Please stop shooting past all the dangerous animals. There's a reason I only queued up for you to hunt like 3 things. Alright. So we are managing to get a bunch of this stuff grown here and harvested, so pretty soon we'll be stabilized. We've got some rice pulled up. And all that. So shuttle has arrived for you. So I'm gonna ask you to please get this person out of here. And another quest done. Alright. So we did gain an extra person. Which we already have a bedroom for them and everything. We still need to get our hospital set up, which, like I said, putting the hospital up here feels like the best bet. Like, making a place to fight over there, keeping the hospital right here, and all that. I'm waiting until we get the stone cutting, though, so I could build a wall around here out of stone. Because I think that'll be worth my time to do that. Are you just going to stand in the corpse rot? I mean, that's your choice. It is modded. There is a mod called Geological Formations. So if we were to look at this tile, for example, I could sit there and say landform, swamp hill. So you get like a little rocky spot in the middle of completely surrounded by swamp. We can go to rift, which is like the narrowest little sliver through a rock map. You've got atoll, which is like a little island area. I don't think I have. I need to get that added. It's Can I quickly see what mod that, like, the name of the mod here? So make sure I get the right one. Geological landforms. Okay, let me get that on the mod list real fast. Because it doesn't really affect your run once you start it, but it does give you more variety. Yeah, like there's the Oasis map and all that. It's real good. So let me take 2 seconds to quickly fix the mod command to get that sorted. So let's see. Edit. Mods. Conditional effects. If RimWorld chat. G The logic. Was it landforms? Let me check again. Landforms. Okay. Alright, now the command should be updated so it gets it right next time. Okay. Oh, I don't have the no research random. It's fine. It's one of those things that, like, I change my settings and my mods enough, and it's usually, like, minor changes, enough that it's kind of annoying to have to, like, constantly update that. At the same time, I do feel there is a lot of value in making sure it is updated, so it's kind of a 50-50 being like, okay, do I take the time to do it, or do I not take the time to do it? Alright, so we've got a lot going. I'm going to continue to push gunsmithing, I think. Because if we keep pushing gunsmithing, we can start going for, like, more of the Hellfire rifles and all that kind of stuff. Mad Wild Boar. Look, man. I could use a nibble. Oh. Hi, wifey. Why would you do that?
Because I love you so much.
Oh, that seems like a reason.
And also because you're very cute.
Yeah.
Oopsie. I eat your neck.
Mm-hmm.
Did you eat food?
I've eaten a little. And then I dropped my fork and had to get a new fork.
You're sad.
It is.
I hope you get over this trauma. I love you.
I love you too. That actually reminds me that I do need to eat my food. So I'm going to keep it on double time speed while I quickly make my food happen. And we'll get back to it and all that. Alright, so we got a new entity discovered, Shambler. We got a Shambler attack of 6 Shamblers. The only big pro and con is I can capture one of them, but only one of them just because I just don't have a place to store them all. So they are a Shambler assault, so they're not going to wait for me to initiate on them. New research available, draw Shamblers. So let's try and initiate, take this one down real fast. Come on, get in position real quick. Please die already. There we go. First one down. So put you here. You can just pile the other ones in behind you. And I do want to capture one, but first I want to deal with them. Stop attacking the rest of my base. I'm out here wiping you out, and you're over here banging on my walls. Please tell me you attack Chamblers. Perfect. Let's, honestly, I'm not sure which one I want to attack right now. Because they're all bad news. Where did the last one go? There was one more Shambler down here somewhere. Oh, it's gonna go attack my alpaca. Okay, and where are you going? You're just making me chase you. Sadly, we only downed one, and we had to finish it off because the Shamblers will keep attacking you while they're downed, unless you pick them up and run. Which I could have done, but at the moment, with how many things are going on back here, I didn't want them to trash my base. Where are you going, man? Like, you're not even attacking my... Like, what are you after? Oh, that alpaca in particular. Alpaca 1? The Shambler really hates Alpaca 1. Well, so the downside is we didn't get to capture any of them because we did make them dead. I'm okay with that though. It would have been nice to capture one, but I'm you know, I'm all right with the fact that we killed them. Like I said, the only one we downed was this one here, and it was continuing to hit us, so it was not worth taking the risk of it causing us more grief. Better to just play it safe and get that sort. Oh, so bills, add bill, make 8 crossbow, not the ceremonial hood. Oh, we don't actually have the other one yet. So make 8 crossbow because it's good.
Thank you Z0PHER for subscribing for 2 months. Unlurks, subs, relurks Rual Gen.
Thank you, Zoffer, for the lurking, the tier 1 sub, which you've been subbing for 2 months, so I do appreciate that. And the relurking, you know, thank you so much for continuing to lurk. It does mean a whole lot, so thank you so much for that. Alright, so let's go in here. We need to get our pants set up on the queue. We need to get a button-up shirt on the queue. We need to get... We're gonna do the lab coats, even though it's not the best. I just... Thematically, keeping all these, like, scary monster things locked away, having a bunch of scientists running around doing it, just feels appropriate. Did you also down the rhino, or did the shamblers? We killed the rhino. Like, while it was tied up with the shamblers, we killed the first shambler, then the rhino, then the other shambler. Because honestly, I think the rhino was the scarier of the bunch. So I just didn't bother prioritizing, because, you know, I figured as long as I could have one target there when it was over, that wouldn't be that big a deal. Can you eat it? The rhino? Yeah, we can butcher and eat the rhino. Alright, I'm gonna prioritize you popping both those walls back together. Did you reset it as a home zone again? Why do you keep... I mean, that one is because it patched the 2 wall holes. Alright. So I've got that. Let's talk to you. Alright. I'm actually going to sell that bow. And just take that. It'll take the tiny bit of medicine I can afford. But yeah, so we can eat those. Technically, if I would have butchered the shamblers right away, I could get twisted meat and you can eat that, but it makes your people real upset. Like, it's... The mood penalty for shamblers is often worse than the mood penalty for cannibalism. Like, it's... They really do not like the, the twisted meat. Alright, so we got our disruptor flares. Let's go ahead, and I think after that one, let's get the ghoul infusion. And we also have room for an advance, so we'll do the serum synthesis. So the ghoul infusion we can use if we ever have someone who pops in who is pretty useless as a pawn for us. That does let us effectively get ourselves an extra person that, you know, they're just... All they can do is melee, but at least they can be useful as melee. And the other added bonus is with a little research, ghouls are actually really easy to resurrect. You don't have to wait for, like, Mech Resurrection Serum. You can actually make the stuff to just bring them back to life when they die, as long as the body's not destroyed. It's about the only big concerns is explosives and fire. Because unlike people, even if an animal kills it, because it's a ghoul and it's considered rotten immediately or like an entity, most, like, the animals just won't eat it. I'm still annoyed with myself for cutting down the Harbinger trees in accident. It's fine. Like, that was actually not a bad position for him, but it is what it is. Maybe I'll get lucky and like, one will pop up here on that one spot there. Because that would be a pretty good spot for, like, right in the middle of the base, just deal with it. We actually cut a couple marble blocks. Just one stack. Please. Oh, you have nowhere to haul that body. That's fair. I guess dumping stockpile over here. Storage, clear, low, and corpses. And then it should keep the good corpses in the other stockpiles. But then the other corpses we could just chuck in the water. So go chuck that one in the water. Keeping goats and willing to give me goodwill? Sure. They're goats. It's not a big deal. Oh yeah, the one alpaca that got attacked by the shamblers. How are we doing with those, by the way? Yeah, we're up to 10 alpaca. And you're getting upset because you're observing lots of corpses. Oh, right, we need to name Marky here. So Rongor, welcome to the colony. You are the child who has arrived with paralytic abasia. So that hopefully you'll successfully manage to get out of being trapped in bed and be able to chip in with the rest of the colony. Let's go ahead and switch. Alright, so we got tree sowing, which is from a book. I'm gonna set this to Rongor. Just cause Rongor to fall down. Alright, that's fine. And then for now, I'm gonna change these 3 beds to medical. But we'll get that sorted out soon enough. We almost have the first room properly floored. What are our mood stuff? We freed a prisoner, we helped people pods, we helped a wanderer. We have a decent bedroom. I need to get floors in there as well, but we'll worry about that. Like, I basically need a crafter. The big thing I'm thinking is, even if Wronger wakes up and all Wronger can do is like Hall, like they just don't have any passions in anything, that would be okay. Because then it could become our dedicated hauling person, and that would let me deprioritize that and some other people. So like this one, we could sit there and have them. Well, actually, they have no passions for anything but mining, anyways. That's kind of the thing is I've got some people who can't really chip on very much. I need someone who can be a dedicated construction person and or a dedicated grower. Either of those would go a long way. So we've got gunsmithing. Let's go for blowback operation. I'm honestly surprised I managed to haul this over here. They'll get there. And Randall Thor is literally doing it as I speak. Perfect. Because that'll improve the beauty of the workroom, which will help out with moods so they're not sitting in an ugly environment forever. And all that stuff. We can go out here, hunt a couple animals. We shot it and it ran off the screen. Please, please, please stop shooting past all of the boomalope. Please, I hate you so much, game, sometimes. I don't want to have to micro that stuff. And I'm just waiting for it to tag, and suddenly 7 boomalope just murder Randall Thor. And it'd be my fault for not microing it, to walk them up and say hunt it up close. Because they like to try and hunt from afar. But still. Yeah, so that's still coming along. We still got all that growing. We got a bunch of berries here. We're making progress. Come on, give me just the cornfield, just the cornfield, just the cornfield, please. There we go. Because what we'll do is I'm going to go ahead and expand this all the way out and around. So that way I have more food on storage that lasts for a while. Oh, we've got a bunch of gazelle out here as well. That's fine. Ah, that's gonna have to be deprioritized more. Oh, that's not gonna... Okay, that's a problem. So basically, as the alpaca age up, there's gonna be more and more of them. We're gonna get less and less research going. So that'll be definitely someone we need to hand off the keys to someone else. Let's hope Rongor gets a passion in any of these things. 'Cause any one of these things would just let me pass off some work onto Rongor, which would just, divide things out more so we don't have one person trying to carry everything. Blowback operation. Alright, so gas operation will be next. So I do have some uranium. So it's 150. And building wall out of it is 5. I don't care. So what I'm doing is I'm going to replace that wall with that. And the reason I don't care is I'm literally working on converting them to not have that ideology. So I'm going to mine through this weak marble wall, because that weak marble wall is going to massively penalize the containment value. I also realized you still have that in there. And we could switch this over to... more reasonable lights. We can put this light here, so that way the hallway's also lit up. Okay, so we're gonna knock out that wall, put uranium here. We're gonna knock out this wall, put uranium there. And then we'll mine up here a little bit. Transport pod crash. A forester named Mayor is crashed transport nearby. If he survives the impact, he'll be badly wounded. Basically, we just need to help them. Are you someone amazing? You are an undergrounder who is amazing at plants. We will want to save this person. I would like you to join us. I think you should be our friend. Mayor, buddy, palsky, broski. Let's have ourselves a little chitty chat chat. You friend, you have been dying for your entire life to join this colony. This is all you've ever wanted. This is all you've ever needed. You really want to be here. Like, I'm not going to force you to be here, but you really want to be here. Trust me, friend. You don't realize it, but you've decided to leave. Mayor, buddy, I saved your life. Why would you do this to me? Why would you betray me in this moment? You were the chosen one. I mean, I chose you. I wanted you to join, but you know. But we're not monsters. If they don't want to join, it is what it is. Now, in reality, I should absolutely, without question, be taking that person and being like, yeah, you don't get to leave. Very, very genuinely, I should be forcing them to stay. Oh no, you have an infection. Mayor, buddy. I think you need to stay here so we could deal with that infection. I think really you should see the hospitality I'm showing you at this moment, and you could consider staying. Oh, an archetype capsule, okay. Why are you... Oh, it's because you're constantly going observed corpses. That's fair. I do miss our Harbinger trees. It'd be really nice if those came back, game. I do apologize for accidentally cutting them down. Alright. So we've got all that. Who is a yeah, so it's a person who does our hauling as our mining person, so that's fine. We can spare them to clean that up. Because now the containment of these brooms will be much higher, because that marble is only 450 health, versus the uranium is 750. Like, ideally, I'd even get rid of the slate walls. Oh, yeah, let's mine out those 2 blocks, too. I'd even get rid of the slate walls, and make it uranium the whole way around. I don't have that much uranium yet. It was an accident, yeah. I mean, it's still not bad. We are training our medical on them, so it's still a bonus. Sheep join animals. Oh, would you look at that? I have accidentally queued up the sheep to not be here anymore because I already have alpaca, which pretty much take care of everything there. Breaking them out So it'd be 3 turrets and a Yetkin. I mostly don't want to do that because I have to send like 1 pawn to deal with it on their own, maybe 2, and just try to do things low. Let's see, infestation are so common anomaly. You have rediscovered your love for mountain bases. Yeah. I enjoy the occasional mountain base. I don't like doing them way too much. I do find it amusing. This comes up as like a regular conversation thing. That there's a lot of people like, oh man, infestation, it's so rough. I'm like, like, it's one of those things, and like, as a new player, it probably is. It probably very genuinely is a very rough encounter. But I usually actually don't find like, of the encounters you run into, infestation is one of the ones that I find way easier to handle. Mech clusters can be real bad, Neanderthals can be real bad, Impid raids can be hit and miss. On one hand, they usually don't have armor, they're usually running around with bows, but when you get the melee ones, they do a good job of like closing in on your lines and just scattering your people with fire. And that can take a raid that should be relatively easy to handle, and then suddenly it just goes sideways, and everything just goes wrong. Thank you. It's good to have you back, Tree. I will never do what I did to you again. I mean, low-key, I probably will, but I don't mean to do it. So with that, this zone is now gone. Get these bodies down there. So that's out of the way, but at least over there, I'm not going to have to worry about my people being like, man, I saw a rotting corpse. So we will feed the trees. Okay, so we actually do still have more wood out here. Are you limestone? Is that what's going? No, you're marble. Okay. So. I'm gonna do that, but I'm not gonna allow it. And then I'm gonna go struct security. We'll go ahead and set this up. And I'm just doing it this way, I can very easily visualize where we're building. Alright, well that's gonna be Mayor getting out of here. Mayor's all ungrateful. Okay, so we've got all that set up. And I'm just mostly setting it up so I can kind of see where I'll be able to build. And we'll plan for the next building to be marble. So we can start converting over to using stone. Because I don't have need for it immediately. But that way start grabbing all these marble blocks and all that on the map and doing whatnot with it. Visitors has few items to trade. Okay, go talk to them. Let's see here. We have tree sowing, so go ahead and take that book from me. I'll take the little bitty cash you want to give me. I'm going to also take the medicine you have, and that's basically all I can afford. And what are you upset about? Slept in the cold, failed to convert. Disease, malaria on Eonek and Sniper Spice. Well, crap. Luckily we did literally just buy medicine. So we've given ourselves every possibility of making this work we can. Do we have anyone who's... Well, Randall Thor is our best doctor. But best being 4 is not setting the bar very high. Gift, so they gave us some gold, that's fine. So that sucks, because it also means our farmer and our cook are offline. Yep. Food binge. Well, at least you treated them before your food binge. The downside is I did just address the fact that our cook and our farmer is offline, and now our farmer and cook, the food they've made is going to be eaten up real fast. And with that, you know, I need them to do the thing where they make the food, but they're also fighting malaria. So that sucks. At least they're winning against their malaria so far. Hopefully the food binge doesn't last so long that we run into problems. Okay, so you're gonna have to help each other. So feed Eonek. Feed Eonek. Eat your own food, go back to bed. Cool. Randall Thor's just not gonna be ready, so you tend Eonek. Eonek tends to you. Eonek didn't do a particularly great job, but they're tending to Rongor as well and going to bed. Okay, so you're no longer pigging out, mostly because you ran out of food. So Randall Thor, I know you're a terrible person at growing stuff, but buddy, I hate to break it to you, you're gonna need to learn real fast. Because that is what... Well, actually, no, you can probably get away with that. Don't worry about it. What I do need is for you to get that preach health up, because I'm worried for Eonek. Well, never mind. Eonek has a 10% lead. It was just a bad 10 that I was a little bit worried about. I think we're okay for now. Because I don't want Randall Thor to cook. Because at one cooking, they're just going to give everyone food poisoning. I'd rather roll the dice with raw food. So we have 2 hours, 1 hour. Okay. So you're feeding the patients. Alright, so that's fine. I mean, so far they're not taking any meaningful penalty to their tending, so we're doing okay. At the moment, though, we're using what good medicine we have. We actually have a decent amount. I lied. Why does it say only 1? Okay, so I have 10 of the good medicine. It's because it's not actually technically in storage. The big thing that sucks about that is the fact that all of our food stuff is now ground to a halt. Do you not have food storage here? So you're cleaning the rubble. Oh, right, because you have prioritized to clean over, overhaul, and it's just taking you this long to play catch up on... Alright, hold up. Don't do that. You do not need to clean that area. Of course, you botched the construction immediately. Yeah, 4 hours, 3 hours. Alright. Glittering building. Sorry, man. I am struggling to build anything. I'm not building you a monument unless the prize is really good. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? How much longer till you age up, and are you hungry? You are... okay. So the good news is they both are sitting at, like, 94% tend. Alright, how are we doing against our malaria? Does anyone need the preach health? You got a 20-something% lead. This is not the time for that. You're attacking immediately, and you are loaded for bear. I mean, it's going to be an all hands on deck, but also I don't feel great about this one. With 2 people dealing with malaria right now, and that showing up, not feeling particularly confident in our odds. Do we have people here who got good shots? You're a decent shot, you're terrible, you're terrible, you're terrible. The good news is they're all pretty... I have a good and awful idea. I'm gonna try to manhunter pack the boomalope and just let this sort itself out. I don't feel confident we're gonna pull this off, but I'm gonna try for it. It's probably not the move I should be going for. But if I can tag one of them, I don't think we can pull it off. I'm just thinking, like, we're probably better off just shooting it out. So let's grab all you, put you over here, have you ready to respond, and just do your best. Okay, so they're starting to come this way. Let's try to bait them into going through the door. So we got the shot off. We tagged one of them. We're retreating to cover, so by the time they react, it'll be too late. Okay, we did manage to pull them this way. We're just gonna have a straight up fight against them. So keep your focus fire on the one in the back. Sniper space, you gonna be alright, buddy? You'll probably be okay. Alright, so with all that, that's good enough for me. They're retreating. You just do whatever the heck ghouls want to do. You two, stop what you're doing. How are you doing? You're not hurt too bad. You're hurt really bad. You go rescue Sniper Spice. Get them patched up. Oh, that is bad for a fire. So Enoch, forget that fire. Ignore that one. I want you to run down here and get to the fire on the crops. Oh, that is a real bad fire. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this under control with just one person fighting it. Especially when I'm going to need you to run back to deal with your malaria soon. Remember to tree sprout, that's fine. So Randall Thor, do not beat out the fire. Sniper Spice has malaria and a bunch of bullet holes in them, so let's deal with that first. No, game, not right. Okay. You. Just hold the door. I'm gonna need you to win that fight. I need you to win that fight. You hear me? No losing it. It's against the rules. Okay, that's fine. Please, I cannot get this under control with one person. One person who needs treatment. Alright, switching priorities. Let's try and protect the generator. There's so many injuries to treat there. Scooch up, deal with that fire. Try and get under control. Scooch down. Nope, go to bed. You're still bleeding. I know the fire's a problem. but right now I need you to not die of malaria more. I can rebuild. I can't remake dead people. Alright, new plan. You're out. Go there. You're in. Actually, let Randall Thor deal with that. I will have you... Boomalope Revenge? But I didn't do anything. You lit yourself on fire. Come on, man. That's... RimWorld. But sorry you're under the weather. I do hope whatever's you know, causing the big bummers to sort stuff out. Alright, so get you into bed. Tend to you. No, get up, tend to you. Feed you. Get that fire under control, please. Good enough for me. You did your job. Rain, please, I'm begging you, man. Okay, so you're still winning by a good amount. I'm doing everything I can to contain the fire, and it's just not working. Oh, that's interesting. Loon TK is being overwhelmed by the fire, and because of it is actually putting it out, despite being a ghoul. Please, for the love of everything, get over there. I am gonna lose this thing because I can't keep the fire from this many sides with one person. But I can't risk having them be out here fighting fires while fighting malaria. Alright, get them down here. The good news is this side will be okay in a minute. The bad news is this other side, I'm gonna quickly lose ground fast. Pray for rain? Well, that's the thing. It should... Oh, it's not gonna rain because we have Grey Paul going, and that'll delay the ability for rain to spawn. Grr. Come on. So the other bummer is that means we lost our weapons up here too. Come on, game. What started the fire? A raid. Raiders started the fire. It wouldn't be so bad, but it's the fact that we have malaria at the same time. That's what's really hurting us. So I can't afford to have these two out here dealing with the fire because it just put them at even more risk of losing their fight with the malaria. Yeah, they're winning for now, but they're trying to treat each other, and it's not... Literally everything is burning, and we have Grey Paul. Okay, so I'm accepting this whole wall is gone. Okay, so we can get this front stopped so I can stop worrying about having to put out the fire on this side. So we can just work on this next. Sniper Spice is coming to help with the fire. I'm going to let him do that now that Eonek is fed and treated and all that stuff. Buildings are wood. Yes. We have been struggling to have... We don't have any crafters available. That's a normal problem at this phase in the game. And for the record, the generator actually does have not wood around it. It's just this outer wall is wood is the problem, and then these buildings over here. The good news is a bunch of mud and everything between here and the next structure. The bad news is we're losing all of our food, and food has been this endless problem here. And there's not a whole lot I could do to slow this down with just 2 people. Starvation on Randall Thor? Well, you're going to need to do that because you're going to have a mood break soon. How are you doing? You're in really good shape against your malaria. How are you doing? You're fine. Yeah, no, I got it. What's up? Okay. You sleep well.
You sleep well.
Take a sip.
Remember to be
What's the
nice.
worst that could happen?
But I'm not.
I love you.
I love you more. Yeah, boy, you came in an exciting time. Yeah, we had a raid dump fire on us, and the issue is I'm fighting malaria. I have a ghoul who can't put out fire. We've got another person who can't do anything here. You need to eat. You're gonna have a meltdown if you don't eat, like, right now. So I know you have disliked food, but you have to eat. Meanwhile, I need you to go to bed to get your malaria treatment. And Ionek's gonna have to step in and deal with that. And we're just gonna have to let the fire burn. That said, we can just forget this wall. This wall, it doesn't exist. It's a pretend wall. So 10 to sniper spice real fast. You just try and spare our buildings. Because like I said, the good news is most of this is mud over here. So I don't need to worry about too much. That's the reason I tried to have you eat. But yeah, so it's like while that was going on, we had a wild boar attack. Luckily, the ghoul was able to handle that. And then one of the boomalope wound up running into the fire, getting itself hurt, and went manhunter because it treated as us hurting it. I need them to treat each other first, and then they gotta catch up on the fire. It's the fact that we're fighting malaria while this is all going on that is the real kick to the pants. Rest until healed. Tend to the malaria. You can't get to the medicine anymore. Tend without medicine. Yeah, so it's just gonna destroy everything in this room, and I don't have anyone to stop it. Do your best. Because it's already in there. If I go inside there, I'll get superheated air, and we'll just die from that. Okay, so it's no longer... Alright, keep going inside. The door gone, it's no longer eternal. Oh, the bookshelf! Get to the bookshelf, get to the bookshelf. Bookshelf important. I don't even want to re-queue this. Yeah, no, well, finally the rain is here. Way to be entirely too late. Yeah, no, that hurt. So we handled the raid fine, but between 2 people with malaria and just all the fire, come on. It just was a bad time. Alright, so the downside is they did completely destroy our entire perimeter wall. The whole thing gone. Every last bit of it. So that's just the way that is. Here, let's actually move that door over there. Which does mean the alpaca are now going to start trying to run away. Because it also destroyed their fence. How are we doing? So we have starvation on Rongor. Please someone treat someone. Eunuch, feed Rongor. Don't major break risk. Who needs rescue? Sniper space? Oh my god, you're losing ground on your on your stuff because you're starving. Eunuch, please rescue them. Well, it's not even a spiral. Like, it was instantly feed them. Jesus, forget that. You have people dying. It's not even a spiral. It was a straight up just drop. Did you actually feed them? You didn't. Feed them again. There's not enough food. Because literally every bit of food on the entire map burned down right there. We got Brosia to harvest. Like, we're gonna die at the 11th hour? Because... Alright, Enoch, you're gonna have to learn to grow real fast. Like, literally it's... Okay, plant cutting. I'm sorry, I have the wrong thing. I'm surprised that's plant cutting. Know that. I need you to do this now, because you will absolutely lose against malaria if you're starving. Nope, don't stop. Keep doing it. Oh my god, please. I'm begging you. So tend to them. Rongor, grab the food. Thanks, Rongor. I appreciate the effort. Okay, you're gonna go consume some ambrosia. That's fine. You can feed ambrosia, Rongor. I can work with that as well. How are you doing? So you developed immunity. You are on the fence, and I can't preach health you because the person who would do it is currently having a break. I need you to be fed, or you're going to absolutely die. But yeah, that wasn't even a spiral within itself. It was literally just, we got hit with malaria at the same time as a raid. I know, I'm trying to deal with it. No, you do not consume those berries, friend. Those go to the sniper spice. Where? Yeah, feed sniper spice so they don't die due to malnourishment while they have malaria. I am not feeling great about that. I cannot tell whether we're oh my god, we're gonna lose at the last second. Please, I need you to stop being in a psychic wandering. Can I like bash you in the face and make you get over it, please? Are you still malnourished? You are? Eunuch, wake back up. Get back to feeding. Oh my god, please. This just feels awful because I feel like I actually played the fight really well. Just, like, I feel like I played the fight alright, but between the cold snap and not really having a chance to recover our food, and then getting hit with a malaria and a raid back-to-back, they probably got food poisoning and instant killed them. That's basically the run. I don't need... Because, like, what did we just lose with Sniper Spice? I mean, we lost... What did we lose with Sniper Spice? You were a plant and a constructing person, so we don't even have a growing person anymore. Frankly, I'm better off just starting over. Like, we've had this weird thing. We're over a year into the game, and I have had one colonist we've gotten a chance to recruit. And that one colonist we got a chance to recruit has paralytic abasia, and so never got to participate. It just doesn't feel like a fun start. Oh, Manhunter Pack? You know, let's just embrace death. Hey, everyone, go out here, just fight it. There's a bunch of guinea pigs. Go lose to a bunch of guinea pigs. Because I'm just annoyed at this point. That's actually the reason I stopped playing. This isn't Randy, by the way. Oh my god, where are you, Ghoul? Why are you on the other side of the map? Do I need to, like, lock you into being in these same 2 inches at all times? Oh, we were just swarmed by guinea pigs. So the big problem that's going to happen with this is even if we win, we're going to be dealing with a bunch of infections while having people starving, and we don't have half of what we need to deal with it. So we're just going to have to try and manage. And it's just going to be a bad time. Please treat each other. Don't make me micro this. It's not that big a deal, it's just annoying. What? Because one of those things, if I take them and I lower the priority, I just wish you could set it with doctoring to make it like fire. That you could make it so it's like no matter what, they would just doctor until they can't go anymore. Do we even have a cook anymore? Okay, so you are the cook. Go butcher. I can't butcher. Just... Oh, they're not dead yet, so you can't even eat them yet. You know what? It's fine. Up, it instantly rotted. Go get the next one. It instantly rotted. Go get the next one. Just eat it raw. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Getting a little irked at RimWorld at the moment. We just had a bad set of things happen. And the worst thing is, like, it was just being like, so this is the thing that I've been running into with RimWorld lately. That it does seem to, like, love to stack events more than it's ever done before. Oh, you're just gonna die. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Wait, Sniper Spice died? Oh, never mind. That was the already dead one. Okay, that's fine. I was like, wait a second. Why did you die? Oh, don't do that. Where are you? Who are you gonna feed them? What? Okay, I don't understand what's happening there. Enoch, go harvest another bush. What time are we looking at? So, my choices I have right now is I can sit here. Rongor still has paralytic abasia for about a season and a half. So I am dealing with 2 colonists who lack all of the core skills I need for keeping us fed. So we're just going to be in a cycle of food poisoning, assuming we can keep, like, we would be able to keep fed, but it's just going to be a cycle of food poisoning. So I can watch this drag out and die, or we can just mulligan this as like a false start and just going. I'm feeling like we're just gonna mulligan it, because literally we're in worse shape than when we started the run. Like, sure, I've got a geothermal built, it's got power here, but I don't have anyone who can cook, I don't have anyone who can construct, I don't have anyone who can grow, I don't have anyone who can plant cut, and it's just really bad. So I think we're just gonna mulligan the run and just start a new one. Because those are the runs that you can sit there and go, okay, we're going to go ahead and, like, play it out. And it's just several hours of waiting. Mulligan is a word for do-over. So it's basically when you say you're going to mulligan something, you're going to go ahead and say, yeah, let's try again. But yeah, so that's those ones that, like, when you get those runs where, like, things are, like, that bad, it's kind of waiting for RimWorld to finish the job. You can certainly recover it, and I've certainly done it before, but, like, 90-something% of the time, what ends up actually happening is you just drag it out for maybe 2 or 3 seasons, because there's a thing that when you take a loss, RimWorld will back off a little bit on you, and then, you know, you finally get that normal attack. Can't help getting rimmed. Yeah, and that one I feel like RimWorld did me dirty. That went, here's malaria, your food is already in bad shape because we cold snapped you, and here's a tough raid, and then just, like, back to that. And honestly, them starting the fire was the thing. Now, what I need to do with this time is let's just get a dedicated construction person, because this is the last 2 times I've done this. I've got my construction person has happened to be my growing person as well, and that is a terrible combination. It's honestly kind of easier in a lot of cases, when we do it where Sure, we'll just do another one of these. So this one we do not have a full year growing season. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. $111,220 zombies. 1 year, 2 months, 8 days, on 16 times population. Multiple helicopters and all sorts of other terrible settings. Exclamation mark Clark Burke for the clip. No ease. Sims is a new term for zombies. Yeah, I need to get rid of that clip. I use that. That clip isn't particularly relevant. I do not have a command Clark Burke anymore. Clark Burke was my personal best in Product Zomboid once upon a time. But yeah, so that was we just did dirty. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and just basically do the exact same setup we had before. We already have Essential there, Free Love there, and that's all fine. Do we have Venerated Animal? Nope, that's fine. Oh, get rid of these. I honestly don't even like this mechanic, where they have the things they want to wear, just because RimWorld is already punishing enough where you can just RNG die from like a one-shot. Are we doing a crater again? Yeah, I like the idea. Okay, so the first thing we were looking for is I'm just looking for someone who doesn't have terrible stuff. I'm mostly looking for people who aren't going to just throw a fit. Jogger. We'll start with that. Teetotaler, Undergrounder. Oh, you're a pacifist, never mind. I can't really afford to have pacifists this much. Psychically, it's another pacifist. Undergrounder, Quick Sleeper, we'll look at that. Too Smart, Jealous. I hate Jealous. Careful Shot, I can live with that. Okay, so with that, that would give us... So we've got someone who can mine and plants. We got a second person who can mine plants and craft. We have someone who has a little bit of medical. You're definitely the odd one out, which is a bummer because you do have Jogger, which is nice. But I would like... Hypersensitive. That's really good for if we do rituals. That would give us a construction and mining person. So we'd have a dedicated construction and mining person. We'd have a dedicated planting person who can do a little bit of medical. We would have a person who could craft. We wouldn't have a researcher, really, which would kind of suck. Yeah, you'd recommend building much further from the edge of the map? Yeah, no, that's also true. Honestly, the edge of the map thing didn't hurt us too bad. But I did talk about the fact. The only reason we built so close to it is that giant rich soil zone that was like, I would like that. Otherwise, I don't plan on building right there. No, it's not just for subs. You just gotta do exclamation mark join. And then it ends up being just a roll. And we'll just get the ghoul, any type of thing that helps it. I don't care what it is. Whether it's something like Jogger or, Tough. Oh, it's Tough and Wimp. Brawler. Because Sickly and Abrasive don't matter, so Brawler. Just basically get them anything positive. Alright, so we've got a bunch of the skills here. Our combat skills are abysmal. We're going to be dealing with food poisoning because cooking is terrible. And our research is terrible. So we definitely have gaps, but we're only dealing with 3 pawns, so we're going to have gaps. But this time, at least our construction and our growing are not the same person. Our research going slow, I can live with. I am tired of, oh, this is a lot of rich soil. Okay. Yeah, so we'll just set up right in the middle of the map. This time we don't have the giant lake in the middle that we dropped in, because that's another thing that hurt us right at the beginning. Was just right at the beginning, all of our stuff, there was a big lake in the middle, and all of our equipment dumped into the lake. And so I had to spend, the first X number of minutes of the colony just hauling the crap back out of the lake so it didn't rot. So literally everyone is equally crap at shooting. So we'll go ahead and have Diva be the one that grabs the shotgun, because I don't see a reason for them to otherwise. You can go ahead and grab the first turret pack. Where's the second turret pack? No, where is the second turret pack? There should be 2 of them. Also, you are going to equip that. There's the second one. You can equip that, and you can go get the knife next. Alright, so with all that said, we got all the equipment queued up. So let's go to our schedules, put a little recreation on there. Work. We'll start by unchecking anything they don't have a passion for. And leaving what they do have a passion for. And then going from there. Okay, so we've got a person to do that. You are going to be our growing person. And you are going to focus on crafting, but you'll help out with all that. And honestly, if anyone has any availability, they will do research. Did you manage to join the queue? If you do exclamation mark join, and you've already been it, it'll just say you're already in it. So there's no penalty for if you do it twice, kind of thing. It won't I won't get mad or anything like that. All right, so let's go ahead and we're gonna build around the monolith. We do have a giant spot I can't really use here, but that's fine. So we're gonna start by building our room around this monolith and all that kind of good stuff. And let's see, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Because I know I mentioned it before, I actually really do like making the monolith the center. It's kind of just a fun design to me to have all that going on. Okay. So we'll do that, get everyone set up. The first thing I want to do is get a grow zone going. So let's go ahead and get a 6x6 grow zone of rice. They can start planting that. The monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to the touch, and Diva thinks she can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines on its dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. Diva focuses on the shape, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens. The shapes begin to flow in Diva's visions, but the surface isn't changing. The power begins to uncoil in empty space all around. A black shape is forming in her mind. The anomaly is stirring. Alright, go ahead and keep focusing on it. Meanwhile, if you'd like to join in, have your character name, you just need to do exclamation mark join, and then the idea is if your name happens to get drawn, congratulations, you'll get to join. If not, then, well, I mean, you can probably figure out what happens if your name doesn't get drawn. Which is nothing happens. Alright, so we're going here, we're going to say furniture, 3 sleeping spots right up here. We'll go to production. We will put a fueled stove here, and a butcher table here, and a stone cutter here, and a research table there, as well as chairs for all of them. We'll start with that for this area. And we can just let that keep working for the moment. But yeah, so the rule we have is the same as we had for the last colony. Our goal here is to just contain as many entities as humanly possible, until eventually we can no longer sustain them and they get free and they murder us. That is kind of the goal. Now, in the interim, what we're going to be doing along the way is we are going to be just trying to get things going and all that. We will keep the anomaly stuff moving. Alright, so we've got all that. Even though I'm not planning on putting those to use, we're going to go ahead and deconstruct all the ruins we have around here. Cool. So I've got all that set up. Now, the first goal here is to just get our farms up and running and the basic starting room. Okay, we've got our first field set up, so that'll be potatoes here. And this one can be strawberries. It's off by 1. And then this will be corn. And I usually queue up a bunch of those right at the beginning, so we use the rice to kind of bootstrap us and all that. What did you in? A raid before the outer wall was rebuilt? Oh no, so we decided to mulligan it because what ended up happening is one of our people died of malaria because of starvation we had going on due to the cold snap leading into the malaria leading into the raid. And it was one of those things that's like, okay, we can keep playing this out, but literally we're farther back than when we started. We also had a manhunter pack while all that, like, we were trying to put out the fire. And then we also had a Boomalope went manhunter pack because it got hurt by the fire, which is dumb. And then after all that, like, we had a another manhunter pack, but that point is basically throwing. Like at that point I was basically like, all right, I'm just aggravated. That's like, we're not running Randy, we're running Cassandra, but that's actually the reason I usually don't run Randy anymore, is just because of how often I ran into stuff like that, where you just get that cursed combination of stuff. Like, you get, you know, toxic fallout followed by a cold snap, so like all life on, like, everything alive on the tile is just gone. And so even though you had like 400 or 500 meals buffered, and then, you know, they follow up all with that, you drag yourself through that and get to the other side, and then they'd follow that up with malaria, and just, it's like, okay, I guess you just hate me now. And there's some things you can do, like trade caravan and all that, but some positions on the map aren't really well suited. So I got tired of Randy just very regularly. Either Randy would either go comatose and you'd go like literal in-game years and be like, you know what, I wish you'd do something, Randy. I'm really bored. Or Randy would come in and be like, death. You're AFK at the fire malaria? Yeah, I know, it's basically that. Which is the chill storyteller? There isn't really a chill storyteller. That's just not how the game works. The three storytellers you have is Cassandra, and Cassandra, the way she's supposed to work, which I am of the suspicion that something's messed up with the event triggering, that it's kind of doing its own thing now that's not quite adhering to the rules we used to have. That what ends up happening with Cassandra is she is supposed to hit you at a regular cadence reasonably hard. So she is supposed to be the most consistently hard one. Then you have Phoebe, and then Phoebe's thing is she is supposed to give you a lot more time between events, but then hit you harder when the event actually happens. So you've got kind of more recovery time between events. But, you know, then she just punches you in the mouth when it happens. So in some ways, Phoebe can be easier or harder. I personally have found her harder in my past experiences, because she'll definitely get you to lull into a false sense of security, and then again, will absolutely demolish you. And then you've got Randy. Randy is random. That's what Randy does. Randy is just random. So sometimes Randy will show up and be like, I'm tired of your crap, and just end you immediately. And other times Randy will literally just, you know, we'll just go and take a nap for a while. Okay, we'll put one bookcase and one storage shelf right now. You've also found it a bit extra difficult lately with Cass. Yeah, so I think it was something that I noticed mostly around biotech. That it was around biotech I started to notice I was getting a lot more cases where I would have a raid and then another raid immediately happen without quests tied up. And like that kind of stuff, where normally that didn't really happen before. Not often. Like, usually when it happened, it was something like you accepted a quest that you're going to get attacked after X number of days and yada yada yada. And then, you know, those X number of days would happen, and it just so happened a regular raid lined up with that. Whereas, you know, most of the time, or you'd choose an event that had like 2-3 raids, and those 2-3 raids would happen really fast after each other. But I've had a number of times nowadays that, like, you'll have an event trigger, and you'll have, like, 2, sometimes even, like, 3 raids literally trigger at the same time, where you'll be running at normal speed. It'll be like, "Mong," pause the game, and you'll see like multiple things pop up. I've had it most of the time where they won't fight each other. Sometimes I even had it where like literally they'll pop up and they'll just fight each other, and you're just like, oh, okay, I'll just stay in. And that's not really supposed to happen, to my understanding, because sometimes, like, a lot of times it doesn't feel interesting because it forces you to play in a min-maxy way, and that can, like, to me, being forced to play min-maxy gets boring, because then you have to start making bunches of your bases with kill boxes and all that. Which is fine, there's no judgment for using kill boxes. But, you start to feel pigeonholed into playing a game in a certain way. Which is the reason I stopped. I used to do 500% naked brutality, ice sheet, that kind of stuff. Where are you at? You're down here? That's fine, we can deal with this. So all of you, group up. Come on, finish it. If our ghoul dies to this thing, there we go. I was about to say, it's like, if our ghoul dies to this thing, I'm gonna be really upset about that. Alright, let's get some names drawn. So the ghoul is gonna be Flaracen, so let's go ahead and get you in here. Flaracen. Considering our ghoul is a brawler, so should have a distinct advantage in that fight. And then we have our mining construction person, who's going to be Ushze. And then next up, we've got our plants and crafting person, who's going to be Sentient Cookie. And then finally, we've got our doctor. And our doctor is going to be Little Wayfinder. And welcome to the colony. The other thing I need to do before we forget, medical, we're going to set you to industrial, not Glitter World, so we don't waste Glitter World on, like, bruises and such. Okay. Cookie again, nerf. We do have people who end up in there a lot. A lot of the time, the reason why people keep ending up in there isn't because of like some rigged thing, kind of whatever. It just so happens because they're always here and they always enter. It's basically like it's like when it comes to like a lottery. If you're someone who plays the lottery a lot more than other people, you are more likely to win. Even though the odds can be terrible for an actual lottery versus the odds of getting a person named after you is not too bad. Alright. We're gonna... Did I already plant the cotton? Yeah. So we're gonna actually shrink this field. Because the dye field does not need to be very big. And we're gonna keep it at that for right now. Storage, clear, meals. You don't mind, there's always next time. Oh yeah, that's the idea. Assuming things don't immediately go badly, we should have plenty of opportunities for that. Oh, don't do that forever. That would be what we refer to as a big mistake. Okay, so let's go ahead and get 2 lights to cover the whole room. Alright, so what style of base do I want to do? Because right now, this area down here is gonna scuff up our design a little bit. I almost never do complex style bases. I did one the other day. Mostly I don't do the complex style bases because there's like one big building. I do think I want to go for it though, just because it is something different than I normally do. But let's try and make the complex interesting in design. So we're still not going to do square rooms any more than we need to. Alright, so get these 2 rooms set up. That way we can get one of these to be a temporary barracks and one of those to be a, like, a rec room, whatever you want to call it. Before I forget, we do need to make recreation happen. Let's get that out there. The plan for this to be the rec room, and I'll just immediately go, okay, there's the furniture. Alright. Yeah, no, you're all good. That's the reason I have the command there being like, hey, you already entered. It's not one of those things to be like, how dare you? How dare you forget you're already entered? It's fine. It's because otherwise people keep entering and be like, why is it not letting me in? It's like, oh yeah, no, it's just already got you. It's good to give feedback. Alright, so for the purposes of the containment, we're going to need to choose a spot for that. And we're going to need to get that sorted sooner rather than later. Oh, the other thing I should do is production. Wood tailoring bench. We're going to get that pretty early. Actually, you know what? Don't build these walls. These walls over here. We're already cutting brick. Oh, it's fine. We'll just cancel all those. We're already building brick. So we'll finish this room in wood just to get it done. But, then we're going to go in. So what do we have on the tile? What is the types of stone we have in our tile? We have granite, limestone, and sandstone. Okay. I'm pretty sure there's not a significant benefit between limestone. We'll probably use the limestone for the wall, sandstone for the floor, and granite for anything that needs to be durable. Will be the plan. All right, so let's get all our hats, let's get all our clothes queued up. That way, as our clothes get all messed up, they just replace it. I don't have to worry about it. Pants will be next. And face masks. And I cannot express, face masks are one of those things in the game that a lot of people sleep on, and they're just kind of all good news. They actually do give you a little bit of defense. They cover your face, not your head. So a lot of times, it's a pretty solid thing for getting yourself just a teeny bit more durability. They give you an incredible amount of protection against toxic buildup and all that kind of stuff. Granite's the second highest HP. Limestone's the second highest HP wall. Yeah. So we're gonna be good there. So that's what I'm thinking. Limestone will do walls. Sandstone will do floors. And then, like I said, granite will be for things we care about, like security. So, like, for example, for rooms I'm going to have people staying in, probably limestone. For stuff like the generators and wherever I put my defensive position, that'll be granite. And we should be okay on steel for a while. Okay, so we can also go here to structures, so we should have some blocks. Let's get limestone queued up here. Then go here. Yep. So that way you go with stone right away at the beginning. I don't have anyone set to cook. Okay, you're gonna cook as your priority. Because I totally forgot I didn't have that set. We don't have animals, but I'll set you to handle animals. So our cook is Little Wayfinder. they're going to give us so much food poisoning to begin with, because that's just the way it works right at the beginning. We'll go furniture. Okay, visitors have stuff to trade. Who has the highest social? I didn't even bother looking at social. You've got 8 and a passion. All right, so Ursay will be our moral guide. I'm gonna wait till they get up here so we're not running half across the map to deal with it. Okay. So we have a recurve bow. We could actually put that to use. We do want everything there. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this. Well, yeah, let's get rid of that book. I find the books for Void Study kind of hard to justify keeping around, just because they do cause the breaks and all that, just from reading them. And that's kind of a big penalty for something that really doing the research is pretty easy. So to me, it doesn't justify itself. The regular research books are amazing, but the Void research books I've generally been underwhelmed by. Insulting Spree due to ugly environment. Really, you're gonna open with Insulting Spree? That's not my favorite. Excellent. So the Insulting Spree ended very quickly. So you got 2 insults off before... sorry, 3 insults off before it goes. Mental breaks are bad. Yeah. Like, we're right at the beginning, so we still have hideous environment. Why did you not close the roof off? Oh, there's 1 tile missing. So you gave me a Disruptor Flare Pack. Thanks, man. I'll absolutely use that. Hey, Usei, get that section of wall done first. Having this outdoors is not a win. Oh my god, please cut the tree down. There we go. So that way that counts as indoors. Where did our Disruptor Flare Pack go? Did you put it on? Good. That's us hoping. So we technically have, on our 3 people, we got Disruptor Flare Pack on 1. And then the other 2 are equipped with the turrets. Alright, we got a Mad Guinea Pig. Cool. And meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and do this, which I probably shouldn't. I'm going to queue up to put down sandstone floors in here. Because Cookie's just cutting those, so we're just going to keep the construction person going solid. We've got our planting person going. I don't think I want to queue up even more stuff for them to deal with the growing. Yeah, because then after that they would mine. Yeah, so what we could do is we can queue up a little bit of mining. So where am I going to put entity storage? I guess straight back, maybe? What does a ghoul do? Pretty much only two things. It mauls stuff and it eats stuff. And that's what it does. But the good news about it is ghouls heal extremely fast. So they're fairly tough. They heal extremely fast. So they're great for just running up to things and killing things. It's pretty much their entire laundry list of stuff they do. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and get ourselves the ideology location real fast. And once people wake up, ancient mech, we're not going to worry about doing a mechanator anytime soon. But yeah, that way start getting containment set up real fast. To start keeping things. So we have our two doctors. So assign keep medicine on the both of you. Why? Oh, it's okay. That's fine. All right, I saw it's like the why do we have a billion meals? And I'm like, wait a second. Wait a second. Why are we cooking so much? Oh, right, it's the meals we started with. I'm used to doing tribal runs where you start with like just some pemmican and that's it. And you don't really get to worry about any of that. Yeah, so basically the ghoul is just nothing but a combat pawn. But yeah, no, ghouls can take a pretty absurd amount of punishment once you get them going. The downside is if the ghouls only eat meat, and if they go too long without eating meat, they will literally turn on you and just attack anyone nearby. Alright, so we've got our faction and our colony name. I'm just gonna go with what we were doing the last ones. Well, actually, you know what? We'll just go with this. The Menagerie. And the Collectors. That's fine. Just to keep that going. But yeah, so the gist of this entire run is about trying to contain as many entities. Not just variety, but literally just maximize the volume of entities we have as best we can. To take advantage of all that. And the other rule we made ourselves is that while the storage of the entities can be in the sides, the main colony needs to be out in the open. Just kind of this is a perfectly normal colony with like a hidden secret of this, you know, ridiculous horror monster lab kind of thing. It's actually getting a lot of granite. So I'm thinking we'll have a cutoff point here for a defensive line, and we'll actually set up... Hey, Randall Thor, thank you so much for the biddies. Dark Vision, because you were insulted. That's fine, I'm totally okay with that break. So I think we are going to do is for where we've got this granite, since it's the hardest material, is I'm literally just going to cut right across here. And we're going to take a spot right out kind of in the middle. And I'm just going to start already building it up to be a defensive position. So just going to do that for the moment. We'll put a door here and here. And we'll do security, granite. This is a mod. The mod is geological landforms. It gives you a bunch of like exotic map designs. Some of them are easy, some of them are harder. To give you an idea, there's one called Atoll where the entire map is basically sand. It is brutally hard because it means you got no stone on the map, no steel on the map, no anything on the map. We did that where we made like a resort. We had to like do like little patches. All right, so there we go. Ghoul starvation. So if the ghoul doesn't find meat soon, the ghoul is going to turn on me. So we're just going to go ahead and have the ghoul go punch a rabbit. And now the ghoul has a snack. Also make that a door over there. And let's measure back here. I'm just basically, like, I'm not trying to make a full-on kill box, but I do want to try and give myself a decent defensive line. Third stream, third colony? Yeah, we've had some bad luck. Okay, so you got attacks immediately. One person with club, no problem. Get everyone just out in the open and deal with it. But yeah, so thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I do appreciate you continuing to pop by again and again, stream after stream. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, I know it's we've had some pretty bad luck. It's honestly been like normal raids, not even like anomaly stuff. Like, I mean, honestly, the last one though was just a cold snap going into malaria, then going into a raid that happened to light just about everything on fire, and just not being able to juggle malaria and the fire at the same time particularly well. Okay. So we've got all that. I don't have a room for you, unfortunately, guy. I would actually normally like to patch you up and send you on your way. But in this particular case, it's not going to happen. Go ahead and finish the job. Just to make sure. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot. The 3 middle tiles you can't reach because the anomaly tower blocks from getting them. It's fine. Yeah, so the plan with this is I'm going to make it cone out a little bit, and this is just basically to force the enemy to go into this line to fight me as best I can. Just to make some of these raids that have been like straight up raids not as awful. So we're getting way more granite than I was anticipating. Most of the map seems to be sandstone, though. Like, all these cave walls, it's almost sandstone the whole way around. You got, like, one patch of granite over here. Is that uranium? No, it's just more granite. That's fine. We'll figure that out. It's just funny because we've done way, like, that's the funny thing, when it's actually just going for anomaly, like straightforward playing anomaly, like not doing gimmicks and challenges, we were 2 for 3, and then after we did the anomaly one, we went ahead and just did Ship to the Stars immediately afterwards just because we could, and that went fine. And we honestly were ready to go and push the next ending, but it was just, with the Ritualist and the research speed penalty, it was pretty obnoxious. Okay, so our production room is actually a nice place to be now. So that's good news. Meanwhile, we can go to these floors, and let's queue up for them to be sandstone as well. So just as Cookie cuts brick, whatever brick gets cut, we're just knocking it all out. Like, it probably shouldn't be prioritizing that way, but eh. Okay, so you've got that room cleared out. That's good news. So with that, go ahead and get our holding platform and chuck that over there. That'll be one less thing to worry about. So I'd be willing to cut into this a little ways to make the next room kind of a more interesting design. So what I'd do next is probably the same pattern over here, but extend it up, and then make that into a large storage room. So that way our storage stuff is already in that general space. I'm going to deconstruct that. Do not allow rotten, so we get those corpses out of here. But it's looking like limestone is a bit of a scarce resource. Hey, go ahead and make sure you get your fill on that. Oh, excellent, you finished it, so I don't even have to haul the corpse. Good job. The downside is, I actually just realized I haven't started researching anything. That's a downside for sure. Oh, containment. That said, like, research is just deprioritized on everyone. So we are going to get the basic setup going, and then I'll probably have to have someone step in and do research once we get, like, the very basics. I'm actually kind of hoping / rooting on whatever colonists we get first. Very likely that first colonist will be, one of the ones who wanders in who has a secret. That event seems to happen pretty reliably. So Pacific Drive was really good. That 3 hours went by quick. Oh yeah, no, Pacific Drive is one I had a lot of fun with. I need to go back to, I didn't finish it yet. As well as ones I just didn't do well on stream, so I had to play it on my own time. And kind of just stretched for that. Oh, Deuce, if you really like this map, to show you some of the other neat ones they've got, there's Rift, which is an interesting one where it's just a narrow hallway. You have, where is it? So you got Crater, there's Canyon, which is a not quite as narrow hallway. Which low-key Rift is actually a hard map because there is nowhere to grow unless you go into mushrooms. You got Atoll, which, like I said, it's mostly just sand. You got Archipelago. Again, sand. But one of my favorites is Swamp Hill, because you get a little patch of usable land in the middle, and it's nothing but swamp. It's kind of a hard and kind of an easy map. Fights are much easier, but then you're dealing with swamp all around you, and that's its own problem. So we need to accept that. Oh, Usei was going to be our one. Alright, so we need to accept it for Usei. And they'll head back. And we can go ahead and deal with that. I'm expecting to see... Yep. This seems like a not me problem. This seems like a them problem. Yeah. Alright, Seriously Mage, you have a good one. But yeah, no, I really have enjoyed Pacific Drive. Nice job, Anton. Just walked up, stabbed it. Moving on. Oh, hey, look. Jaden is a terrible researcher is what Jaden is. Psychic drone, that's fine. So yeah, having the dedicated construction person. So our research isn't getting anywhere, but that's okay. So we've got the title. But at least our bedroom is getting built at a pretty reasonable speed. Went ahead and got Flair a snack over there. Is there any of the animals we're going to want to tame here? We've got alpaca. There's not a breeding pair, though, so that's the whole thing. Alright, with that, all our beds are officially in this room. And we're getting pretty close to getting it all walled off and all that good stuff. That'll be good news. We are also managing to get our food is already farming at a decent rate. We got a smaller area for the farm this time, so it won't be quite as overwhelmed on our farmer, so I'll get a little bit extra capacity, so that's good news. What is Sentient Cookie working on right now? Okay, so they're still cutting stone. They're just having to travel farther and farther for it, which is fine. I actually don't mind, because then I'll get all the stone chunks out of this middle area. Let's see, you got the geological landform mod. I believe that's the one you're showing me. Yes. The mod looks amazing. Be looking for a bowl-like map. Yeah, so you're looking for crater. If you want a map like the one I'm just doing now. And if you look down here when you're looking at your tiles where it says search for landform nearby, you can go on the list and say, hey, I want a crater map. And you go, maybe I don't want the tunnels. So you can just click somewhere else and say, okay, show me a crater map. And it goes, okay, so it's a different one. You get the idea. So you can do all that kind of stuff. New lovers. Sentient Cookie tried to romance Urse by exaggerating his own eloquence. Urse called him out in his BS, but they fell in love anyways. That's not actually what it says. Urse became aroused and agreed to become Sentient Cookie's lover. Sentient Cookie's like, I'm so eloquent. And Urse's like, uh-huh. Look, okay, sure, man. We can go with it anyways. It's like, look, I'm lonely, it's the Rim, it's fine. You don't need to lie. Yeah, at least you're cute. That almost looks like a halfway finished, respectable bedroom. What are you doing right now? Oh, right, because you finished with your cooking, and there's nothing to grow right now, so you're actually doing the job of hauling everything. Excellent. Getting that tiny bit of stuff done there. Alright, so pretty soon Urse is going to start running down here and start building that wall because, just Cookie's just not getting enough limestone. But that's fine. Oh, look at that map. Yeah, no, it's a solid map. Hey, Brildane, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Brildane? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing a decent amount of RimWorld lately. So definitely someone worth checking out and all that good stuff. Good times over there. Also, if you're a fan of Invader Zim, you can find Invader Zim stuff over there. So, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Many an Invader Zim reference. But, definitely good times over there. Alright, so we're just about going out here. Yeah, it's been a rough day. We've been through 3 colonies today. This is colony number 3 today. We lost one to a beefy Neanderthal raid, just a straight up fight, and just did not work. And then the other one, it was like we had a raid that started a fire, but what really kind of did us in is we had a cold snap, followed by malaria, followed by a raid, followed by a manhunter pack. All that with a map like this, what could go wrong? The last couple colonies were this exact style map. This low key, this map has actually got like, it looks like, oh, this would be such an easy map. Look at this defensive position. The issue is if I wall this off, there's going to be times we have a raid that it won't be attacks immediately, but it'll attack my wall because the place it wants to go is up here. And so you eventually reach the point that all raids are basically attacks immediately. So it's not all good news. You also will get a really high frequency of stuff like drop pod raids and that kind of stuff as it goes on. Well, that took you a lot to kill that guinea pig. But yeah, now the last one we also ran into the problem where the last 2 attempts, I had my construction and my growing person were the same person. It's bad time. Like, having your cook and a growing person could be a bit rough, but at least progress is made. It's just, you know, it's kind of limiting. But when construction or growing are the same person, that's just a rough time. Cargo pods, what are you giving me? You are giving me a lot of baby food. I am suddenly believing that the person who dropped pod stuff to you is actually Target. And they heard about our happy couple and just like, here's the baby food, don't worry about it. That they heard that their couple got together and so they started delivering baby food. Just figuring that was coming. Alright. So let's not go for the big table this time. We don't have as much space in this room compared to last time. So we're gonna just put 4 seats here. Oh, I didn't even make recreation. Wait, no, didn't I? Oh, no, I did make recreation. Never mind. I was like, oh no, I didn't make recreation. It's like, oh wait, no, I did. We're good. We're fine. I had that momentary, it's like, wait a second, we need recreation. Alright, so we got our 1 spare bed. And now the bedroom is enclosed. So we already have a bedroom. And then once we enclose this space, then I'm going to actually replace some of these walls. Let's actually choose that corner. Not make it out of that. We're going to replace some of these walls with limestone and just go for stone right from the beginning. I'm really actually surprised Cookie has barely managed to keep up with Ursay. And that we haven't gone to the whole thing where we run down there. What I am going to do real fast is let's have you put the holding platform up there. We don't have... Actually, we do have the materials for the door. How are your needs? Okay, tomorrow we're going to have you put the door there. Because with the door there, then I can contain stuff in there. Oh, right. I still need to give you your ideology title. That's fine. Cool starvation again. That's fine, you got fresh rat right there. And then once I close that in, we'll see what we want to tame back here and tame something as a renewable resource for food. That way, for the ghoul, I don't have to, like, manually hunt regularly or keep someone dedicated to hunting all the time. So build the shelf. And then meanwhile, Cookie, I'm going to actually have you prioritize hauling these things inside. Grab the components. Is there anything else out here I'm worried about rotting? I don't think so, because the wood and the leather and all that I don't give a crap about. That's fine. The important thing was that we got the medicine and the components out there before they got way too worn out. Alright, so you're hauling things. So pretty soon... Oh, yeah, so that is evenly spaced. It's just this is playing with my eyes. No, actually, that's not evenly spaced. It's an even number. It's fine. They'll just be oblong rooms. That'll be a good, like, honestly, that's a good spot for geothermal. So I can put the geothermal here. We have, like, the cone to draw people through here. I can put the invisibility detection thing there, and it'll be in great shape. Oh, you're hauling all the baby food back. Okay, that's fine. That baby food's gonna rock, because the people get upset if we eat the baby food. So one thing we're gonna do is we're gonna say blocks. Don't keep blocks there. Raw resources, don't keep raw resources there either. Better get to the baby maker, it's a waste. Yeah, unfortunately there's the whole mythical man month or whatever it was. The whole idea that you can't do stuff like, you know, if you want to have a baby in 1 month, you just get 9 women to work on it. It's just not how it works. You can't just throw more people at a problem to make it go faster. And a lot of times it actually slows down the process. You know, some things just take the time they take. And there's nothing to do there. So that baby food's gonna be long gone before a baby happens. Let's see. You finally notice the doors are in the middle. I was struggling not to say anything. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like, I could do the thing where I do the 2 doors next to each other, but there's really not a benefit of that. Let's see, maybe fence to keep the animals out of the kill zone, so you don't have to lock the main gate. Oh yeah, no, we'll fence off stuff later. Like, right now, I don't have any... Marriage is on. Saji Cookie proposed marriage to Uche, and Uche agreed, and they're now getting married. Alright, what's the next... Oh, good! The food delivered it right to you, Flair. There you go, buddy. You got yourself a snack. You keep getting my colonists birth in 6 days, and then you lose it. Eek. Yeah, no, there's things in the room get real sad. Alright. So we're already getting our next room sorted out. So from here, let's take our ideology spot, which I've lost track of. It's in this noise somewhere. We can go over here and say floors, sandstone, and just basically keep having them build the sandstone stuff. We're just getting so much granite compared to everything else. But that's okay. Oh, before I forget, that just reminded me. Assign moral guide, do it. Let's see, you just think extra delicate the last few days. Just kick in the shins. Yeah, no, it's injury and starvation are the real bad ones. So it's kind of one of those things, because also especially when they're like that, they're slowed down and everything. Because, you know, they're literal days from having a baby. So it's one of those things that's kind of like, there's a point where it's like, alright, I just need to keep this person away from any conflict whatsoever. Because they're not going to be getting anything else done for a while. Okay, you know what? Here, let's do a really bizarre setup on this. So let's go ahead and do this. So that's gonna wiggle in there, because we'll have room for the next room here. That should be what, 6 deep? Yeah, so 6 deep. And then we'll cut across there. We'll have a room like this, go like that. So that'll be another room that I don't even know what the purpose is of that room yet. We'll figure it out when we get there. I'm just gonna mirror that on the other side. And then that'll be a door. And then from the door to be 7. Let's plan for 7. Do that here. And And then we'd have the little dip in. And a little dip in. And then it'd be 3. The 3 and over and door in the middle. So door, door, door. And that is going to be our ridiculous storage room. Is this an intelligent or practical design? No. No, it is not. It is very, very not. Am I doing it anyways? Yes. Yes, I am. I just want it to be something more interesting than rectangle. Even if, very specifically, it doesn't make sense to it. So that is a dumping stockpile. Go ahead and just delete that for right now. And we're gonna go ahead and change the zone for the dumping stockpile. We're gonna put it right over here. And I'm gonna make it long, and I want to have a little bit of a path to go around the outside. Just that way, you know, whoever runs through there doesn't have to deal with it. Alright. After all the struggles to have any stone and any construction whatsoever, to actually have some level of construction, feels weird. Oh, you're gonna be way late to the party? Yeah, let's go ahead and meet with our ghoul here, so that way the ghoul can tank. That is the ghoul's job. The ghoul's job is whatever threat approaches me to stand between me and it. That's what it does. Nicely done. Are you gonna get back up? No, you're not, so we're good. Call it art, it doesn't have to make sense. Exactly. It is whatever you interpret it to be. Nothing more, nothing less. And Use is getting a lot of construction done, so that's excellent. Ghoul starvation, don't worry, man. You've got yourself some nice... Would that be considered venison? Ibex meat? I mean, venison is deer. So I don't know if it's like venison is strictly deer, or it's like some collection of who stock in the general area of deer. Okay. Alright, they're starting to get more of that done. So that's good news. The other thing we can do here is reinstall that in the break room. There's the ritual spot. Get rid of that, because that's going to go in the break room as well. Cool, and we have someone cleaning. Cleaning will be a higher priority than hauling. Let's see, the term was used for animals belonging to families of deer, hares, and wild pigs, and certain species of goats and ibex. Over the years, the term venison has been restricted itself to various species of deer. Gotcha. Makes a certain amount of sense. Okay, so one thing I'm going to go ahead and do is furniture. Do this. Limestone. And we're going to go ahead and for right now, we're going to, like, this for the moment is going to be a bedroom, and we're going to have storage for medicine in the bedroom. Eventually what I'll probably do is convert this into a hospital as we get people their own bedrooms and all that. We can worry about that when we get there, though. Okay. We detected gold mining. Do not care even in the slightest. This is going to be one of the largest storage rooms I've built. I'm probably certainly going to be disappointed by it when it starts to fill up and bad things happen. Alright, so person with club. Luckily, they're using a club instead of any of the other thing. They actually are a pretty mixed bag of a pawn. That's fine. Let's run over here. Ready to fight. Get player in the front. What? Did you stop moving? Did you take drugs? No. He just stopped moving for a moment. I was like, but why'd you stop? Like, what was the whole thing? I thought for a moment he was like taking go juice or that we managed to land a stunning hit or whatever at distance. All right, so is that enclosed yet? No. So I don't think I want to keep this person, but let's have you pop over here real fast to claim that room. Don't worry, I'll be with you in a minute, friend. I just need to check a door real fast. That way I can put a, sleeping spot in so I can patch you up in there. Okay, good job. Because with that, we can go furniture, sleeping spot, prisoner, and who is someone who can do medical? Here, you need some medical practice. Capture this person who is crawling away desperately, and go ahead and patch them up. And we will send them on their way. I don't think I want to keep this one. The prisoner, and we'll just straight up release them as soon as they're ready. But we'll work on our doctor who's terrible, get them a little skill. In the meantime, let's go ahead and cancel destroying this area. This is our temporary prison. Okay, so we messed him up pretty good. It's fine. Heat stroke. I mean, I guess it's 93, but really? Come on. It's not that hot. And part of the reason I'm doing that is if we patch them up and release them, then what'll end up happening is we will release them and we'll get a mood bonus. Will the tribute collector visit your colony? Yeah, but I don't typically ever sell anyone to the tribute collector. I generally don't engage in any form of slavery in the game whatsoever. Sorry about that. Just my own personal playstyle. I don't typically do cannibalism. I don't typically do slavery. I don't typically butcher people. I don't typically do like organ harvesting farms and all that kind of stuff. Just not my preference. I've done those in the past. And I used to do like don't get me wrong, if I'm doing a challenge that's like Ice Sheet or something where it's pretty much necessary, that's an exception. But I don't do challenges like that very often. I prefer challenges like maximizing the pollution and making that hell to deal with and stuff like that. Alright, so it is looking like the floor beneath the wall, that they can't replace that, so we can just cancel that out, which is fine. I'm not worried about getting my traces of steel. But yeah, so it is one of those things that I generally don't grab people and toss them into slavery or whatever. I find the game is actually more difficult and interesting when you don't do those things. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a novelty to doing that, like the first time, that the game lets you do that kind of stuff. But once you get past that novelty, they quickly become less interesting ways of playing the game. At least to me. Alright, so you want a duke to visit for 5 days that they want to keep prisoner. And you're gonna give me goodwill? Yeah, sure, we can do that. So you can just toss down a spot there. Also, we've been trying to make a bioferrite slave collars, but your pawns just refuse to do it until I force them. Yeah. It's just one of those things that, like... It's not like I have some, like, moral problem with people playing that way or anything like that. I genuinely don't care. But for me, stuff like slavery isn't something I even feel like doing in fiction kind of thing. It's just not a thing that interests me. It's not a thing I care about emulating. Something that's still full of bugs too? Probably. I did it like... I messed with it when it first was kind of a thing that they built out a little bit more. And then once I got past that point, it's like, oh... Well, I'm not really interested in this mechanic for the first part. And it's also a mechanic that I'm not really super down with, you know, emulating, simulating, whatever you want to say. And so you kind of sat there, it's like, you know, it's just not something that speaks to me, that interests me. Like the cannibalism I did stuff, I don't know, it's like even in the games, like by all means, I've done runs where you did cannibalism and all that kind of stuff. But like kind of going out, like leaning all the way into it and just being as over the top as possible, it's just not something that super interested me at any point. Like I've done it when I've been doing challenge runs and it's kind of necessary. Like I said, you know, the naked brutality ice sheet. Well, anyone who shows up on your tile, bad things are gonna happen to them, because literally it's the only food available. But like the whole farms and that where people would just grind people to get human leather and all that, it's like, okay, sure. It's cool that you're into that, no problems. It's just not my thing. Ghoul starvation. So you're chilling there. There's a guinea pig, go punch it. Disable the orders, they did job at a lower priority. Have you had a confirmation with yeah, so we did hit the plus program on the Discord and everything. I announced it. I also mentioned at the beginning of stream, but yeah, so we did qualify for the plus program. They gave me, like, last night during stream, I didn't see it till after stream, I got the official thing saying congratulations, you know, you've hit the tier 1 plus program, which is the one where you get, like, the 60-40 split, which is what we were going for and all that. So we do officially have it. So, like, today, subs that we're getting from, like, today until May 1st, 2025, I'm getting a 60-40 split instead of 50-50 split. And then if we were to qualify again this month, if we hit 100 plus points this month, then instead of being, you know, May that it ends, it would be like June, and then if we qualify again, July. You get the idea.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Abduladu.
Thank you, Randathor, for gifting the 5 subs to the community. So, Abduladu, Alistor, B-Dog, Drashade, and Avak.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Alastair _.
You all have yourselves some nice advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that support. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, no, absolutely. Getting that 60%.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Bedor.
Which reminds me, I owe some Legos. So I owe 5 for those gifty subs, 1 for the bits, another 1 for Marie subs, so that's 7.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Drasharda.
8, 9. So I owe 9 Lego pieces. I've been pretty bad about that. For those who don't know what I'm talking about there, it is a thing I do on the channel.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Arvak.
That for every sub or 100 biddies I get, ignore those numbers there. No, those numbers on the label are just wrong. So I owe 8 Lego pieces, but yeah, so every time we get one of those, I add a Lego piece to the kit, and that's what we got going on. We're getting pretty close to done with this kit. I might wait to get the next kit or not. People have been enjoying it, but I also feel like it's getting a little bit more, I mean, not disruptive. It just, I want to keep it interesting and special, so I might delay doing the next kit for a little bit. Like, I do intend on doing more of it, but you get the idea. So that's 1 Lego piece. And then I need this one, so this is 2 Lego pieces. And this is 1 sticker from the last sticker. Go ahead and get you. I'll have to take this over here where you can't see it so you can actually be close enough because stickers are hard to do from a distance. That was 2 Lego pieces. We have 3. 4. And that goes here, so make sure there, so it's still 4. And then we grab this will be 5, 6. Put that there. And you get attached here. And so I grab you. And so that'll be 7 and 8. And that catches up on the Lego pieces. And there's all that. Maybe consider it a year? Maybe considers it a year. I'm missing something. Oh, interesting. The text-to-speech actually does 1812 instead of 1812 or 1812. Oh, interesting. Oh, like 18. Yeah, so it's thinking of it as year. So 1812. That makes sense. I was like, wait a second. What are we talking about? Gotcha. Yeah, sometimes like what stuff tries to recognize as dates. Oh man, what was it? Was it Excel? Oh, hey, look, our camera's broken. Give me a moment to unstick the camera. You know what I'm actually gonna do? I'm gonna take 2 seconds. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm gonna unstick the camera, and I'll be right back.
A very merry birthday to me, oh you. Right?
Mm-hmm. I missed what the second day was related to.
Statistics prove that you've one birthday every year. But there are 364 birthdays. That is why we're gathered here to cheer. Love.
Love, you sleep well. I don't know how to make you take off your pants. Duplicants have died. Hank starved. That's not what I wanted. Pank deserved better. So Pank was our construction person. Well, the good news is last I checked, I already had some gravestones made. Where were we putting the gravestones out here? Yeah, I had a spare gravestone already made for Pank. Not for Pank specifically, but, you know, just in general. Yeah, it takes a very long time. It takes a very long time for the zombies to die from that. Zombies want your ice cream. Alright. Oh, actually the camera came back. Cool. Because I had unplugged it and replugged, I was like, oh wait, I can't like deactivate and reactivate the device from the other screen. And I was like, alright, you know, camera's still gonna be frozen, but I guess switching screens also activates and deactivates it. That's fine. Alright. So we've got our rec room built. We've got our bedroom built. We're working on our storage room. We've got whatever I'm gonna do with that room. This will probably be an ideology room. I think that makes sense. We'll make this an ideology room. And so we'll put like ideology stuff in there, whatever it wants, pews, shelves, drums, whatever. Let's try to get this storage room done. Cookie is already going a pretty long way to get stone. Where's Usei building right now? You're hauling granite. Okay, so you're actually starting to get the defensive area built. Stop starting fires. It distracts my people. Okay. Sorry, just getting the last bite of the main part of my dinner, and it was way chewier than I expected it to be. Not in a bad way, just, you know, I don't expect it to take me a couple seconds to chew on. I was like, oh wait, no, never mind. Okay. So I have plenty of food for cooking. They're keeping that up. Let's see, you got a combat supplier. Okay, so we still are learning Psychoid and Pemmican. The other ones there, you can take the Granite Club. I don't want it. We still have a bunch of medicine. And we don't have much money. So sadly, I can't really afford any of your decent weapons. So I think genuinely I'm just gonna go ahead and just take the money and run. Whoa, take the money and run. And we will deal with it that way. It'll be so nice to have all of this be stone and not have to worry about fire on a meaningful capacity. Cue appalling all that as well. Also, how's our research is like non-existent. That's right. Because I have people are just working on the other stuff. All right. You gave it away for free, basically? That's fine. It's literally a club I'm not going to use. So keeping it doesn't serve me any purpose. So just get rid of it. I do that a lot. Like there's like lots of clothes that aren't worth hardly anything, and I'll just be like, that's fine. Alright, so we've got some survivors. We've got two desperate refugees showing up. So we're gonna go ahead and take the refugees. They are both adults, which does mean they are capable of betraying us. We're going to immediately have them chuck their weapons on the ground. That's just my policy. Anytime we have refugees capable of betrayal, they do not get the opportunity. If they get to stay unarmed. I mean, handling won't matter. You're not going to be able to hunt. You could definitely help with that. And neither of them are even capable of research. Okay. You just do what you can to support the cause. Oh, and we have 2 more, so for right now, I'm just gonna go, hey, bed, bed. But, we'll want to make another room. I'm going to try to avoid making a whole bunch of barracks. Yeah, we'll probably plan for, like, the next room, just build some bedrooms over here. How are you doing, hungry? You're urgently hungry. What is the next thing alive that you can go punch? Go punch the raccoon. We'll have to do something to lay down floor in here to prevent this from giving lots of tree cover and all that. We'll worry about once we build the line and all that. After we get that, we can start worrying about putting down putting down flooring to prevent cover, yada yada yada. Normally I'll do a grow zone with something that is low labor. These make perfect chimneys. I was trying to think of how I wanted to approach this. I could see making it so it's like a narrow wall here, and then we could turn around and put like the AC here, and then put barricades there so we can't drop pod into that gap. I've never done that in a setup like this internally. That wouldn't be a bad move, to just having a way to funnel AC into the building. First, we need to get our electricity set up, though. We have heat stroke on Sammy, who is a guest. Man, it is 105 out. Let's go ahead and for temperature, chuck down passive coolers in those rooms. Void curiosity. Sammy has begun to fixate on the void and wishes to investigate it using void provocation ritual. Use the void provocation ritual to discover and capture entities. Captured entities can be studied to complete anomaly research projects or connected to bioferrite harvesters to generate bioferrite. We'll do both. Don't worry. Right now, though, we're just focusing on all this. If they join us... So, Sammy I can work with. Alabo, I don't want. That said, we are a guilty ideology, which does mean what will ultimately happen is... we will take a mood penalty if we don't deal with it. So I'll probably take some pretty awful pawns just to satisfy that whole thing. I also need to refuel this light. We probably need to get more done, but that's okay. So we are getting our perimeter here. We're going to want to lock that door open. So that way they can feed into here and they have a route through. Oh, you know what I forgot? It's not production, it's ideology, styling bench. We're not doing ship to the stars. You know, it's fine. Honestly, I'm gonna put the styling bench outside. it's fine. Yeah, so we're not doing Ship the Stars, so we can get that out of here. We will do the Anomaly Monolith. We're getting no progress there right now, which is a bit concerning. I'm a little bit worried that we'll start running into our first thing I do need to prioritize researching, and we just won't have anyone really able to do it. So I'm kind of hoping we'll have someone show up to handle that in the near future. Yeah, so they are getting decent progress on that perimeter wall. So it's going to have a bit more area outside of it than the last base did, which is good. It'll be a better wall that we've got set up. It'll actually have a defensive position set up. We'll definitely need to haul those stones out of here. Once I get this part of it built, I'm going to make a little bit more of a cone. Not going to fully enclose and do all that, but basically just make a cone so that when they get in here, they have to fight me. They can't just circumvent me or whatever. Alright, choke point to get you out of here. So goodbye, Luke. Okay, that gave us a little bit of reputation. Cool starvation again. Have yourself a snack. And once that's done, we'll probably just like last time, if I still have the alpaca on the map, we'll tame some alpaca and let them start breeding. Alright. Visitors with items to trade. Love to see it. Okay, so we still need the books. You can take my worn out bowler hat, you can take the worn out pants, you can take the worn out lab coat. Frankly, take the not really worn out bowler hat too while we're at it. And I will take a little bit of your medicine just because I can. And we'll call it a day. Just clearing out worn out clothes and all that stuff. And so Sentient Cookie is doing that. We're definitely not out of more brick in there, and we didn't set a limit on the range for it, like I should. But honestly, with where we're going with this right now, I don't feel a need to. Because Cookie's going to get all the chunk of stones out of here. We can go ahead and queue up those. Just let that rot out there. Basically, we can haul the last of the brick. Like, there's not many out there. And Cookie will just otherwise keep picking up sandstone and doing all that. I'm worried about the amount of limestone we're finding relative to the other stuff. We're just not finding much. But that's the thing I can worry about when we get there. Alright, so we're getting the ideology room sorted. We have the conversion ritual. What are our rituals in this ideology, by the way? We have only one. It is gathering your colonists to have fun. The leader will give an encouraging speech. Alright. So we will need the actual ritual thing, so we can go to... What is our actual symbol? So our symbol is... the holiest shrine. Alright. So ideology. Holiest shrine large. And we will make you out of... We'll make you out of granite. Why not? We got tons of granite laying around. Ghoul starvation again. Enjoy your snack. Ghoul is always hungry. Let's see, what's the purpose of the ghoul? Oh, you haven't had time to get stuck into anomaly? It murders things. And then it eats. That's pretty much what it does. It just murders things and eats. The thing that makes a ghoul so powerful is ghoul unnatural regeneration, which is it heals 100 hit points per day. So it can get into a fight, barely survive, and be back ready to fight in very little time at all. So it's just tanky, it gets tons of life, and it heals really fast. Yep. Oh yeah, and they're cheap to resurrect, they're fairly expendable, it's not hard to replace them. But it is just a strong defensive unit kind of thing. Well, strong unit. Hey, Italics, thank you so much for the ridiculous raid. I really do appreciate that. That is incredibly generous of you. Sorry, juggling ideas in my head, but welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. We can go ahead and get a, as I see Italics popping in here, just to give him a chance to switch over. Hey, let's go ahead and get a shout out for Italics. But for those who don't know Italics, an absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform, plays a whole bunch of different games, including RimWorld. So if you like RimWorld and you want to see more of it, you can definitely find it over there. In the meantime, welcome in, Raiders. Let me go ahead and get you that shout out. All right, but yeah, so definitely drop a follow over there if you're into RimWorld. Played a bunch of you think you made Randy maybe playing you? Yeah, it's been a rough day for me. This is Colony 3 for the day. So I was really proud of the fact that I did 3 rounds of Anomaly and I won 2 of them. And then today we've gone through 3 colonies. So, you know, some days are good, some days, you know, some days happen. We lost our first colony to a Neanderthal raid, just couldn't do enough damage, they knocked down our melee, and you get where that goes. Then it was just kind of the steamroll. And then the second colony we lost today, we had a cold snap, wiped out all of our crop. We had, I think it was 4 refugees, we had a paralytic Abasia quest person, and then a prisoner for a quest. So we had like 6 people who weren't colonists contributing much in the way of food. And then we got that followed up by a pretty significant raid where they lit some of our walls on fire. We handled the raid okay, but people got hurt. And this is, to keep in mind, this is with 3 colonists. And then we got malaria. Or no, I'm sorry, the order was different. We got malaria, then we got the raid. And it was just juggling all those things, trying to keep it alive. And there's all that. Okay, so we have a flesh beast showing up. Well, flesh beasts showing up. So we're gonna go ahead and get ready for this. Hey, refugees. If you're staying here, you get to be part of team defense. But yeah, no, Neanderthals are rough. Oh, is it just the one? Okay. It's a shame my ghoul is on the other side of the map right now, but you know, that's fine. Alright, ghoul, go get him. Yeah, so pretty early on because of that. The other thing I was running into is my other colony, my construction and my growing person were the same person. Don't do that. That's the way I will phrase it. Don't do that. It's really bad. It's really bad. Alright, so we're gonna capture. It's our first opportunity to capture something, so that's fine. Go ahead and bury that hole. But, it was really a struggle. That is, either my base is getting no progress or my food was struggling and just back and forth. So this time we don't have that issue. Our base is getting built, our food is relatively fine, but our research is non-existent. They never did haul that spot? Come on. Alright, so you're gonna patch that up. You're gonna miss the wedding. That's really sad. Oh well. But yeah, so it's the whole thing. Yeah, no, I would definitely say these days Neanderthals scare me more than any other type of unit. Mechs are still awful. I mean, not in a bad way. They're still one of the more dangerous ones. Imps can actually be pretty rough as well. Oh good, you were smart enough to remove it on your own. Alright. And so we're having a wedding outside in the hallway. Heck yeah. At least they chose a spot of hallway that's actually paved and has brick walls and everything, so it's a plain hallway. But at least they're not standing in among a bunch of debris or whatever. I guess the lights did go out in the other rooms, because we don't have a dedicated hauler yet. But they usually disable Neanderthals, honestly. They're just not fun to fight. At least the Impids have stuff, like cool gimmicks beyond shoot them more. I don't mind the Neanderthals, but yeah, that is their whole gimmick is I take bullet to face and keep going. So you gotta figure out ways to just throw damage or like really tie them up or whatever. So I don't mind them too much, but yeah, they definitely have taken down a lot of my colonies lately. Alright, betrayal offer. A legendary great bow. You're gonna have to sweeten the pot, friend. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. For the record, what we're doing in this colony. So we did a permanent death pole colony the other day, which was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, the other day, it does stick you to just like the Eerie anomaly track, not even the full anomaly playlist, just the Eerie one permanently. So that gets tiresome. And then it has like a fog effect that never goes away, that I had to like literally go into OBS's capture and turn up the gamma so people could see what I was doing. So we decided to not continue that one. And so this one, we're just doing a menagerie where pretty much the entire idea is I want to capture and contain as many entities as possible. Not because I'm trying to accomplish any sort of goal, other than to continue to capture them until we fail to keep them contained. That's pretty much the entirety of the idea. And thank you for those follows. Welcome to the stream. Does he not very entertained if you fight the human equivalent of a thrombo when they don't do anything special? Yeah, no, I can understand why people disable. One of the challenges you run into is if you disable a lot of stuff, it does mean you tend to get way more of the remaining stuff. And it doesn't take disabling many events to just suddenly find yourself like constantly having mechs drop on you or whatever, because just the way it rolls. But yeah, so we're only starting this process, but I do need to get someone dedicated to research. I've been mostly just continuing to build the base, but we're early on. We haven't gotten any additional pawns from the start yet. I haven't had the opportunity yet. We haven't downed anyone who hasn't died from the fight. That's not true. We had one survive, but as well as ones you look at this pawn, you're like, no, I'm sorry, I'll just do without. I'd prefer go alone than this. We're still setting up an area to fight. I'm not going to make like an actual kill box so much as just a defensive position. Because like losing to the Neanderthals and everything, it's like, alright, come on, man. It's fine. Alright, so we haven't finished any of the research from our books. We don't have any clothing that's particularly worn out. You also don't have what I want. Because I would like to get either ducks or chickens or alpaca. Actually, I forgot, we can tame the alpaca in here. Basically just want to have some animals to start breeding them for the purposes of basically having renewable ghoul food, so I don't have to sit here and constantly have the ghoul punch rabbits or have to have someone dedicated to spending their time hunting. And then plus with alpaca, I get the benefit of that they caravan and they give me alpaca wool. Alright, so put sandstone flooring down here, so that way we don't have trees growing blocking our people. And I'll do the same right here in front of them. That way my melee line, if I put them up there, can run back and forth wherever they're needed. Alright, so that'll be a geothermal we'll set up here at some point. We have it queued to research, but we're literally not getting any research done because I haven't left people with the capacity to do so. I'm kind of just counting on getting another pawn and hoping we get anything useful. So you have no shame, save before cast the event, and you save scum several times. That's fine. It's a single-player game. You can play it however you like. And why are we not getting him treated? Usei, looking at you, friend. Go treat our injured people. All right. But yeah, so I am hoping we'll get another pawn. We can either, worst case, we get a dedicated hauler. There's a component outside your wall. Component outside my wall. There'd be a shipwreck probably I took apart at some point. There you are. Yes, there's a piece of a destroyed ship. You got another one down here and down there. Yeah, so deconstructed shipwrecks and all that. Yes, there's another one up here. I think that was all of them. Yeah, good catch. I hadn't noticed they had gone to deconstructing much. Alright, so how long are the refugees here for, by the way? 3 more days. Well, 4 more days. It's might as well be there. There's another one on the outer wall. Join offer Sammy. Okay. Psychically deaf. Yep. Because we are a guilty ideology, if I tell them no, then our people get all angry. Alright, so let's see you. What are we gonna have you do here, Sammy? What is gonna be your purpose? So we do have construction and mining handling. You can, actually, here we go, Sammy. Congratulations, you have been seen as potentially our new grower. Well, actually, crap. So we've got our crafter. You can haul. So let's plan for you to actually be primarily a hauler. You don't have anything that slows you down, right? Yeah, so you'll be primarily a hauler and fill in where you can. I think that's what we're gonna do with you. So that'll help a bit. Meanwhile, if you'd like to be named, like have the colonists named after you, if you ! Join. Oh, it's a chair. Okay. I was misreading. I was like, what? Yeah, so they want money. Go give them money. I see no reason not to. Do ! Join to get entered into the lottery queue, whatever you want to call it. Then we'll do a drawing where randomly someone gets to have the character named after him. You will be Sammy, our brand new colonist, who is going to go carry a bunch of things. That's what your life is going to be. You're going to be a dedicated hauler. Okay, and enjoy your rabbit. Alright, is there anything else I can have you work on? Not really. Yeah, and you don't have stuff for hunting yet and all that. But I'll give it a minute. Hey, no good, Nick. Good to see you. We'll give that. Hey, are you not carrying stuff? Oh, you're still carrying it. Let me guess, it was in like 2 separate piles, so you wanted to take in like 10 different laps. Perfect for failing the quest, just because it took too long. A ghoul is attacking. A vicious humanoid ghoul is attacking, intent on inhuman savagery. It cannot feel pain. Prepare to defend. Okay, I mean, I can live with this. Bring all of you here as fast as you can. These 3 are gonna get attacked. So, that's a whole thing. Of course, Usei is the only one without having a gun. I love how your friends are ignoring you. And just letting this happen. Nicely done. And then when you go down, I'm gonna patch you up and save your life. I don't know if you can, like, you can't recruit a ghoul. But, if we had the other containment room set up, I would be able to contain them. Are you gonna actually make it off the map, or are you gonna collapse, like, right at the edge. Because it would be good if you got off the map and I didn't have to deal with you. Nicely done, sir. Oh, I'm going to need to set up a caravanning point. And now we watch the frame rate die as it goes. All of this is a pen. We'll just tuck that over there. Yeah, so the idea is I want to tame them, bring them in here, and that'll give us alpaca, and then we can start hunting down all like the animals in here, slowly whittling down the population till it's only our own animals eating our food, and getting all that going. Alright, that's fine. That'll take a little while. And you two only got hurt because you socially fought each other. Meanwhile, you're good food-wise. I'm gonna need you to go punch that car for me. Because that is an extra thing that the ghouls can do, is when you have those things on your map that need to be destroyed by being beaten on. You know, ghouls got nothing better to do with their time. Why not? And go here and go to orders. Remove the plan. I should also say, so for those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known from exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer, and I do play games like RimWorld. I play lots of slice of life games like Stardew Valley and Coral Island and all that. I do play a fair number of settlement builders, tycoons. I play a pretty wide range of games. But if any of those sounds good and you haven't already dropped a follow, don't forget to drop a follow. That way we can find our way back here in the future, just like those two people did. So thank you so much for those follows. I appreciate that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. Okay, so we've got all this going. I need to get another torch going. We're going to need to get research happening, or I am going to be in a real bad way. Do you play Tropico? Tropico? I have played Tropico in the past. Yeah, and you can make the ghouls fight fire when drafted. To me, that's kind of an oversight. It clearly doesn't make sense that your ghoul would do that. No beef if anyone does that. Like, play the game how you want. The way I've usually phrased is, you know, if you're playing a game and you're having fun, congratulations, you are playing the game correctly. But for me, it feels like you disagree strongly. It makes sense. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Based on the world building, they should punch out fires in themselves. I mean, they should put out fires on themselves, sure. But being able to grab a ghoul, run them half across the map, and then having them punch out a fire, to me feels like that's not really what the game, you know, was intended. But that's my own opinion. It doesn't really matter one way or the other. We'll put down a caravanning spot so you actually get the animals over here. I'm going to need to make someone cut down some trees. Yeah, I also accidentally cut down all my Harbinger trees earlier today in a different run. You don't think a player should be able to control them at all? I don't... You know, I could see them controlling like animals. I think that would be fair. Have them controlled the exact same way your animals would. I don't actually care enough for them being changed. How are you punching out a fire with anything sounds? I mean, you could argue kicking dirt, but that's kind of the whole idea for me is just... I don't personally see a ghoul, which is effectively a zombie, being smart enough to do that. Is the same ghouls mechs temporary pawns? If they're next to a fire, they'll slap it. Yeah, no, I got you. Like, mechanically, like, I don't have a problem with it mechanically, but for me, as in the world and what I expect of it, to me, I'm like, nah, I don't think they should. Because to me, it's a zombie, is what a ghoul is. It's not intelligent. It's basically, it only knows that's a thing I want to eat, and you have just enough control to be like, I don't like that thing, and to go, oh, you don't like that thing, and I'm gonna go kill it. And that's kind of its intelligence level. That's my understanding. Considering literally it gets hungry and it loses its mind and just starts attacking friend or foe or otherwise. Like, they're literally capable of, like, this is the thing that gets me. Under all work, it says disabled work types firefighter. That's good enough reason for me to be like, yeah, we're just not gonna have them firefight. Ghouls keep their original personality to some extent. I don't know. They're completely neutral on all social things. But yeah, no, it's fine that you're like, oh, I think it's totally fair. That's the beauty. It doesn't matter what, like, the only person it matters to is yourself on what your choices are. But for me, I see a ghoul as something along the lines of a zombie that I should have very, very limited control over. Because if it retained its personality and all that, then turning a hostile into a ghoul, you know, it should just be violent and attack whatever. So you're agreeing that you disagree, but I think it's a fair... It obviously shouldn't. I mean, okay, I can understand what you're saying there, but I don't know. Like, to me, it's a zombie. Like it. Let's actually look at the dialogue. Let's look at what it literally says here. A person has been turned into a ghoul. About ghouls, they're engineered murder machines twisted by dark psychic influences. Ghouls are very dangerous in melee combat. However, their process of their creation leaves them incapable of higher levels of thought, preventing them from holding weapons or tools. They cannot work, and outside of combat, they wander half-conscious stupor. Many people find the constant twitching ghouls disturbing, more disturbing than their dependence on raw meat. If they go hungry, yeah, so I mean, if you're half-conscious, I don't know. Zombies in most games don't like being on fire or fire next to them. Yeah, but most zombies don't like pat out the fire. They just scream and run and collapse and die. That's what most zombies do in games, is they literally walk around and scream that they're on fire. Yeah, it's fine. Who says ghouls are zombies? Well, that's what I'm saying. To me, they're like zombies in the game. Like, they're half-conscious. They're not capable of social interactions. They won't do any work whatsoever. About all you can do is point them at something and they murder it. And they eat meat. That's basically what they're capable of. Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's the beauty of it. You can make it whatever canon you want. Like, that's fine. I'm not trying to be dismissive of other things. But to me, it doesn't make sense that a ghoul can put out fire. When I can't make them do anything else, that I can walk them over to fire and have them put it out. But that's fine. Like, it's totally fine that people disagree. It's a single-player game. You can play it however you want. You can decide what isn't okay, what isn't fair, what isn't how it should be. Like, I fully accept my interpretation of the game doesn't necessarily align with the actual game, considering, to me, RimWorld was always a space western. And so when they introduced royalty, then, like, whereas more Warhammer 40k, I still, to this day, almost never use the psychic powers. Not literally never, but almost never. Because it kind of doesn't fit the way I want RimWorld to be. Like, it's just not how I see RimWorld. The psychic powers are amazing and all that. But it's just, it's not the way I want to play the game. Ghouls are supposed to... Well, that's a different... Like, that's the thing. The ghouls presented in RimWorld don't align with ghouls in most other things. Like, most other thing, you know, zombies are brainless. Like, they're purely instinct and purely hunger. And then you had ghouls, which were a bit more intelligent than a zombie. But they were capable of talking and everything. Not meaningful conversations, but, you know, being generally spooky and all that in most other horror IPs and all that. So the ghoul in the game doesn't really align with ghoul or zombie or whatever. It's kind of its own thing. Are politicians zombies? No. I know you're making a commentary on politicians, but no. Is that off-centered? No, we're okay. Yeah, no, exactly. They're supposed to be cunning, but these are more like Frankenstein's monster. Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. High mood and all that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, no, that's the thing. That's the beauty of it. Like, right now, the way the game works, if you want to make your ghouls, like, draft them, go over and punch a tree, or punch out fire, do it. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. Absolutely have at it. Like, no one can judge you for it. It's a single-player game. How you play it is totally your own. For me, it's just, you know, it's not the way I want to play. To me, it feels weird. Refugees are leaving. Okay, goodbye. Individual refugee. Alright, you have yourself a good lurk. Thank you for lurking. Let's see, a lot of these terms are flexible. George A. Romeo originally called his monster ghouls, but they didn't start being like zombies until later. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Betrayal reward retracted, don't care. Yeah, no, that's the thing. They're absolutely flexible and all that. I'm just saying, to me when I read this, when something is determined as half-conscious, incapable, like it can't even hold a tool or a weapon or anything, I'm not expecting it to be smart enough to put out a fire. Ghoul starvation, go punch the turtles you're standing next to. But that's my choice, that's my preference, like, just the same. And I understand you're saying, well, you're saying obviously. I'm like, well, in the way it's described in the game, to me that just seems intuitive. Like, fighting fires is actually a complicated thing to do effectively. Like, don't get me wrong, there's stuff like rhinos where they'll sit there and they'll run up to a fire and they'll stomp on it, but they don't really have much success. Alright, okay, so we're gonna need to make some animal beds, because I don't have those yet, I don't believe. So pop those over here. You know, maybe saying obviously wasn't fair, but that's fine. So we've almost got our storage room finally enclosed, which will be good. Then we can get rid of this shelf in here. And honestly, I figure we just make another room the same style as this one, and we will make it a dedicated research room, so we can move all our books into the research room, so it's like research/library. We'll start setting up actual individual bedrooms over here. Oh wait, never mind, that geyser's gonna be in the way. That's alright. We'll put this here, and maybe we'll have like a weird sideways room, you know, shoved along here. But do you think it'd be good if you could train ghouls to fight fires? To fight fires? They're semi-intelligent? Well, that's the thing. In the game they put them as semi-conscious. It doesn't really address its intelligence directly here, other than it's clearly they're only half-conscious or whatever. That'd be fine. Like, that's the beauty, is they can get into, like, the modding scene, and you can add all that stuff. For me, like, even with the mechs, it's one of those things that I find weird, that's like, it won't fight fires, but if you draft it, it will fight fires. To me, that just feels like more like an oversight in the coding than a deliberate decision of any kind. Like, I think the intent was that they don't fight fires. Now, I do understand the counter-argument would be that pyromaniacs say even drafted they won't fight fires. They're intelligent enough to fight fires, but not intelligent enough to wear armor or clothes. Yeah. Or don't care to. Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, the fact that the ghoul won't even, like, kill something to eat on its own if it's starving. Like, it'll just go... Yeah, no, still no research? Well, I'm gonna need another person, is ultimately what this is going to boil down to. Or I will just stop building at some point. which is probably what I need to do, is just stop building for a while. It's just I'm trying to get bedrooms and all that set up so we don't have to worry about the mood breaks and whatnot. So that's honestly what I probably should do, is I should just stop having them work on stuff like building and all that, and just let the research happen as the last priority. Because I could prioritize one, but they all suck at it. And like little Wayfinder's getting close. Little Wayfinder's getting to the point they're cleaning and hauling. Hospitality for a cult child. Okay, so they will not work, but they'll hang around. So we can get a recreation book. We can get an entity containment book, which would be an interesting way of approaching it with recreation, but it'll cause us breaks. We'll just do that. So you're just gonna hang out and chill for a while. You have a good time. We have some extra beds. It's fine. This bed's gonna be Sammy's. Sammy's gets the nicer bed. I mean, the big thing is we've only gotten one recruit, and they weren't exactly the most usable person. So you're getting urgently hungry. We go punch a rabbit. So here's hoping. As looky, who got a hold of your diary? Just checked your ghoul. One skidded. They're gnarly. 225% damage multiplier. 19. Oh yeah, no, ghouls get ridiculous. Like that's to me that's balanced game wise. Like ignoring all lore around ghouls. To me, that's the purpose of ghouls. It is just an absolute murder machine. That's what it does. Does it do anything else? No. But that's my interpretation. But yeah, no, ghouls are strong. Ghouls are real strong. Once you get them all kitted up and leveled up and all that stuff. So we're just gonna let this run. Not queue up a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, our food is not keeping up anymore. Come on, man. Alright, so we need more food. We get a bit more corn going since it's got some of the best labor to yield. We're about to get a harvest anyways. I just noticed though our food is ticking down slowly. We do need to get ourselves more weapons. We've just been getting nothing but like melee pawn raids. Or like animal packs. Alright, there we go. Probably due for a raid, honestly. And I'll probably have to make this corridor longer later. Honestly, if I snake this corridor around to force them to at least have to fight through multiple layers of the wall, that'll be good. You getting hungry? Yes, you are. There's another rat you can go mess up over there. Did we really get all but the female one? Alright, that sucks. So I'll have to wait till more alpacas show up on the map. Because we got nothing but male alpaca. Like, there was a female, but it must have left the map before we got it. Yeah, so we got people hauling stuff around. Cookie is still cutting block endlessly. That's totally fine. There's plenty of stone back here. We should have people start getting some research going on. They'll probably start by prioritizing that. But we are hauling things. I'm hoping we'll get lucky and we'll have one of the pawns show up who's like, you know, they're not telling you everything pawns. Most of those have high intelligence from what I've seen. You can disassemble that. We've got plenty of wood. And our food's okay for the moment. Probably gonna not be enough, so we'll go ahead and make a potato field. And keep that going. Oh yeah, because our cook... I forgot, we have a really bad cook. I'm surprised we haven't had like 6 or 7 rounds of food poisoning yet. Dealing with a cook that started, I think, at like 3. The creepy joiners? Yeah, no, the creepy joiners definitely range. I've had really good luck with them of either having really high int or really high medical. Either of which would be very workable. I mean, honestly, with this colony, if I get duplication of anything, we'll be in good shape. Cookie's probably another one to consider letting research. Here, here, we can make this better. So limestone, do until you have 400. We'll do it this way. 400. Sandstone, do until you have 400. Slate, do until you have 400. Granite, do until you have 400. And even though, and we don't have all these all these types of material on the map, but it's like whatever. So we'll delete that one. So this way they'll just focus in on filling in the gaps, and then once we get those stones put in, then Cookie should stop, and that should free Cookie up to get some research moving as well. So we'll actually go into Cookie's priorities, and Cookie will simply not worry about this. And we will do that. We do have them queued up to also help here. We're not going to do that. So Cookie is strictly a crafter and is going to be our backup researcher. So Cookie is finally doing research. Because that needed to be done forever ago. Hey, FG, how's it going? This is, we're having a good day, FG. This is our 3rd colony today. It's been one of those. The other day, you were the last one, I would say standing, but you were paralytic abasia. You were the last one alive in the colony. We got destroyed by an ancient danger. I opened up and it's like, oh, I done goofed. Alright, so here. You are going to need to hunt for a minute. And by that I mean right the heck now. Cool. Because the ghoul needs the numbs. Yeah, so we're gonna... Yeah, we'll make you priority to hunting for a while. But yeah, no, as well as things that we took the colony from the other day, we got hit with a Neanderthal raid, and we almost, like, we were one more Neanderthal knocked and it would have been out, but it was one of those ones that they knocked down my melee, and it was like, who can I keep them tied up for a couple seconds with while the rest of my range do, and they just slowly whittled their way through the line till it was done. And the second one was a cold snap, led into malaria, led into a raid, led into an animal, like, a manhunter pack, all while still under malaria. That it was just kind of one of those ones that I just couldn't get my food back in order while fighting malaria. And even then, like, the colonists I died, they were at like 99% immunity on the malaria, but just didn't quite make it because starvation was starting to kick in at the end. And I have just not had luck getting recruits today. Now, you've got a refugee who joined us here, but just getting no one to pop in. The game is just like, no, you don't get to have pawns. Which it's funny. I'm still super proud that my first 3 attempts at Anomaly, I won 2 of them. On the same difficulty I'm playing now and have been playing all day. It felt real good about that. And then it's not been Anomaly, it's been just other stuff. So I'm not It's a steel gladius. It's legendary, like it's a good one, but none of my people are gonna be melee outside of my ghoul, so, you know, you can keep it. Oh, right, you're not converted yet, are you? What am I doing? Hey. Begin conversion ritual. Sammy, buddy. Wait, did we already draw to rename this person? No, I mentioned we were gonna draw and then we didn't do it. Right, let me go ahead and get Sammy named here. I'm double checking. Because now I'm paranoid that I drew it and actually, we could check. Do you have the title named? I forget where even titles show. Named. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that person drawn. Because I totally forgot to draw. That's on me. So no good Nick. Congratulations and welcome to the colony. So no good Nick. The music's struggling because of this overriding it. Yeah, so you're basically your strong combat pawn who's psychically deaf. And basically I've got you hauling. Effective, it knocked you down 30%. That's not too bad. Because we need to get you converted. What is your ideology? How much trouble is going to be? Oh, loyalist collectivist? That's not that bad. Loyalist isn't my favorite. But honestly, that's not that bad. It could be way worse. You slept in the... Oh. Yeah, you slept in the ground. Versus the ones they've been getting like this, like recently, but like animal personhood tree connection, you're like, we eat a lot of meat in this colony because the ghoul demands the meat. And will not settle for anything shy of the meat. I need more alpacas to show up so we can aim one. Did I do Legos today? Yes, I did 8 Lego pieces earlier. I don't think we've had... Yeah, so the last Lego triggering event has been handled. We did attach seat. That was the big thing that happened. Alright, so we're getting our next wave of food in here, so that's good. What I need is a competent researcher. We do have Cookie researching with their 2 intelligence. I mean, it's going up fast because at least they're doing it constantly. But yeah. So that's the thing we're missing. Oh, here. In the meantime, even though we don't really need it here, we're going to shove that in the corner there. I can't remember. Can you check to see if these break? I don't think I've seen one of those. When I say break, I mean the whole thing where you just have to replace a component. I don't think I've seen one do it. Let's go ahead and just assume it does need that. So I'm going to shove it in the wall there. Because the idea is they can break gotcha. Because the idea is having one way in, one way out. Anything that goes through here invisible. It's probably happened to me and I just didn't see it. Because you know, if you manage it, it's kind of okay. With one way in, one way out, I can watch, and if that lights up, I know I'm dealing with... Looks like it should be 9 Legos a day. I'm sorry. I did not mean to rob chat of a Lego. Let me go ahead and take immediate care of that. I have robbed you of a singular Lego piece. How dare I? So, there we go with that. Which means I put this where? Okay, so it looks like I put this right here. That doesn't make sense. What's going on? Something's not right here. I think these are wrong. I think that's supposed to be like that. Come on. There we go. And then this goes here. There we go. Gotta keep it honest. You bought more plastic crack yesterday? You bought more Lego kit? Yeah, I'm getting pretty close that I'm gonna have to get the next set. I'm gonna wait till this set's done and then I'm gonna get the next set. But I'm gonna probably need to get the next set pretty soon. One Lego piece could do a lot of damage, you know. Oh yeah. Especially to them feetsies. Okay, so we're gonna expand this real fast. And I don't need to do much more than that. And all I'm gonna do is we're gonna put dandelions there. And if you're wondering why I'm planting dandelions in this area, I'm just basically looking at something to keep the trees cut down without giving them the movement speed bonus of putting down actual flooring. Please actually kill it. Well, at least you're gaining shooting. That was a funny looking AT-AT. And it comes with, let's see, you bought the Droidica and Moss Eisley Cantina, and it comes with 3 smaller gift purchases. Oh yeah, no, I saw they've got the Star Wars sales thing going on. I have not looked at it in detail yet, because I'm scared that if I look at it in detail, I'm going to own another Lego kit, is pretty much the way I'm going to phrase that. So the way I know is about the only way I'm going to prevent having that happen is to just not look in the first place. Alright, so it's good that we actually got Sentient Cookie doing our research now, very slowly. As far as our construction people, we've got them sorted out. So what I think we're going to do to have the construction people do other stuff, these are eventually going to take damage as we have anomalies making a break for and yada yada. So we're just going to tell them to smooth that out so we can actually patch up those walls when they get damaged. Otherwise, that's all good down there for right now. But that shouldn't bother Sentient Cookie, so Sentient Cookie only is doing crafting and research now. Now I think about that, could be 2. And this could be 3. Yeah, so the lack of research has been hurting us. Alright. And I got so many good geothermals back here. Alright, so Royal Ascent is not happening, so get on out of here. You're not a big Star Wars nerd, so you haven't looked at them either. Your last major purchase was after a long, arduous couple of work weeks. You deserve to spoil yourself. Though, the Batman TAS Batmobile set looks swanky. Yeah, no, I've definitely done that, where it's like, you've had like a rough week. This would be more when I was doing like software development and all that. You had like that rough week of just one project bleeding into the next, bleeding into the next, bleeding into the next. And you're like, you know what? I'm gonna go do something nice for myself. I've earned this. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this replaced with limestone.
Yay. I drove my tractor through your haystack last night. Ooh-ah, ooh-ah. I threw me pitchfork at your dog to keep quiet. Ooh-ah, ooh-ah. Now something's telling me that you're avoiding me. Come on now, darling, you've got something I need, cause I got a brand new combine harvester and I'll give you the key. Come on now, let's get together in perfect harmony. I got 20 acres and you got 43. Now I got a brand new combine harvester and I'll give you the key. She made I laugh.
Okay. I know that's a song, I've heard people joke about that song before. But thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. I don't know the song, but just hearing the lyrics, I'm going, what? What? I mean, he said he threw a pitchfork at the dog. I feel like that you're like, yeah, no, never, never, ever. The answer is gonna be a hard no on the getting together on that one. I feel like throwing pitchfork at dog falls under the deal breaker category. But thank you for those biddies. Alright, so let's go ahead and put the torches back so we have some light in there. We're gonna need light in this room as well. We'll figure that out. So that does mean Senju Cookie is gonna take a little bit of time to cut more brick, which is gonna take away from our research. I'm just kind of going here being like, let's make the last room that isn't stone into stone. So that way, you know, I don't have to worry about fire whipping through and annihilating my building. Let's see, you do plan on buying some pieces to expand your Lego Viking village with MOCs. I don't know MOCs, so I don't know what that's talking about. Yeah, no, there's so many good Lego kits out there. The one I did recently I really liked was the Mars rover Perseverance. Was it Perseverance? I forget the name of the rovers. Either way, it's the Mars rover. So I very much really enjoyed that one. And then the other one we did recently, or that I've done in the past, not recently, it's been actually a long while, is I got where we're talking about, you know, like spoiling yourself because you've had a rough week or whatever. Like Tomb had gotten a promotion, I had gotten a pretty big raise, and I had just gone through a bunch of nonsense because the company I had been working for went public, and that was a whole fiasco. Like, it was a good fiasco for the company, not for the employees. Never is. But, it was one of those things I had to do a whole bunch of stuff on my end to help facilitate it and yada yada yada. Just prepping things for being aligned with YOD. You know, like, publicly facing yada yada. And so it's a lot of work. And so I was like, you know what? We've got extra money. It's been a bunch of work for both of us. And we bought the giant Millennium Falcon kit. Like, the big one. You guys had the quickest run in RimWorld. You ended up on a map that was literally a small trench in the mountains and a bunch of caverns with like 8 insect hives. Oh yeah, probably Rift from the geological landforms mod. Yeah, no, that's what's a really fun one. If you want RimWorld in a really different way and you're doing the geological landforms, these passages through the mountains, these make for interesting and real spicy maps. These ones get real spicy real fast. Because you still can get your normal raids through the edges of the map. You're gonna deal with insects already on the map all over the place with not enough food, so you're gonna have to wall yourself in real quick if you don't want your people hunted. And they don't, like, this is your grow area. Did you want more? That's too bad. Unless you're going tunneler and making mushrooms, or getting hydroponics right away, you're there. There's, like, basically no usable area for, like, solar. There's next to no area for wind. So power ends up being a challenge. You usually don't get any geothermal on there as well, so electricity is real tough on those maps. So they are a spicy one. But as well as ones that, like, when people perceive, it's like, oh, that's gonna be such an easy map, it's all the stone. Look at all the area you can make defenses. Like, it doesn't matter. I don't have a meaningful way of keeping electricity. I don't have a meaningful way of dealing a lot of that. You're tempted to start a dirt mode tribal run that delves into the madness of Anomaly. A shame you need tunneler to get gravel. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm curious with maps like that, how it handles Anomaly. Like, what happens if there's not really enough space for, like, the, Yeah, we're not even close. I don't think we hunt them either. Let's go out here. Where is some other animals to hunt? Oh, here's the ibex. Go ahead and knock off another ibex, because the ghoul's going to hunger soon, and we have no meat. I really wish we could get some new alpaca to show up, because we captured what we could, and it was 3 males. which doesn't do us whole good, because there was a female, but it got away. Yeah, but I kind of do appreciate that with stuff like, you know, Tunneler gets gravel, you get the one to get, like, the fast research, I believe. Well, no, was it Transhumans was the only one with the fast research? But yeah, I know basically that there's certain ideologies have certain perks, so that you have a pro and a con you have to juggle for the balance. That said, it's the kind of thing I could absolutely see as, like, grab a mod, turn off the consequence if you want. You know, it's a balanced decision. Yeah, transhuman is fast biosculpting. Yeah, there's like pros and cons with a bunch of them. Or like getting the production specialist is really nice. Where you're just like, I want this done now. How much longer are you here for, Zari? 6 days. Okay. You like different positive negatives? Yeah. Well, also that's the reasons I like a lot of the. It took me forever to like really properly mess with like the genetics from biotech. That is a slick system because you can make some absolutely bonkers strong pawns, like really, really unreasonably strong pawns. But, and it's a big but, you gotta take a lot of negatives. And you'll sit there staring at this thing going, oh man, I can make like this designer melee pawn who's absurdly powerful. But the negatives I have to take are also real sketch. Did you not manage this? No, you didn't manage to successfully hunt it. Are you at least working on it? You're harvesting heal root? Hunt the ibex. There. Entity containment. Heck yeah, it's about time. Bioferrite harvesting is next. Okay, that has been way overdue. You hate getting refugees that have an ideology with a xenotype preference? Do you want to deal with half a dozen pawns who are with unmitigated mood debuff? Oh yeah, no, it's rough. One thing that does help is literally converting them as fast as you can. Like, that's one of my preferences for a lot of my runs is do the Prolicizer as the first one. You know what? I could do without that alpaca. Plague cured. I needed more meat for the ghoul anyways. Now, I could have certainly used that for medical practice and all that. Let's say on the bright side, the mood debuffs do technically make those pawns easier to convert. Yeah. Let's see. Do we have any production tables I need to make? Not really. Not until we get electricity hooked up, which is not going to happen until we get geothermal. I'm not going to bother setting up, like, a fuel thing here, or a fuel generator like feed wood into. I find them to be incredibly obnoxious to deal with. Because then you have someone who eventually their full-time job becomes hauling. So yeah, you're set to also do that, Usei. Right, so I've got you submitting the 4. Is there any really valuable stuff? Let's see, uranium. We have, okay, so there's no exposed uranium. Because if so, then I'd take the time to tear down these walls and replace them with uranium. It's fine. Magnus, no, so nice. Well, the Mechanator is nice for like all the quote-unquote dumb labor jobs. So hauling, cleaning, that kind of stuff. It's really nice just to have, like, even the growing, just having those all handled by the mechs. Like, you can get the robots that do the better jobs, but it takes a lot of work to get up there. But being able to be, like, hauler, just having a hauler, a plant cutting one, and the cleaning bot basically handles most of that on your own. So you need to go into one of your pre-1.5 colonies, and try to break a pawn. She's a high mate, with Baronet's level honor, and the priest or of her ideology prefers impids. So everyone she's converted has a debuff. You need to break her. Eek. Alright, so it's time for another conversion on you. Alright, we'll get you down to 64. Working on it. Yes, they're smoothing stuff. Sentient Cookie is mostly getting the anomaly research. They're getting a little bit of time on the regular research table, but not much. Let's see. Every year on the 15th, you have a special celebration. Begin Undivided Fair. That's not our main ideology, so I don't care. Do I actually want to do it? Let's look at what this says. It would give us a nearby complex, and the odds of a good one are bad. So, nope, we're good. Oh, you didn't know you could click convert on a pawn icon rather than that? Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff. It used to only work for a couple things, but they made it work with way more than it used to, where you could sit there and be like, hey, go rescue this person. There's a lot of things you can click on your other people for. Anything that targets, you can click on your other people for the most part now. Which does help a lot. It is one of those things that's just a small quality of life thing that ends up being such a significant improvement for just dealing with. Okay, so we're basically just about out of meat again. So we're gonna go ahead and put another ibex on the list. I'm focusing on the ones inside the perimeter, because as we eventually get our alpaca population up, we'll want to do that. Which is going to be a while, considering we don't have a female alpaca. For some reason, breeding doesn't work well when you don't have both a male and a female alpaca. I can't quite put my finger on it. Where you just had a waste pack infested and was pondering how to deal with it, then spot a lone signal chip that I need another of. Alright, we're having a party. Tame ducks are OP from your experience. They breed like... Oh yeah, so ducks and chickens would be great. We haven't had those show up on the map. I would absolutely take a pair of ducks or chickens for feeding the ghoul, just so I don't have to worry about it at all. Alright. Oh, also let's go zones, because this is a private expanded, yep. So I don't care about... We'll put just the actual thing in there. You know, honestly, I'd rather just replace it. We can take that out of the home zone, that could be fine. We've already removed the... No, actually. So we want to remove all that, because the Harbinger trees are not flammable, so you do not need to keep them there. Let's see, ducks and chickens have large batches of hatchlings, similar to a horse growing and spewing meat everywhere. Did you walk into fire? I've had real problems with my pawns walking into fire very regularly lately. Like that one, they may have been struck by lightning, but the number of times there's been like a fire over off the side and the pawn just runs through it when they're trying to do something, you're like, but why? This is a totally preventable injury. A mech hive with high and low shields and flame-spewing mechanoids should be banned. Oh man, I've had where you've had like the overlapping mech clusters with both sets of shields, and then to have like the 40 militars or whatever, and you're just kind of staring at that going, what do you want me to do? If I get close enough to trigger this thing, whoever goes in there is not coming out the other side. There isn't a shield belt in the world that's going to carry that. Yeah, I need to use mortars more. Usually I always have other things I want more than the mortars, and so the mortars don't happen very often. Alright, I am going to start building because I'm getting tired of my people being like in these same little rooms. So let's start getting some bedrooms. We're gonna try and keep it a little bit tame. Yeah, it'll be fine. And there's a reason I was kind of like mentally measuring that out. So what we're gonna do here is zone, do not build a roof here. But what we are gonna do is structure. Oh, nope, not wall, that's not the right thing. Basically, I'm gonna make a little area back here. So I could put ACs, and then you could put vents and all that. Actually, for that matter, we can go here. Don't build these spots yet. We're gonna go temperature, vent, do this and this. So I can put ACs in this little area tucked in the room. A squirrel has chosen death. Good job, squirrel. All right, so let's take some pants that, like, let's take all the stuff that's not in, like, mint condition and just assume the reason. Well, let's actually see. Do you have stuff I want? Take the medicine. Take the components. Take the package. Well, don't worry about the package meals. All right. Let's see. We'll keep the cloth pants. And we'll keep the cloth bowler hat, and that'll be good enough. So grab the medicine, and then we'll have Soto just haul the components as able. It's fine. Alright, so we're going to build just a little bit of rooms here. And get all that. The big catch is every single time I go up here and I build more rooms, Cookie has to cut more brick. And then that means the research stops. Alright, so a drifter is approaching the colony. He wants to talk, and he wants to hear what you have to say. So, great memory body master. Daniel doesn't have basic needs like eating, sleeping, or comfort. His body is driven by some unknown mechanism, which has turned his eyes completely white. So they can cook, which I'm missing. So honestly, friend, let's talk. I have a feeling you're a brand new member to our colony. Because honestly, beggars can't be choosers, and we're begging. Daniel has seen some shit. Yeah. So the wary-looking drifter stretches his legs. He seems very tired. He asks to stay at your colony for a while, or at least until he's recovered his strength. Daniel's eyes are pure white. Using local folk knowledge, he has mastered his metabolic and circadian rhythms. At least, that's what he claims. Daniel never sleeps, doesn't need to eat, and through his eyes, there's a primal hunger. He may be very useful, but you also sense he's not telling you. I'm going to allow them to join. I don't think we're going to name this one, because he said stay a while, as opposed to stay. So I don't know if that's flavor text or it is just something that he is a temporary person. It sounds like, yeah, no, this is the second time I've had that one. But yeah, so that's doesn't eat, doesn't sleep. So let's go through here. You can handle all these. And you cook. That's what you're doing here, is you're cooking. And honestly, we'll have you help out with that as a secondary. Alright. I think that'll be fine for now. Meanwhile, we have... They're asking me to lend you 2 colonists. Kindly get lost. Probably a vampire and all that. To be frank, my Heal Mech Serum person has only stayed temporarily, and they never left. Yeah, we had one earlier who stayed for a while and then ditched. You know what? We will name them. Because they might show up again. We'll name them. It'll be fine. If they stay, great. If they don't, you know, that's fine too. So, welcome to the colony. The Arcania. Cool. Alright, so we still have a complete absence of any meaningful ranged weapons. I don't normally like to do this on these types of runs. Like, I'll do it on the other run, but right now... We just need weapons. So we're gonna go ahead and make 2 short bows. 3 short bows. So we're gonna toggle the power off. I believe when we keep those toggled power off, I don't think they will ever break. But we'll see. Let's see here. We had a creep that turned up with near all max stats, no problems, except he left after 4 years with our best weapon. You have simple sidearms. Yeah. That's the thing that's not super clear of how all that's gonna work. I don't know if that counts. I've never done that way before. Let's change that, because I actually don't know if that will count. I don't remember exactly how that works. So you can put this here. You can put the dresser in the little cubby. There we go. Yeah, it needs to be added. That's what I was thinking, is I thought I remembered it being at the head of the bed. But this should work, because that'll be close enough that should count. And then meanwhile, we need to go floors. We'll get the sandstone going. And we'll get ourselves some bedrooms built here. Because I need to do that already. And the good news is, the Arcania should have time to help with the research. Because now we have 2 people who are cooking. And all that. Let's go ahead and queue up. We need to get another animal array for the grill. Let's go ahead and get that rat as well. So that way the ghoul has a snack. New guy good at crafting? No. Cookie is crafting now. The new guy is mostly going to be helping with cooking. Oh, I didn't mean to set you to 1 there. They're gonna be good at cooking, and then we're gonna have them help with research. It seems you can do medical inspection on the creepy joiner for more information. Oh, like literally they could just show up and you just cut them open and look? Brutal. I have a feeling, because some of those ones, when they join you, if you harm them at all, they turn against you immediately. I have a feeling slicing them open sometimes would trigger that same effect. It'd also not necessarily help in all cases, like... If they have, for example, one of the what is it, the metal things inside, until you have that. Inspection won't, arrest will. Gotcha. Oh, what is your ideology? High life. Okay. Not the worst, not the best. We'll work on it too. Let's see. Maxfield Creek's name was Stoker. I was suspicious as heck, but I think her name was Abe as well. Many things check out about a lot of this stuff. Okay, so the first of these rooms are going to be done, and we do have a couple in here. So it's Ursay and Sentient Cookie. So that room's about to be done. So once we get daytime, we'll assign that to Ursay and Sentient Cookie. We'll get rid of these 2 beds, and start getting our bedrooms set up so that hopefully we're not dealing with, like, basically get everyone to have the mood bonuses. Then we could convert this into a hospital. It already has the medicine in it and everything. Probably just add an extra set of beds in here. Yeah, probably add an extra set of beds in there, and that'd be a reasonable hospital. But that would help resolve our disturbed sleep problems, get a better bonus than the barracks would give. I just gotta wait till they actually close off the wall, wait till people wake up. So you get that room. And there's Sentient Cookie in there. Delete these 2. Let's see, one of your last colonists before 1.5, you actually shot and killed the ideology leader because they thought he was an enemy during a raid. And he got one shot by the time I realized targeting him. Oh yeah, no, we had that, like, 2 colonies. I didn't kill the person, but I hit them in the head and did like permanent damage from friendly fire because I misclicked, and even though I canceled like right immediately, they got the shot off. And then I had a pawn that killed him because become the new layer, and everyone hated them. Yeah, RimWorld does have entire stories of stuff happening. RimWorld do cause a wee bit of drama. Alright, so I don't want boom rats. That is not how we're sustaining meat. So go ahead and take the book now that we've got our recipes from. Go ahead and take the worn hat, and the worn pants, and the other pants. And you don't really have anything I want for the most part, so you can go ahead and just keep what you got. Meanwhile, I totally forgot we were making bows. So there's one bow. There's the next bow. And you're working on the 3rd. And there's the 3rd bow. You might be the only person to tame raised boom rats for a specific purpose of sending them into raids. No, there's been people who've done that. It's not a common strategy because boom rats can very much be a liability. Just give me some alpaca, man. Or other particularly useful animal. Like alpaca will do, muffalo will do. I'm looking for something that'll give me a source of meat, a source of wool, and caravanning, which limits me quite a bit. Thrumbos will do. You know, I could settle for a thrumbo. Certainly, it would be not unreasonable for me to ask for a thrumbo, right? Get your simple meal, then I need you to go out and hunt, so that way the ghoul has something to eat. Monolith study progress. The Arcania has had a breakthrough in studying the monolith. He believes the monolith is a conduit for psychic energy connecting to some distant location. However, he is unsure of what it connects to. The Arcania is convinced studying the anomaly entities more, he can find a way to close the conduit or harness its power. Cool. Alright, FG, you have a good one. And again, for those who haven't checked out FG Square, you really should. Fantastic creator, does play a lot of RimWorld as well. So if you enjoyed the if you're enjoying the content here, pretty good chance you'll enjoy it over there too. That rabbit belongs to the ghoul. Now go punch that. Alright, so... Wildlife. Go tag an ibex. It's almost like slapping a giant metal walker with your hands, trying to destroy it. Not the most efficient way of doing it. Sightseer revealed. You are way away from everyone else. Okay, so start dropping back real fast. The good news, it doesn't seem to be going after Little Wayfinder. I don't know who it is going after, but since it didn't immediately attack them while they're on their own, feeling pretty good about our odds of just knocking it down with only the ghoul taking a hit real quick, if even that much. Okay, so let's see here. That is going to... Containment strength 40, open door. So we can close the door here. Cancel that building for now. And that should be enough. Who's someone who can do medical? That should be enough. We can capture that sightseer and put it to use. The shuttle has arrived for Zari. Cool. Get out. And we gain some relation. So containment strength 130, because now it's counting that as part of this place's room, and that, so it's averaging those doors. Not the best, but that is manageable. Ghoul attacking. Look, man, I literally just had one attack 2 seconds ago. Are you patched up yet? Are we good? You'll have to do. Anti-treatment needed, that's fine. Ooh, you actually have some pretty strong stuff already on you. Yeah, you're not going to be in position in time. Go over here, make it walk through the mud. Okay. So that ghoul has got a lot more going for it than my ghoul does. I need you to not be over there. Movement speed penalty, 80%. Alright. So let's fall back a little bit. Fall back a little bit.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. So we're just going to let Flare continue to kite him. Because the good news is he's slowed, and while he's really durable, that's fine. Did I mention the ghouls get real tanky? Okay, it did die. I was hoping to spare it, but it did die. Alright, so Uze, go back to what you were doing, which was patching up that entity. You want a glittering building? That's not... I have other things I want to do. Alright. Why not send a flare into melee? It's easy XP. Mostly because I was really tanky and I was worried about it actually winning. But yeah, no, I probably should have. It honestly probably would have been fine. I was more worried that Flare would start losing because Flare is not upgraded and the other ghoul had lots of upgrades. That Flare would ultimately lose the fight. No, you're probably right. With the support, there definitely should have not have been to worry about. Bioferrite harvesting, heck yeah. Bioferrite shaping will be next. So with that, we're gonna go here to anomaly. I'm gonna say bioferrite harvesting, and I'm going to not make the mistake I usually make, which is putting it right up against the door. So the bad news is those aren't gonna do anything yet. Let's just go ahead and pause those constructions for right now until I get electricity up there, which will get the geothermal. Probably this geothermal, even though it's the most out of the way. I'll probably build that one first, so it makes this barrier. Or not. Like, really, any of these geothermal can be good. That one can be good. I'm hoping I might just delay building that one entirely. Let's do this one up here. It's nice out of the way. We can wind it right back there. The one up front has quite a bit of cabling. Yeah, now I'm thinking we'll make this one back here. It's probably the most practical to send up this way and down this way. This one I'm kind of thinking when I build it, it is going to cover up this area, which means this bedroom's a problem. So I'll have to like do some wonky thing, like have the bedrooms exit out the side and like move stuff around and all that. So I just figure leave it alone. So this geothermal vent, I feel like we just leave it the way it is. Alright, give me a second. I am slowly baking in here. There we go. With that said, though, this is getting to be about the right time for it. Let me snooze the ad so we don't get hit with that. But I'm going to be wrapping up here in just a minute because this is my normal wrap-up time. But with that said, thank you so much for everyone tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. As a reminder, I do not stream on Thursdays, so there'll be no stream tomorrow. But there will be a stream after that, like the next day. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream. Well, yes. The next day after that, I'll probably be playing RimWorld. I'll more than likely get another game going at the same time, because usually I do 2 games a stream. I don't know what that game's going to be. We're going to figure it out. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and go to my ending stream screen. For those checking us out over on YouTube and on TikTok, you're just going to have your stream abruptly end. Everyone over here on Twitch, we're going to go find someone to raid. Let's see if we can't find someone playing RimWorld to go say hello to. Okay, let's see. Alright, who do we got on the list to say hello to that I know? Alright, I think I know who we're gonna go drop a raid on. So give me 2 seconds to get all that lined up, and we'll get that raid over there.